I'm still waiting for the water to boil. I'm still waiting. Can you tell I sound kind of stuffy? Oh no, why is it out of focus? One second. Why do you look so fuzzy? I fixed it! Yippee! My voice sounds so shot, guys. Oh, how are you all doing? I hope you're doing better than I am. I meant to stream like 3 days ago. I got back from Shanghai, from Tokyo. I flew through Tokyo to get home. I got back from Tokyo Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. And then I was like, perfect, I'll stream Friday. And then immediately I got sick. I got sick Friday night. And I think I've gotten a little better. Yesterday and before, I was not doing so hot. It was actually pretty horrific. Oh, thank you for the hoodie compliments. This is from Knock Thrice. It's part of their Tears of the Kingdom line. Sorry, I spilled water on it just now while boiling. Speaking of which, my water has boiled, so I'm gonna grab it. I'm steeping the jade, the red jade 18 today. So let me grab it. Okay. Anyway, I'm a sick bitch, so today's stream probably won't be super high energy, which means if you're here for a cozy time, you're in the right place. Hope you recover soon. Thank you. I hope I do too. I'm already so much better than I was like 2 days ago. It was so bad. Like, I don't know if you guys remember, but around this time last year, almost exactly at this time last year, it was also November, mid-November. Oh my god, it was exactly the same time last year. I also got horrifically sick. And then at the time I was like, maybe I've developed like really severe fall allergies, because it was like, it felt like I was having, I get spring allergies every year. It felt like it was my normal spring allergies, but then they got so bad that like my sinuses got infected. Like that's what it felt like. So I actually don't know what the situation is, but something's wrong with my sinuses. That's all I know. 1 a.m. for you, Bright Star. Good night. Good cozy time. My head does not agree with waking up at 6. Oh no, I'm sorry about the headache, but I hope it goes away before you go to bed tonight. The post-travel blah. Yeah, exactly. Karma, hello. Molly, am I reading that right? And Finn, welcome you all to the YouTube side also. YouTube side, especially members. Well, I guess Karma is the only member currently, but I tried a members first video preview. I dropped it yesterday. I don't know if any of you guys saw it. It doesn't seem to hit news feeds. Maybe if you have notifications on, you might see it. I don't even know what the members first like experience is. I just kind of dropped it and then I was like, we'll find out. So if you do or don't see it, can you please let me know what the experience is like for you? Sorry, my webcam's like not behaving the way I wanted to. British time zone. Wait, British time zone. Oh, because it's like 1 a.m. for y'all. Yeah, that makes sense. Anytime I go anywhere for a week and introduce all the other place germs, that happens. The thing is, like, my symptoms are literally beat for beat identical to my sinusitis issues last year in November. I went to the doctor. It was like so bad that it never got better. It was like the worst of it went away and then the worst of it happened again. Like it peaked in exactly the same way 2 weeks later. So for like 3 weeks back to back, I was just ridiculously sick. And then it kind of stabilized to like where I am right now, like this condition. I was just like this until March the next year. So like 4 months. So then in February, I went to the doctor and I was like, hey bro, my sinuses are not okay, like what's going on? And they like looked up my nose with a little light and they were like, yeah, that seems a little inflamed. And I was like, yeah, think? And they were like, yeah, well, you know, at 4 months we don't consider it chronic yet, so come back in 2 months. When it hits 6 months, then it becomes chronic. And I was just like, mother, fuck you. So of course, in typical ADHD fashion, I left and then didn't come back. But now it's been a year, so I should probably go back and be like, so it's been 12 months, and then the exact same thing happened to me as happened last year. So I think my fall allergies developing into extreme sinusitis might be like a real. With chronic sinusitis, it's usually triggered by something, and so in my case, it might actually just be year-round allergies. Like I might actually just be that unlucky. Would rather suffer than validate their stupid system. Exactly, you understand me. Anyway, I was nonstop traveling all of October. So early October, like first week of October, I went to LA. I already told you guys this a bunch of times, but it was like LA and then Banff, and then quickly back to back, it was Taiwan, 2 places in Taiwan, and then technically 4. Actually, it would have been Taipei, Sun Moon Lake, Alishan, Taichung, and then I flew from there to Shanghai, from Shanghai to Tokyo, from Tokyo back home. So I've just been nonstop on the go for a month. So I expected myself to get sick. I'm just like a little upset that it's exactly the same as like last year. That was a very stressful time. Anyway, Red Jade 18, I talked to you guys about this last stream. So if you're curious for tea details, we won't go into tea details as much this stream. It is all on the VOD from last time. So I'll answer any questions you guys have, I guess, that I haven't answered before already. Lady Magdalene, hello! Happy 29 months. Thank you for the resub. You just retrieved the postcard! With Zoro's paw prints. I hope you enjoyed my forgery. All right, shall we steep? I'm actually like very overdressed. Like it's very warm in this sweater right now. And if you see me sweating, it's 100% on purpose because I subscribe to the traditional Chinese medicine belief of like fucking sweat it out. So I've just been putting myself in a lot of sweaty situations in the past 4 days, desperately trying to get better. This is our first steep. I like to do a flash steep for the first one. It's just how I like it, but that's why the color is still quite, well, actually it looks darker on camera than it does in my hands. Through the light, it looks almost like amber-ish, like yellowy. Saturn, you're not so late. We just got started. Hello, welcome. Oh, Karma can't stay. I just realized. I misread their chat earlier. Okay, so last time, if y'all saw the VOD, we were just talking about the teas that I bought from Taiwan specifically. There were a lot. So we're not gonna talk about those this time. We're just gonna do like travel photos and videos, and I'll take you all along with me on the very long trip that I went on. Since you're pretty experienced with different types of tea, what do you think of tea bag tea with milk, since that's what we have in the UK, versus strained tea, more common in China and Asia? I mean, I pretty much exclusively drink like whole leaf teas. I think tea bag teas are like how do you put it? It's like American Chinese food or British Chinese food or like Indian Chinese food, right? Like they're not Chinese food. They're their own cuisine. And there are like things that are good about them and things that aren't so good about them, which is true of any cuisine. And it's just, I don't think you can consider them the same thing. Like they all, I guess, technically derive from the same plant, and that's not as much as you can say. Gotta drive, but you're all in my eardrums. All right, Saturn, thanks for putting us in your eardrums. Like a Keurig for tea, can you imagine? Did you guys watch that, oh my god, what's his name on YouTube, the coffee guy? He did the video like analyzing how Keurig machines were making the crema. It's like not real crema. They were like doing a weird spin. They like spin the pod really fast, and that's what caused, it's not like true pressure created crema. It's like spun, like whipped crema. Intamin, hello. Short form video introduced me to tea oranges recently, which is apparently yet another genre. Tea oranges? What are those? Hold on, now I'm curious. Tea oranges. Oh, like chenpi. Like the tiny, I didn't know those were called tea oranges. I take issue with the name. This is not accurate. They're not oranges. Okay, whatever. They're like, they're mandarins or they're tangerines. I guess people just call all of them oranges, to be fair. They're really small though. And generally speaking, most of them are used to disguise like lower quality tea leaves. Like the orange peel masks the less pleasant flavors of either cheaper leaves or more stale leaves. It's also popular with pu'er teas in particular because pu'ers have a really musty smell to them because of the extra, I don't know if you want to call it fermentation or oxidation, whatever. I mean, they like more or less literally mold. So some people don't like that kind of flavor. And so that's what the orange peel is meant to. I don't know if mask is doing it justice. I don't think it masks the flavor. I think it accompanies the flavor of the pu'er so that it's more palatable to people who are still learning to drink the pu'er tea. Because I had to learn to drink it through tangerine peel pu'ers. So, Chan skin? What? Surname? I want to like tea, but I can't. Please help. Drinking better. Wait, what do you mean I want to like tea? If you don't like tea, you can just not like tea. That's okay. What's your personal favorite type of tea and why? I don't have a favorite. I think tea. You talk to anyone who's like been a tea nerd for too long, and they won't be able to give you a straight answer to that question because the best tea is it's like a personality quiz. At different times of day, in different moods, in different times of your life, you're gonna get different answers. So for me, my standard tea structure, process, schedule, my usual tea pattern is in the morning, I'll wake up and I have like a greener tea. I don't drink that many green teas, to be honest. So it's usually like a high mountain oolong that's like on the greener side in the morning. And then I drink that until the afternoon. In the afternoon, I switch around lunchtime. I switch to usually something like this, a red/black tea, whatever you want to call it. Recently, in the last like 3 to 5 years, it's been a specific 正山小种. So lapsang sochong is, I think, the English transliteration. I like the ones that are not smoked, but it's traditionally smoked. And then either that or nowadays now I have so much Assam, Taiwanese Assam and Jade 18. I guess I'm gonna start drinking those instead in the afternoon. But basically switch to a red tea in the afternoon. And then in the evenings, if I still feel like I want a third tea, which is rare, I'll switch to a pu'er usually because they're the least caffeinated. Yeah. What's your favorite right now and why? I still can't answer that question unless you mean literally right now, in which case I'm craving the 正山小种, but I went for the Jade 18. Yeah. I tried green tea once, but it was so shockingly bitter compared to black. Green tea should not be bitter. Why was it bitter? Oh, well, I guess if you're drinking tea bags, they tend to be bitter. So that's possible. Either that or it was over. Tea should not be bitter. I think the fact that like people often think tea is bitter makes me really sad about the kinds of tea that they're drinking, but also I recognize that like I'm really pretentious when it comes to tea and not everyone has access to like the tea quality that I do. It was bag tea. I doubt it. Yeah. Tea bags have a tendency to, number one, be oversteeped. They take a lot less time to steep than you might expect. And number two, the tannins come out a lot more, which creates a sense of both bitterness and also like a chalky texture on your tongue. That tends to be why people who care a lot about their tea quality try to avoid tea bags. I still will go for, intentionally I'll go for tea, it's called fannings, it's like the tea powder. I'll intentionally reach for the powder if I'm trying to get a specific kind of an experience, but it's, yeah, in most cases if your tea is bitter, it's just been oversteeped. Maybe I should try it again. It may also just be the quality of that particular tea bag. I think if you try other kinds of tea or other kinds of tea bags, depending on what you're, like where you want your entry level to be, there's a lot of good options there. Yeah. Tea bags are just more convenient if you don't have a strainer or a teapot or something. Yeah, that, and also I think last time I was telling you guys, last year after my birthday trip to Shanghai, where we did a leg in Hangzhou for Dragon Well, I came back from the Dragon Well trip and I was showing you guys my red Dragon Well, and the farmers had given me their fannings, so the powders. And it was, so I would just like scoop the powders into my own home tea bags and then steep it in the tea bag. I was so good. It was so good that I am still like hoarding. I'm still hoarding the tea powder. I just can't. I can't bring myself to finish it. It's like not. Ugh. Curious about strain teas to teabag tea with dried leaves, but how to find fresh-ish leaves in my region. I mean, Finn, it's not even about fresh leaves. Like, you should only care about fresh leaves if it's green tea. That's the only case where freshness matters, is green tea, and arguably white teas. Yeah, white teas and green teas are the only ones where freshness matters. White teas even less, because aged white teas are the popular way to drink them. So TLDR, green teas are the only teas where you need to care about freshness anyway. Otherwise, it's just a question of like how whole is the leaf and were they stored properly in all the time that they've been stored. So stored properly just means in a dry, preferably dark, relatively well circulated, like air circulation place. I've been fine with tea bags my whole life, but I bought green tea as leaves, and man, I can't go back. Yeah. That's what leaves will do to you. I had a similar experience, but my conversion tea was the Iron Goddess of Mercy, Tie Guan Ying. The first time I had a whole leaf Tie Guan Ying, I was like, it's like a chorus of angels sang in my head. I still remember that day. TLDR, LA Mango, exactly. Dope name. Yeah, I mean, Tie Guan Ying is just, Guan Yin Pusa is just the goddess of mercy. It just like sounds really literally metal when you literally translate it into English. Been reading too many Korean novels and thought you meant the other kind of green tea for a sec. What? I don't read any Korean novels. What's the other kind of green tea in the context of Korean novels? What does it mean? It's our family's usual when you go Yamcha. Wait, what's your family's usual when you go Yamcha? Green tea? My family's is usually chrysanthemum, I think. Either chrysanthemum or pu'er when we go to Yingcha. They're harder to find over here because tea bags are more commonplace. Oh yeah, I think that's true through like the entire Western world. Yeah. Is that a euphemism? Yeah, it feels like Maybog it sounds like green tea is some kind of a euphemism. I'm just thinking like in Chinese when we say 绿茶婊, green tea bitch, like that's like a Chinese, not a euphemism, that's Chinese slang for, how do you explain 绿茶婊? A green tea bitch is, I don't know, it's always come across as like vaguely misogynist to me also, so I don't really want to explain it. Yeah, I guess two-faced isn't a bad way to explain green tea bitch. Yeah. Yeah, like a superficial, two-faced motherfucker. I've been driving home this whole time and I couldn't reply, but TIL tea bags give bitter tea. I'm such a tea nymph. They don't necessarily, right? Like the fannings that I use at home for my like construct your own tea bag situation does not create bitter tea, actually. So a lot of times like it's the quality of the leaf and its preparation process that dictates how steepable it is. And by steepable, I mean like how long, like in Chinese we would say 做杯时间, like the amount of time it can sit in the hot water and not be bitter. One way you can evaluate the quality of a tea leaf is just literally by oversteeping it and then seeing if it's bitter or not. That's it. So there was a guy, oh shit, I didn't get my high quality footage out for you guys. Whatever. Sorry. They're on these two memory cards and I just like haven't taken them out yet. But there was a guy, a tea farmer. I'll have some phone videos and photos for you, but a tea farmer we got to know really well. We spent all day with him in Sun Moon Lake. He owns a farm in Sun Moon Lake. He's like third generation tea farmer, and he literally, like, we got so caught up in yapping that he forgot about his tea that he was steeping for us. It was like the third tea we were steeping already, and it had sat there for probably 5 minutes, which is like way over steeped, especially because the ratios I'm talking are like this, right? Like it's like half the teapot is tea leaves, and then you just like the tea leaf to water ratio is like 1 to 2, maybe 1 to 3. So it's like severely oversteeped. And he poured it out and he literally just waters it down with, he just cuts it with water and he's like, it's fine. Like my leaves are high quality enough, it won't be bitter. And we were like, ayo, bet. We drink it, it's delicious. And my mom and I were just like, that's how you know they're good. That's how you know they're good. And so for a hot minute, I was like, did bro like forget about his tea on purpose to flex the quality of his leaves? But no, I'm pretty sure he like actually literally forgot. Refers to people who appear innocent and pure on the outside, but are actually calculating and cutting on the inside. Wait, Maybach, which does that mean that green tea bitch is a common term across Korean web novels and also the Chinese internet? I wonder which one came first. Tieguanyin is our family's usual. Yeah, we're also, oh, Tieguanyin is your Ying cha usual. Understood, got it. I don't know if I've ever thought to ask for a Tieguanyin when I go yumcha. Next time I'll ask. Usually I'm just like, I just sit down, I'm like, xiangpie, juhua cha. Like, it's just either jasmine tea or, actually, yeah, I usually sit down and I'm just like, xiangpie, and then I stop thinking about it. That means we usually do jasmine tea then for my family, because that's what I was trained to do. Okay, anyway, let me see. I set up jump scare. It's me. It's two of me. Okay. We're gonna go through some of these like pretty fast because we don't have to linger. But I did want to show you guys a lot of the photos that I took. So this is an area called, I can't even fucking remember a lot of the names of these spots. Oh, I think this one's called Rainbow Village, which I believe is near Taichung. Let me move my OBS windows around a little so I can still track that things are okay. Ying jump scare. Are you used to my face? Get ready for more of my face. Anyway, so it was like a whole village area. Let me see if I can show you. My mom took a lot of dumb photos of me. This is a video of her taking a photo of me on the ground, but this area was called Rainbow. Yeah, I think it's called Rainbow Village. And the story goes that, oh man, I wish I had a better, like, you can kind of see from these photos that it's a pretty large area. It's like a lot of different structures through like I would say like a quarter of a city block is how I would estimate the sort of surface area. The mianji, how do you do this? The square footage. And it's like, you can tell it has a lot of like really detailed paintings all over the village. And the origin story of this area is that for us, it was a stopping point on the way. We were driving from Taipei, and then at like fucking 5 a.m. We were driving from Taipei to like through Taichung into Riyuetan, which is Sun Moon Lake. And right on Dev, 漂亮, thank you. 欢迎, 欢迎. And so we hired a driver for like the 4 or 5 days that we were going to Sun Moon Lake and Alishan, because they're both areas that like, I mean, either you rent a car and you drive yourself or you hire a driver. And the nice thing about having a driver is that they're usually locals of the area, so they'll know all of the like ins and outs and the shortcuts, and they can sort of act as a stand-in tour guide also. So this guy took us to this spot as like an in-between stopping point on our way to Sun Moon Lake, because otherwise it's a really long fucking drive. And as you can see, actually, I think more from the ground, so maybe from this photo, it's like the almost pointillism style. These are the old paintings that were created by this one guy. Let me see if I have a photo of the plaque. I guess not. Maybe I didn't take one. But there was like a plaque explaining the history of this area. And basically like this one guy, I forget the full story, but basically he had a lot of time on his hands. He was like retired. And this one old guy went around just like painting every fucking surface in this area. And eventually it became like historical, like a preserved historical site. Unfortunately, just a few years ago, I think in 2022, a bunch of people came through, some not so great people came through and like vandalized a lot of the walls. And so you'll notice that a lot of these walls look like they come in a different, they're like painted in a different style. Like there's an anime girl behind me, and then this more like abstract animals situation in the wall next to me, right? These are all painted by local students that came in, and basically they covered up the walls that got vandalized, and also the walls that didn't get vandalized. They just like to protect a lot of the housing there, the walls rather, the paintings that were there from the original dude. And after they covered it up, they invited local students and artists to come and like paint over the coverings so that it would still have the original vibe while still preserving everything underneath it. Some of the walls got vandalized, most of them did not. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh my God. Yeah, that was the important part. Thank you, Canadian Frontierman, for reminding me. I was like, there's more to the story and I can't remember it right now. So in YouTube chat, if you missed it, at Twitch I can't see YouTube chat. It was this whole area was subsidized housing that the government was going to like basically rebuild. And then there was the guy who just like didn't want that to happen. And so this old, I'm pretty sure he was this old retired man, just started painting. Yep. And then because he painted so much of it and because it became this like notable cultural spot, shall we say, the community rallied to save it. And so the government didn't end up razing it and rebuilding it. And that's why you can tell that these houses don't look anything like the houses around it, because everything else around it got developed, but this one little area got preserved. He actually had painted, from what I remember of the story, he painted a lot of the other surrounding buildings also beyond what you just see in the remaining preserved area. This was all they managed to save. So the government did still come through and like rebuild a bunch of it. But yeah, that's the full story. Thank you, Canadian Frontierman, for reminding me of that. I appreciate it. But yeah, I just like really liked the vibes of this area. It really reminded me of, if anyone's been in like Kreuzberg, Berlin, for example, there's a squatters area there that has a lot of this vibe, right? It's like similarly older structures that got abandoned at some point, I think during the war, and then like squatters came in and like rebuilt the area, made their own community, declared a micronation, you know, like fuck you government, we do what we want kind of a vibe, like self-sovereignty. That's kind of the vibe that this place gives me. But at this point now, it's just kind of an open air museum. It's a cultural 打卡点 is what we would say in Chinese, which is literally translates to punch card spot. Which just means like a place where tourists come to punch in. Like, I came here. CCS, thank you for the resub. I appreciate it. Finally got to catch a stream. It's not that you missed any, it's that I've been out traveling and then out sick. So thank you for visiting. All right. So, I really enjoyed the paintings on the ground, especially because I think you could really tell that it was like that guy's style. Like his style really jumped out to me and I really enjoyed it. I loved this snail also. And then there was a guy there with this like paper mache Iron Man mask on, and he was doing calligraphy like cards for a lot of the kids that were coming by. They would like stop and he would like write a thing and then stamp it with his little seal and then just hand it out to the kids that were going by. A lot of the kids would like get a selfie with Iron Man. So this is, I actually cannot fucking 一定要相信自己, I think. It's like a motivational thing on it. Let me see if I can zoom in. It's not letting me zoom in. How do I zoom in? Okay, whatever. Oh, Turning Butter, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. I hate ads. I'm sorry that I forced you into this. Or rather, Twitch forced you into this. What does it say? 因为这世一定要相信自己，因为这世界只有一个你，加油. Oh, I can actually hella read it. I really like the calligraphy. So it translates to, you have to believe in yourself because in this world, there's only one you. Good luck. It's really cute. And then it's signed and dated, and he has a little, or rather than signed, he used his chaojang, his stamp seal thing. And then this is just the date on the right. So I don't know. He stopped me to give this to me. He was like, "Hey, 送你一个." I have a gift for you, and then just handed it to me. It was really cute. I'm so jealous you can read this. How well did you do with reading their writing system? What, you mean like traditional? I don't read traditional very well at all, actually. Benny Bon Bon, happy 39 months. Thank you for the resub. Wait, did I think? Oh no, I got everyone. Magdalene, CCS, Turning Butter, Benny Bon Bon. Yes, okay, perfect. Anyway, let's talk Taiwanese street food. So they were selling this all over the streets also, but we chose to sit down. There was oh my God, what was this? It was like a famous, I wish I wrote all the names down better. Maybe I did, maybe on like, I use swarm check-ins. Let me see if I checked into any of these spots. My timeline, if I scroll back to, 看一下哦, 日月 Itatao Village. I think that was that this? Hold on. No, that's later. Costco food court, I've gone too far. Okay, that was Rainbow Village. And then, oh, this is called, it was Lugang Old Street. So In English, it's spelled like Lukang, Old Street. So it looks like Lukang Old Street. It's just an old street where, let me see if I have any photos of it. Yeah, this area. And it's not just one street, it's like a whole like maze of little alleyways and food stalls and like little souvenir shops, and it's just crazy. It was like a crazy hubbub of a place. And I thought this photo was really fucking funny because it looks like my mom ate everything herself and then is finishing off the bowl of soup over there. I just love how incriminating this photo is. But as you can tell from the 3 bowls surrounding her, there were 3 of us. It was my mom, myself, and her friend. But those things over here, these things are like tiny prawns. You eat them, they're like fried, shells and all, with, it was like a jiaoyan kind of flavor. It was like a pepper salt, and then like a deep fried, but also flash fried like basil sprig on top. So it tasted really like herby and crunchy, and I'm not really a seafood guy, but I quite liked this. Like, in many ways, it felt like eating bugs. But it was also very tasty. Are food pets a thing? What, my little Sapporo pet? I mean, I guess. And then on the right is Kongxingcai, which is, we just needed some vegetables. Kongxingcai. What's Kongxingcai called in English, actually? Kongxingcai. Water spinach. Kongxingcai is water spinach. I just need vegetables. I'm a veggie whore. And then this thing in the back, it's the hardest one to see. I wish I'd gotten a close-up photo of it. But it was probably the most, 就是最被推荐的, I like get back from 2 weeks in East Asia and I forget how to fucking speak English. The most recommended, that feels correct. The most recommended street food dish from this area that we were told to eat. And they're these like, a lot of the street foods are like oyster based or clam based. I think they're clams, not oysters. And they take the clams out of their shells and stir fry them into this like gooey, starchy, pancake-like thing. Like, imagine it's a pancake in shape, but it doesn't hold up. If you try to pick it up, you take your chopsticks and you like cut into it and make a little, I should have gotten a video of this. I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry, it's very hard to explain. But it's like a really, really, really seafoody, starchy, and then that like brown sauce on top is this like, it's like salty, sour, and sweet all at the same time, which is a really common Taiwanese flavor profile. Pai Hung, thank you for the follow, welcome. Okay, yeah, but it's like a gelatinous texture. And then this soup was actually my favorite thing on the table, which like is very hard to explain because if you look at it, it looks like just a clear broth, which is exactly what it was. It was a clear fucking broth, but it was so infused with the flavor of, you know, in Chinese we say there's a like a xinwei, like an unpleasant kind of seafoodiness that a lot of seafood has. It like has all of the positive flavors of the ocean and none of that like negative fishiness. It tasted like the ocean, but in a really good way. It was like the single most savory thing on the table, which is crazy to say about a thing with broth as clear as that. Like, that looks like water. Yes, it has a bunch of ginger in it. So if you see these little jiangsi at the bottom, these are ginger, like julienne ginger strips at the bottom. It was like, that was basically, it was literally clams and ginger. And like so much flavor. It was packed with flavor. It was crazy. Okay, anyway, some photos from the old street. This was actually inside a Siheyuan, like a courtyard of an old, I guess, house, like a rich merchant's house where there's like a courtyard, and then it's called a Siheyuan because it has 4 sides around the courtyard, and each of the sides is like its own room or building. And so I'm in the middle of that structure, and behind me is actually a pachinko parlor. So you see these like stands over here, they look like pinball machines at first, and you go closer and you're like, oh, that's fucking pachinko. And then next to the pachinko machines, or this is an actual pinball machine, but this one, can you see what these are? If I don't zoom in, I will zoom in actually. Those are fucking, it's a claw machine. And I'm pretty sure those are our fake cockroaches. Like, I was like, why are they selling fake cockroaches in the fucking claw machine? This is ridiculous. No, I thought they were crabs at first too, and then I looked closer and I was like, those are massive, like, I'm pretty sure those are cockroaches, right? I don't know. I was just shocked. So I had to take a photo. I was like, I have to scare chat with this later. I was like, never seen that in my life. Welcome to chat. Water bugs? Are they water bugs? Are they not cockroaches? They look like fucking cockroaches. No, I would believe water bug. Are those life size though? Water bugs are smaller, right? Did I get one? No, absolutely not. These are the pachinko things. So you can see they have like a little plastic tab thing, and then the silver, like the metal balls come down through this chute, and then they use their silver bar thing to like flick the ball up and then go and land somewhere. And like that, you just see everybody like sitting there doing this flicking motion with their wrist. It was really cute. They had these old-timey water pumps all over these streets, everywhere we were going. Oh, and this is a different courtyard from this is like a, I think this is like a rich merchant's house, question mark? Or an official, like a government official. But like some big wig's house that they preserved. Or no, this was the Merchants Guild? Anyways, it's one of the preserved architecture places around Lukang Old Street, and we actually ran into a school field trip while we were there, so that's why everybody's just kind of sitting around listening to this guy talk, because it was like an elementary school field trip. So I also sat there and just like listened to him talk for a while. Not that I could tell you what the hell he was talking about. I don't remember anymore. This was like a cool temple that I saw where it's actually really interesting because they preserved the structures, I thought, really well while still letting the wood kind of weather naturally. And so a lot of the beautiful detail painting work is still visible, but definitely not at its original state. But I just thought it was really impressive, like the specific way that they preserved it. I liked that they didn't try to repaint everything. I liked that it was naturally weathered, but still preserved well enough that you could see the designs. And this particular temple had just a lot of beautiful detailing. This is from the same temple. And then we finally made it to Sun Moon Lake, so that's what this is. He has the vest of authority. You must sit and listen, exactly. Why not try to restore it so you can see the artist's original vision when it was made? So that's how the restoration is usually done in like mainland China, right? And I think that's why that's the kind of preservation I'm more used to seeing. But these were like preserved enough that I feel like you could still very much see the original artist's intention. Like they aren't so weathered that you're losing detail. All the detail's still there. It's just that like the natural texture of the wood is also coming through. Like the parts where there's huge stretches of like a solid paint are weathering away. But as far as like the calligraphy goes, the ink paintings, you can pretty much still see all of it. Yeah, I like that it has a natural sense of age to it. It doesn't feel phony to me. Yeah, but I think that's just like depending on whoever's running the preservation, what their personal preferences are. Yeah, exactly, like a fleeting beauty to it. This was our, it's called a mingsu, but in English would be like a bed and breakfast or a hostel, whatever you want to, I don't super know how to translate mingsu. But we were staying at, let's just call it a hostel. We were staying at a hostel. This is Sun Moon Lake proper, like this water right here. This is like a little dock area that our hostel was right up against the water for. Yeah, like a bed and breakfast, there you go. And we specifically booked this one because it's the only hostel we could find that was like literally on the water of Sun Moon Lake. There are a lot of other more famous hotels that we were recommended to stay at, but number one, they were really expensive. And number two, they were more like, you get a majestic view of the entirety of the lake because it's like a tall tower on top of a hill next to the lake. Does that make sense? This was like constructed on a dock over the fucking lake. And so we wanted that like proximity to the water. So that's what we ended up going for. This was the old street so there's a few, I think it's like 3 major docks around Sun Moon Lake. And for those of you who are curious, by the way, here, let me see if I can find a good like image for you guys. But it's called Sun Moon Lake because way back in the day, there were 2 lakes next to each other. They were 2 separate lakes, and I don't know if there's any, I don't know, there are probably no photos of like the way it roughly would have used to look, but just imagine in your head like two bodies of water next to each other. One is like vaguely crescent shaped and the other is like circular. And so they called it Sun Moon Lake, or I think when the Japanese colonized Taiwan, because the town near the lake is still called Hizuki Machi, or the street, I guess, Machi. Yeah. And Hizuki is just the Japanese reading of Ruyue, right? So it's the same characters, but you read it either in Chinese or in Japanese. And so it's either Ruyue Tan or Hizuki, whatever they want. Ko? Hizuki Ko? Would that work? Can you say that? I don't know. Anyway, over time, the water levels changed. And as the water level rose, it like submerged the area that divided the two lakes. And so Sun Moon Lake is now one lake. It's not like two bodies of water that look like a sun and a moon anymore. It's like converged into this one like kind of amorphous entity. So a lot of people are like, why is it called Sun Moon Lake? And it's like, well, because it used to be two lakes. Now it's one. But it is called Sun Moon Lake still to this day. But yeah. The lake is super hot during the day. Yeah, I was pretty shocked. Because when I was packing, to be fair, I was packing for Sun Moon Lake and Alishan, which are two very different climates. And then for Shanghai and Tokyo, which were also kind of different. Well, those are closer to each other, but I had to pack for much weather. And I just didn't anticipate how tropical Taiwan was. I've only been to Taiwan once before this trip. And it was like a really quick 2-day stopover on our way to Osaka last year. And that was in the summer. So naturally you do expect Taiwan to be very hot in the summer. That was like very expected. I did not expect that in late October, it would still be, I don't know, like it felt like Singapore. I didn't know that. I looked at the weather and it was like, 22 degrees Celsius. You know, I'm like, oh, that's pretty chilly. Like 22 degrees, I'm good. I'll be fine. And then it turns out when it's like really humid, 22 degrees feels a lot warmer. I just didn't anticipate. Anyway, there's like 3 main docks around Sun Moon Lake and we stayed at Ito dock. So this is Ito Old Town. There are a lot of indigenous, can you call them tribes? I don't even know, indigenous groups around Taiwan. In the Sun Moon Lake area, I think it's the Shaozu. Is that right? And so a lot of the local cuisine in the Sun Moon Lake area is actually local indigenous cuisine. So we ended up, when you were in Taiwan, do you speak Mandarin or Hokkien there? It really depends. Like I just said about the indigenous groups, they all also have their own languages. And so in my experience, like there were different dialects. It was like being in mainland China in the sense that like every area had its own kind of predominant dialect and then everybody used Mandarin as like a lingua franca. I don't know Hokkien, so I spoke Mandarin. Hilariously, English works really well in Taiwan. Like a lot of people in Taiwan know English pretty decently. It's kind of like being in Europe and just like almost everywhere you can find someone who's pretty decent at English. So if you're really stuck, like somebody can help you out usually. In Taiwan, I didn't usually have to use English, but I noticed that the English speaking travelers around me, and there were a lot of people who you could tell like predominantly were speaking English. They were doing fine. It was like a very Western traveler friendly area, Sun Moon Lake. Alishan, not as much until you get into the actual park area. We were out in the tea fields and that was like less English friendly, I would say. But in my experience, pretty much everywhere in Taiwan, I think again, it's like the mainland where if you spoke the local dialect, whether that's Hokkien or like some other Mingsu dialect, you'll be treated better. Like in Shanghai, if you speak Shanghainese to the Shanghainese people, they'll treat you better. But if you speak Mandarin, you might get a few dirty looks, but that's okay. I think the interesting, I think I brought this up in the last stream also, it was the interesting experience I had was that speaking Mandarin didn't get me dirty looks. We got, the 3 of us, so my mom, her friend, and me, we all speak very like mainlander accented Mandarin. So we got curious looks because a lot of people, so currently, Taiwan doesn't allow mainlanders to just show up in Taiwan. To get into Taiwan, you have to take a pretty circuitous route, usually like through Hong Kong, or like Alman. So it's really rare that they get mainlanders in Taiwan nowadays, in the recent political climate, shall we say. That's a landmine that we will be circumnavigating at a, like, with gratuitous distance. Macau. Yeah, there's some spicy geopolitics between mainland China and Taiwan, shall we say. Obviously. I have my opinions on the matter that will not be stated. You can probably guess what my opinions are given my tendencies. I think you guys all know where I stand. You guys can probably all guess where I stand based on certain comments I've made about the CCP in many years where I can't be too explicit, but you know what I mean. Anyway, long story short, it's pretty rare to find mainlanders in Taiwan. And so where I'm used to getting the reaction, especially traveling in China, in mainland China when I'm traveling, a lot of people will find out, because I speak, like, my accent in Mandarin Chinese is very standard. You can't tell I'm not from there. So usually they'll be like, oh, like, where'd you travel in from? And I'll be like, California. And they'll be like, the fuck? So I get a lot of like, what the fuck? You're from so far away when I say California. In Taiwan, saying California didn't get me much of a reaction. But when my mom and her friend were like, oh, we came in from Shanghai, everybody was like, what? All the way from Shanghai? Which I just thought was really funny. Like, I found that incredibly amusing. They like, and to be fair, were very welcoming. They were like, oh my God, that's so exciting. We don't get many mainlanders here. That's really awesome. Like, can I ask you more questions? And then we would just like get into like a whole conversation about just, and interestingly, like global geopolitics came up a lot. But I noticed that, and my mom also has her own opinions about the situation, which actually differ from mine. We've had some minor spats, but she has her opinions. I think many mainlanders have a certain opinion that I won't state out loud. But I noticed that she and her friend, both mainlanders, they would take great pains to use wording that was Taiwan first while they were in Taiwan, which I thought was tactful of them. Do you see me like carefully tiptoeing around this situation? Yeah, so we actually, most Taiwanese people haven't really visited the mainland that much. Like, it's not that common, but we did meet, oh, I have photos and videos of this later, but we did meet a group of older Taiwanese people who had been to the mainland a bunch and like still do. We connected to them on WeChat. Like, that's how often they go to the mainland. So for those of you not in the know, we use WeChat in China, and like in mainland China, we use WeChat, and then in Taiwan, they use Line, the same app that is commonly used in Japan. So we actually got stuck in a lot. So Taiwan is still very cash friendly, but we got stuck because we couldn't use Line Pay in a lot of places where we like didn't have cash and we didn't want to go get cash. They'd be like, oh, well, we take Line Pay, and we'd be like, fuck. Because Line Pay only allows, I think, to use it in Taiwan, you have to have a Taiwanese phone number attached to your Line account. I just don't have one of those. So Pai Hung, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate it. Congrats to Living Dead Weeb. WeChat is the typical for the mainland. QQ is more for casual children there. Yeah, QQ isn't really that common in my experience anymore either. Like, it's pretty much just WeChat all the way nowadays. I still have my QQ. Is Ren Ren still around? Do we have any mainlanders in chat right now? Anyway, that was the pre-WeChat Facebook like. Anyway, I've been on this image for ages and I haven't explained to you guys what it is yet. So these are called Bing Lang. Am I saying that right? Bing Lang Hua. There are these really tall palm trees. They're called Areca palms. A-R-E-C-A, Areca palms. I looked up how to say it in English. Really skinny, tall, straight palms. And at the very top, they make little flowers. and you can take a big, like a stick with a razor on the end of it and like cut the flowers off. And that's what these spindly white things are over here. These are flowers from the areca palm. And here it's made into a salad. And this is, I was talking like 3 topics ago, the Shaozu, am I saying that right? The local indigenous group in the Sun Moon Lake area. This is one of their indigenous dishes because the areca palm is native to the area, and they've like, as long as their tribe can remember, have been eating them in various forms, including in a salad. So I really, really liked this. Oh, Ren Ren is dead. That's sad. Oh, Pai Hung, thank you. Hope you visit again also. Glad you had fun. They get transplanted to South Florida a lot because palms. Wait, South Florida has areca palms? Rython, thank you for putting the Chinese and English name in chat. Oh, I'll drop it for... I'm just gonna copy paste Rython's post in YouTube chat also, if anyone YouTube side wants to go search. This is my mom photobombing my photo, but I think we low-key got tourist trapped at this spot, but we were just hungry and everything was closing. Everything closes so early. Everything in Sun Moon Lake closed at like 7:30 p.m. and we got there at like 6:30 p.m. and we were like, fuck, we need to get dinner before everything closes. So we just went to the first place that like had an opening for us. A lot of them had waiting lists, and we got off this waiting list first, so we were like, fuck yeah, let's go. Afterwards I was like, I think we got scammed, guys, but it's fine. The food was good. It was just a little bit like unnecessary in presentation. So this is a lot like various indigenous foods from that tribe, the Shaozu, if I'm saying it right. And my favorite was actually, this is I think this is a jiaobai, which is what is jiaobai in English? Is it like a bamboo shoot? It's like kind of like a bamboo shoot, and then they put cheese on it. I think some kind of a cream cheese, and then it was like you can tell it's been like blasted by a blowtorch. So this like browning bit over here. And then you just like, you peel off the outer like harder layers, and then you eat the tender inside shoot layers. And then these are bamboo rice. So it's like hollowed out bamboo tubes, and then you put sticky rice in it. And usually the sticky rice is like mixed with a lot of other things like mushroom bits and stuff like that to give it umami. And then this was probably my favorite. They made this really well. It picked up the flavor of the bamboo without it being overpowering. This green thing, I think I'll have more photos of it to show you guys later. This, you can't really tell from here because it's not close. These are fiddlehead ferns. I think I mentioned this in the last stream also, but we ate so many of these, and this is another Shaozu dish. Like another local indigenous. It's a fern that grows at the base of the areca palms where there's a lot of moisture and humidity. In Chinese, it was 过猫菜. Manchurian wild rice. What the cat and the fiddle, exactly, South America. Oh, I took this screenshot because I just wanted to show you guys how lit Pikmin Bloom was around the lake. This is a campsite that I was at. So this whole area, you see these like little lines here. This is where the cars can drive in, and then each of the patches in between is divided up into like a dozen campsites. And then you just like book them probably online, and you just show up. Like you just drive in through this entry point. There's another one over here. And there were like a whole bunch of campsites. And we accidentally wandered in. We were taking this footpath around the lake after dinner because we were full and we wanted to walk it off, and then like ended up in this campsite. And then we were like, it feels like we're not supposed to be here. But we're walking through trying to find an exit. And then we got to the other side, and it had a sign that was like, no trespassing if you don't have a campsite booking. And we were like, fuck! So it was so lit. I don't know if you're familiar with like, I don't know what everyone's experiences are with campsites, but in the US at least, campsites are really sparse. Like if you go to a place like this, it'll be like maybe 2 people per very large plot. They had it fucking packed to the gills. Like every single tiny, like imagine this little area and it's divvied up into like 12 spaces, and every single space is like fully occupied with like someone's camper van and like a canopy, and they got like a campfire and a grill going and like 3 kids running around. Like every single spot. And then there was a row of them. Oh, I wonder if I have a photo. There was a row of them right against the water, like right around here somewhere. And you could tell they had coordinated, like they had booked like 6 slots side by side, and they were all family friends probably. And they had it was Halloween. It was like almost Halloween. So they had like the last weekend before Halloween or something. They had decorated each of their camp spots with every single one of them had a different Halloween decoration theme, and all the adults and the kids were running around in like costumes. And they were like grilling shit up, and I was just like, this is the life. You guys are living the life. This is so fun. Like someday I want to go book 7 campsites with my friends, and then each of us has a different decoration theme, and then we all dress up in like different costumes. I just think it's so cute. Like this is truly what community should be like. Yeah, and he's like, I don't leave for dinner until 7:30. Pigment bloom, then shit. Some North American RV places are more, yeah, that's true. RV camping is more like this. That's a good point. Yeah, I do like RV campsites though, because I think the sense of community is tighter. It depends on if you want the sense of like lonely solitude in the wilderness or like tight community in nature. They're different vibes, but I think they're all fun. US infrastructure is too fucking stupid and sparse for camping. I mean, yeah, to be fair, booking campsites in the US can often be hell. This is a common experience for sure. That's why I don't camp that often. Oh my god, is your name pronounced Bitchcraft? That's a lit fucking username. Welcome, Bitchcraft. Good, how are you? Riding for Shogun. Boop's nose. Boop. Thank you for the resub. Happy 4 months. Let's look at the lake. This was me. I was jet lagged as fuck. This is my first morning in Taiwan. I was jet lagged as fuck, super tired, landed 5 a.m. the previous day. Thankfully slept pretty well on the plane. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. and I went on a run around the lake, like those fucking, like those annoying CEO types who write books that are like, I wake up at 4 a.m. every day and I dunk my face in Saratoga water and read 3 books before 7 a.m. and hit the gym and get a pump going. And that's what I felt like going on a jog around Sun Moon Lake. Turns out they have a really beautiful like footpath around the lake, and there's actually a marathon going on, I think the day after this, the day that we were leaving, because the circumference of the lake is like almost perfectly a marathon distance. So BICTH, and in that order. This stream is going to be informative for me because I'm going to have a trip for Taiwan and Shanghai soon. Oh, well, Akui, I don't think the places I'm going in Taiwan are that helpful. Because I'm a tea freak and I was very tea focused in my destinations. And Shanghai, I go like a local, so I'm not really hitting tourist spots. But I have been meaning to make a Shanghai recommendation map somehow. I usually make a Google My Map when I give people recommendations. I don't think I can do that for Shanghai because Google Maps doesn't work there. I might just make a list. But yeah. Anyway, I know the water is so beautiful, but these are just photos from my run. Me at 6 a.m. by the time I took this photo. I'd run half an hour out. Oh my god. So I didn't know these frogs. So the story with these, okay, I'm running. And then I see a group of like 4, I'm pretty sure they were Indian men, 4 Indian men standing around, and they're kind of like looking expectantly at me as I'm running towards them. They're like far away, and the whole time I'm running, they're kind of just like looking at me like this. And so I slow down when I get to them, and I can tell that like 3 of them are posed for a photo and the 4th one's just kind of like uncertainly holding the camera. And I was like, would you like me to take a photo for you? And they like let out like a visible sigh of relief when I speak English to them. And they're just like, oh my god, yes, please. I take the camera off them, and the 4 of them, they walk to the, it's like a walkway with banisters on either side and the lakes on either side of us, right? They go and they stand like this. Like, all 4 of them are posed like this. Like, it's like a prom photo. And you can tell they're like being silly on purpose. Like they're posing like dumb on purpose because they're all making like like dumb fucking faces. I just started fucking laughing. And then they were like, oh, okay, pose number 2. And then they like did another dumb pose, and I took another dumb pose for them. And then after I took the photo, I handed their phone back. They were like, do you know where the frogs are? And I'm like, what the fuck, frogs? And I remember last night on that night street that I was showing you guys earlier, there was a really fucking long line all the way down the street. Oh, Rin, hello, what's up? Welcome, good to have you all. They should have got a photo with you. I should have asked them for a selfie, honestly. They were so cute. I really, really enjoyed the 2 minutes I had with them. Welcome, Rain Raiders. What were you all up to? Let me do a shout out. I was in the middle of a story about these 4 hilarious Indian men I literally ran into. Let me do a shout out for Rin. Excuse me. Oh, you're playing Genshin Impact. All right. I hope you had a good time. What were you guys doing in Genshin nowadays? You were playing the game. What? Why is it in quotes like that? Your first time playing Genshin. Certainly. Where was I in the story? Oh, thank you for the raid. If you need to rest, please do. I always forget to like do the raid message stuff, but it's whatever. We're just doing travel stories from Taiwan and Shanghai and Tokyo now. So we're still at Sun Moon Lake. This is only the first leg. This is gonna be a long fucking stream. I'm a yapper. We knew that though. I hope you had a good stream, Rin, playing Genshin for the first time. Anyway, you'll lurk around. Yes, of course. Please go rest, Rin. Don't lurk. Just sign off. Go sleep. Anyway, Turning Butter, thank you. They were like, do you know where the frogs are? And I was like, what the fuck frogs? And then I remember there was a long fucking line I saw back at the dock, which was 30 minutes away that I just run from. And they were all lining up for, it was like a skewer. And on it were like a bunch of these like, it looked like frogs made from pancake batter. And it was like a stack of 9 of them on like a long skewer. And that's what people were in line for. I took one look at it and I was just like, this is some tourist trap bullshit. I'm not having that. Why frogs though? And then I left, you know, that was last night. And then this morning they're like, where are the frogs? And I was like, the frogs. Oh, you mean the food? Like the skewers? Oh, they're back that way, like half an hour. And they look at me and they were like, food? No, the statue. And I was like, the statue? And then one of them hands me his phone. His Google Maps open, he like zooms in on the pin, and literally it's literally right next to us. Like if you can read a map, you can tell where these frogs are. I just kind of look at it, I look at him, and I like point literally like 200 yards away to where the map pin says it is, and I'm like, the map says it's over there. Like that's the direction I'm running in, so I keep running. So I'm ahead of them a little bit. But it turns out it was just this stack of frogs. So I didn't know this, and I was right to call it a tourist trap in my opinion. But this stack of frogs, there's 9 of them. And it was created like, I don't know when, like a long time ago to sort of denote the current water level of Sun Moon Lake. You can count that there are like 6 or 5.5 roughly frogs visible. So underneath this one, in this like swampy muddy area, underneath that there's another 3 frogs, and this stack of 9 frogs is why they had a bunch of like frog related tourist trap stuff back at the dock, because I was like, why a stack of 9 pancake frogs? Like it makes no sense, but it's because of this thing. But I don't know, I think it's a very delightful way to measure water level, and I think that's probably why it became kind of a local attraction, like a roadside attraction level, local attraction. I know the one frog with its leg out is my favorite. I give this take 5.6 out of 9 frogs. Yeah, instead of the metric system, we use frogs here. Exactly. Back in the day, you could see all 9. Well, so if you can see all 9, that means you're in a really, 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 really dire situation, because the water level of the lake is like really fucking low. So you don't want to see all 9. That would mean you're seeing like the lake bed, which is not a good thing. That means extreme drought. You do not want to see 9 frogs. So whenever I like got back from this run and I told people I saw the frogs, and everyone was like, oh, how many frogs were visible today? And I was like, I didn't count. Like, I don't know what it means. But now I understand why everybody was like, how many frogs were there? But yeah, I think there's like photos of what all 9 of them look like, but this was as many as I could see. Look at this. Isn't this beautiful? Anyways, it was like really fucking humid and actually kind of miserable during the run, but I made it back. I had our bed and breakfast sure did come with a breakfast, and it was like right up against the water, which was very pleasant. My mom snuck this photo of me having breakfast, so you can get a sense of like, we're literally like on a dock over the water. It was a very beautiful, secluded spot also, because it was like on the edge of the port area that the rest of the town was like a block away. So how many frogs does it take to get to the center of the lake? Okay. I've mentioned multiple times that we got to know a tea farmer really well. So this is his like row of teas that he tasted with us. I think we drank every single one of these. We did a full tasting. The most interesting was actually, so these are all red teas, or in English we would call them black teas, but I call them red teas because that's what we say in Chinese. And from left to right, I think I explained this a little last stream also, but let me just quickly go over it again for anyone who missed it last stream. We'll ignore this one for now. We'll get to it. This, it says shan cha, which literally translates to mountain tea. Do I have it on me? Oh, it's across the room over there. I'm not gonna grab it. Sorry, you can see it here. It has a really vague name like mountain tea because it's literally like essentially wild, native cultivated Taiwanese mountain tea. Like just what we would in mainland China we would call this ye cha, like wild tea. That's essentially what this is. It's complicated. You'd have to go into like genealogy to discuss it in more detail. Long story short, these are the localized tea trees of Taiwan. So this is like the most, I would argue, the most Taiwanese localized tea of the bunch. Oceanic Pears, thank you for the raid. Welcome. Let me do a shout out real quick. Good to see you. What were you streaming? Hope you had a good time. Infinity Nikki! Welcome, welcome. I like how Steph Erica was like Raidens. Hope you had a good stream. We're in the middle of explaining some of the teas I tried at Sun Moon Lake as part of, we're just doing travel story time today. So I'm also quite sick, as you can probably hear from my voice. I'm still recovering. I'm in day 4 of my recovery, day 5 of my recovery. So energy levels in general are a little lower today, and I'm a little huskier than usual. So if you're here for a chill time, you're at the right stream. Good to meet you all. Hello. I used my little gongfu set and compared the oolongs. You were streaming a tea party before a Nikki sesh. Wait, you were comparing the oolongs? I have to go watch the VOD. Can we get the like main takeaways? What did you think of the oolongs? Hatamisu, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm just a little phlegmy at this point. Like I think it's just residual postnasal drip that you're hearing. Oh, I want to know what the differences were. So, for the rest of chat, if you're not on our Discord, Pears in our Discord tea channel was saying that they had bought, was it 2 different kinds, or 3? Two different kinds of Wuyi Yancha, which are Wuyi rock teas, I think is how they're usually called in English. And usually when I drink those, they all taste kind of the same to me. I can't taste the difference, but I've just been really curious if Pears can taste the difference. I certainly cannot. Thank you for the well wishes. I appreciate it. Stuck around for this frog story. Must sleep now. I'll try out steeping some tea properly tomorrow. All right, Finn. Good luck to you. Good night. Thanks for sticking around. All right. I'll keep talking in the meantime. So this is basically the Taiwanese wild tea. Let's just call it that, or mountain tea is the literal translation. This is Hongyu, so this is what I'm steeping right now. It's actually literally identical. This tea that I'm holding right now is the exact same tea as this one that I'm pointing at here. Hongyu literally just means red jade, and this is the famous Taiwan number 18. They have numbers because Taiwan has a tea society that like labels a lot of the hybrids that they cultivate, and so this was a this was a specific TTES is the like name of the society that like labels these things. It's called Ruby Black Tea. It was a government strategy to get Taiwanese tea on the map. They like selected this one and then decided to promote it everywhere. And I think they subsidized farmers like growing it and stuff. So that's why this is like the black/red tea of Sun Moon Lake. Like everybody there grows it. And that's what I'm drinking today. Also, this one. The Chanel number 5 of tea. I feel like the Chanel number 5 of tea is the Fenghuang Dancong though. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like known for its aggressive and iconic fragrance, but also pricey and kind of a status symbol. I feel like the Phoenix Dancong is the Chanel number 5. Anyways, this one is just it's just the tea of the area, and it's like manufactured, so we say. It's like manufactured in every way possible. It was a hybrid that was specifically cultivated out of a blend of Assam. So that's this one. This is the Assam number 22, which is also kind of a localized-ish version of the normal Assam cultivar, but grown in Taiwan. They crossed this with this tea. So these two put together made this baby over here. And this is number 18 now. That's the famous tea that is like exclusively only, developed and available from, it's only number 18 if it was grown in Sun Moon Lake with this specific like genetic makeup. Okay, what's Pear saying? Horse meat was like a bakery or returning sweetness vibe. I got the sweetness, didn't know how they got the bakery bit. Interesting, like a starchiness maybe? The other oolong I got was way more nutty than horse meat, which was nice. Ooh, one of them was a 肉桂. Oh no, was a 马肉. And then the other was a... What was your other one? 马肉 was one of them, and is the other one 大红袍? Is that the nuttier one? I would never describe 大红袍 as nutty. That's very interesting. I wonder how that happened. Number 18 has its own mystique, but imagine if they named these cultivars like people named chili peppers. I feel like number 18 is... Wait, hold on. People named chili peppers? The Carolina Reaper. You're right. 高山水仙. Oh, it was a 水仙. Would I call it 水仙 nutty though? 水仙has always only ever been like floral grassy to me. Chestnutty, that's interesting. Carolina Reaper? I do think the way we name peppers would have gone pretty hard for teas also, but instead they were like number 18. Just give it a number and move on. Well, to be fair, it's ruby black, number 18. Okay, so anyway, this one and this one make this one as a baby. Number 3 over here, this is Hongyun. Hongyun is a cross between... This is also one of the parents. The other one is Qihong, which is... I forget what region of China it's from, but it's another like cultivar popularly used for red/black teas. Anyways, those crossed together make this. It has a really like herbaceous, almost medicinal flavor to it, which is what the other parent, that's not this one, is actually really known for. So we decided of all of these teas, we bought all of them except this one because my mom has a lot of one of its parent teas. It's pretty expensive actually. My mom has a bunch of those. Baby, hello. We have so many raiders today. What's going on? Hold on, let me do another shout out. Oh, Digimon Story Time Stranger. I've never heard of this game. That sounds really fun. BB, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for raiding in. I don't know if I thanked Pears earlier properly. Thank you also for the raid. Thank you all for the raids. We've had 3 raids in close succession just now. I don't know what's going on. It's only 6 p.m. What's going on, everybody? But it's good to have you. I hope you had a good stream. If you need to go rest, please do. That's to both of you, to both BB and Pears. We're doing travel story time, so today's very chill vibe in stream because I'm fucking sick, as you can hear in my voice. Very stuffy. But I'm drinking, this tea that I'm drinking right now is this one right here, the Ruby Black Tea, number 18. We're all here for the tea, sis. Literal tea. Okay, so that's this one. I actually really liked this tea, but my mom insisted that we not buy it because, well, she didn't insist. She was strongly of the opinion that we shouldn't buy it because she has the Qihong at home and she felt like the Qihong and the Hongyun tasted really similar to her. So she was just like, we're good. I'll just take some of my Qihong when we get home. And I was like, all right, I'm convinced. And then this is the Assam number 8. Number 8? I got the number wrong earlier. Yeah, number 8. I think I said 22 earlier. Wait, then which one's the 22? I bought a number 22. Is it this one? It might be this one. They like to number their teas in Taiwan. Well, in the mainland also for certain teas. Anyways, this is it's the same Assam that you're thinking of from like South Asia, but this one is the specific like version of it that's cultivated in Taiwan. So it's the Taiwanese Assam, which is why it's labeled number 8 specifically. Like that's how they documented it and indexed it. And it's used also for a lot of like hybrids that they breed in Taiwan. So I did buy this one because I thought it was really, I like having all kinds of Assam teas. from different parts of the world, I find that it's just really interesting, the variations on a theme, because you can tell it's the exact same cultivar, just like grown in different growing conditions, with probably some like very subtle genetic variations, but I like it a lot. And then this one, I said we'll save this one for last, because this is actually not, everything else here was a red or a black tea. Red or black is the same thing, red/black tea. This is, as you can probably tell from the way its leaves look compared to the leaves next to it, this is not a black tea. This is a white tea. And it's made from, I believe it was this one, the Shanghai, the like wild Taiwanese tea, which all of these teas are 大叶种. So most tea cultivars are either big leaf or small leaf. These are all big leaf. The guy who owns this farm only grows big leaf teas. And so this is a white tea that's made from the big leaf variety, and instead of processing it into a black tea, which is the standard in this area, they made a white tea. And so regulars to my chat who know tea will know that I'm always talking about how I love my rebel teas. I love teas that were like grown and traditionally processed into a certain specific kind of a tea, and then instead the farmer was like, but what if I made this other tea out of it instead? And it's the exact same leaf, but they just like made a different tea out of it. That's why I love the Jochu Honmei so much, because it's the dragon well, but instead of making it into a green tea, they made it into a red tea. I love rule breaker teas, and so this is one of those rule breaker teas where it's like, oh, these tea leaves are not typically used to make white teas. Not even not typically, it's like not common at all. And this guy was like, but what if I did though? And it was delicious. Like it tasted, I'm not that big of a white tea fan. This was so, it was so, how can I say, it was like grassy without being, grassy teas can be really harsh on your stomach. It was like grassy without feeling harsh. It was like a warmth about it. I just like, it was a very comforting flavor. So we bought a lot of that. And the annoying thing is, these teas, actually all of them are kind of annoying in this way. They're hard to pack. So I can show you a little bit of how we packed it. It was a fucking headache and a half. Look at this fucking, we had to get these like shoe boxes. We had to get shoe boxes, and then we put the leaves, this is the white tea actually, this is how they came. Because they're really delicate, and you like really, really, really do not want to ruin the leaves. So I just like had to very carefully pack them in hard shell boxes, and then we put these boxes in my luggage, and it just, that's why my luggage filled up so fast, because everyone was making fun of me. They're like, you filled a whole suitcase with tea, you're a fucking freak. And I was like, the tea took up more air space than anything else. It's just really, it's a roomy thing. Lapel wants posh Brit. I can do that. I'm a little rusty. Please allow me a moment to warm back up. Okay, I think I've got it. So next up. The way I describe trying to do like a posh British accent is you have to pretend like you have a baseball in your mouth, or no, you have to pretend like you have a golf ball in your mouth. Okay, Brits. So, on to the next one. This is the farmer's hand in the corner. He's demonstrating how you rub the teas. It's like a rolling motion. But we ran out of time, so he just summarized it very quickly for us. Let me see if I got a video. No, I didn't, because I'm stupid. You're actually so good. What, the accent? I know, it's pretty cringy, because I've got this combination of like 3 different types of British dialects packed into one. But the most predominant of which is unfortunately the southern posh British accent, which I also believe is the most cringe one. But in many cases, I've found, I used to go to London quite often. I found that those in London often can't tell that my accent is fabricated. Like, for some reason, I can get away with it. And I think it's because they are worried about being accused of being racist. If they were to point at me and be like, oh my, your accent is fake. Can you imagine? So I think that's why I've gotten away with it for so long. You put on an accent when you go to London. I just think it's funny to fuck around with them a little. You know, as you do when in Rome. Anyways, yes, on Tuesday we take the tube. Anyways, we were rolling tea. An imposter among us. It's just very southern. I think that's why I get away with it in London so well, is because they've got like a mishmash of accents already anyway. Accents? I don't fucking know the vowel sound there. Whatever. It's a hodgepodge mishmash of various dialects all across the UK. Because London is so multifaceted, like a melting pot of a city, but it's in the south, and so the poshness kind of invades your accent no matter what. It's like a running joke there that if you're a northerner and you move to the southern part of England, that eventually you take on the poshness of the south. It's like unavoidable. I think it's a very funny happenstance, a trend. So, are we being yes, it's an accent redeemed from lapel earlier. I think we're coming upon the time limit though, 4 minutes ago. I'll explain this and then we'll move on. So we were just doing rolling. This is traditionally it's done by hand, but in recent years it's actually just a machine process, because as the guy was demonstrating this action for us, he literally was like, imagine this motion where you press one hand down on the leaves and the other hand on top of it, and then you just do this kind of a rolling motion, trying to evenly apply pressure to the leaves on the basket that you're working on. And you have to do that. You have to do that for every portion of the leaves, but evenly. And as he was explaining it, he was like, and that's why it takes a whole hour to do it, to the point where it's like an acceptable level of crushed and rolled. And since you want to do it evenly as possible, they do it by machine now, because a machine can evenly apply and consistently apply pressure much better than human hands can. So this is one stage of the tea process, which, unlike with many other teas, it's actually better in processing to do it with a machine rather than by hand. Even though, for example, last year when I came back from Dragonwell, I was explaining to you all that the Dragonwell teas, you can differentiate whether they were handmade or machine processed or a mix of both. And it was important to be able to differentiate because the hand prepared Dragonwell teas were in fact higher quality. So this is the case where, at least for this step, you'd want the machine to do it instead. Okay, let's see. To be fair, as a northerner, if you move to the South England, people tend to look down at you for your accent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When I first heard a Newcastle accent, my ex was from Newcastle. We dated for like 7 years, so I got really well acquainted with his accent. And I watched his accent evolve from his like very typical Newcastle accent to like take on more and more. I mean, bro studied at Oxford, so I think it's kind of unavoidable. But the poshness of the South like gradually invaded his accent in a really interesting way. But it's as Brightstar says, like it's almost like assimilating, like, because for some reason they look down on northerners. It's considered the more like rural, less cultured part of England, whatever the fuck that means, you fucking posh ass southerners, bitch. I think there's like a lot of motivation to southernize your accent as much as possible. Yeah, it's like the gentrification of someone's voice or accent. Exactly, I agree. Yeah. The different labels, Dragonwell. I mean, these are all different like tea types. I can't even say cultivar because it's not technically, well, I guess you could say cultivar. Yeah, sure. Dragonwell is a different tea cultivar. But right now this is High Mountain Oolong that we're rolling here. But he was just doing a hand demonstration for us to show us like what the process used to look like. Nowadays it's all machine process. Like imagine kind of like a grindstone looking thing, like a big stone wheel on top of another stone wheel. You put the tea leaves between the two wheels and then it kind of does this motion. It like presses down so that it has an even application of pressure, and then it does this kind of a rolling motion. Actually no, the bottom one is usually a metal tray in most of the machines that I saw. Yeah, but this was the hand demonstration, and this was after only like 10 minutes, not even, maybe 5 minutes of rolling. And then afterwards you put it in this like, here, I'm gonna mute, I'll just like voice over it. This is like a fryer kind of thing, and there's this basket goes over the fryer thing. After you're done rolling the tea, it goes in the basket over you see the mesh over here? And there's like a like a dryer underneath it that ventilates hot air, and then the rolled leaves on top are really moist, and they've been oxidizing is what's been happening while you like crush the fibers in the rolling process. The leaves have been oxidizing, and so post oxidization, you put them into this basket and then you dry them. And that's the drying process. And then at the end, that's what you see at the very bottom, these are the fannings. So this is the tea dust that gets produced sort of, I guess, at the end or throughout the process. It collects sort of at the bottom, and then I think for this machine, a lot of tea farmers will just leave it. I'll show you guys another step where there are more fannings generated actually, as part of the drying process. And this is a more traditional machine. This is not commonly used anymore. I'll show you guys the bigger one later on when we're at the bigger tea farm. He was showing us mostly like traditional practices. And this was just a photo that my mom got from the back. This is the farmer in the middle. This is her friend over here. I just want to shout out my mom for taking this photo, because look how fucking cunty my silhouette is. I didn't even know I looked that cunty that day until she sent me this photo after, and I was just like, oh, bitch. Like, damn, look at that silhouette. I just realized Fairy Slash was enjoying my British accent. Glad you enjoyed it. I know it's a cartoon villain ass pose. Yeah, Mama Ying's photos they go hard. She's my joke is I taught her everything she knows because I was her first photography teacher, but as every good teacher should be proud to announce, she very quickly surpassed me in skill. My mother is a much better photographer than I am. Like, there's actually no comparison. Oh, sorry, I'm doing tea steep if you would like to watch. That waist snatched. JoJo energy, you're so right. I'm like straight up JoJo posing. But we're just surveying this farmer's lands. Like these, not these hilltops, those are wild, but like down in the valley over here and these slopes. I don't know why I'm like really struggling with English today. Just now I took a moment before I said slopes because my brain says shanpo first, and then I had to take a beat to remember how to say that in English and then translate it. No, you know what this is? I think this isn't that I'm struggling with English. It's that most of my tea related knowledge is in Chinese. And so when it comes to tea specific vocabulary, I take a few extra moments because I have to translate it in my head. Because clearly when I'm just like thinking and speaking in English, I'm not slow. So I don't think it's that I'm in Chinese mode. I think it's that my tea knowledge is in Chinese in my head. T-ranslate. Well said, cheese pants. What anime is this? Hello, Speed Green. Farmer be like, everything the light touches is my kingdom. I was getting that vibe from this photo also, Bright Star. But he was showing us, it was actually really sweet because he's a third generation tea farmer. So every time he pointed to like a segment of the fields that he cultivates, he'd be like, that area like my grandfather planted, and like that area my father planted, and like this area I planted. And it matters because it turns out that, at least for tea, because the genetic makeup of the plant matters so much, you want to make sure they're clones. And to get a clone of a plant, you take a cutting, right? The problem is the cutting of a tea plant, and I mentioned this last stream also because I didn't know this, it blew my mind. The cutting of a tea plant doesn't grow a taproot. Whoa! Kami's just in a generous mood today, guys. Thank you, Kami, for 5 gift subs on Twitch. Congrats to Tristira, Halo Bearer, Triple Tauruses, Sunfish, and Hover. Hope you all enjoy your emotes. I appreciate it, Kami. It's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you. Surely a very hype anime about the making of high-class tea can be made. Yeah, I would produce an anime like that. That would be fun. Looks like the type of photo my dad would take on a family trip in 1998. Perry Slash is like, oh, I'm missing out on the Twitch subs. It's true. YouTube chat is a little quieter, but I think it's good in its own way. I think, especially if you're lurking or like enjoying a VOD after, YouTube is unrivaled, right? Yeah, Sunfish, congrats. Get better, says Kami. That's an order from Kami. In exchange for 5 subs, I have to stop being sick. Now! Differing levels of soil quality. Exactly, Bright Star. Which is why each area's distinction matters. Exactly. Actually, now that you bring up soil quality, part of what he was explaining to us while we were standing here, like the reason we're so engrossed in his explanation that my mom was able to sneak a photo from the back, is because we were asking him why it matters so much that tea fields, every tea farmer we met was saying this, good tea grows on not only a high elevation, but on a slope. We were like, why does the slope, like elevation we can understand, why does the slope matter? And it turns out it's because Taiwan especially, but many tea growing regions are so waterlogged, like the soil is so waterlogged that you have to make sure the root of the plant doesn't get waterlogged. Like it has to be able to sort of slough, is that how you pronounce the word slough? Slough off? It has to slough off, and like a slope of a hill allows the water to kind of drain naturally downhill with the force of gravity. If you plant tea plants in a valley or a gulch, the water pools and has nowhere to go, and they always try to dig gutters and like, you know, places for the water to run off to, but there's a lot of wild boars in the mountains here, and the boars will just like, they dig around in the mud and they like block up the gutters, and so no matter how beautifully they build their gutters, it always ends up getting blocked because of the feral hogs. And so no matter what, the tea that grows in the gulch is generally speaking less good than the tea that grows on the slope because of irrigation. Exactly. Bright Star guessed it. Trigonometry. You guys are nonstop with the tea puns today. Do the boars get hopped up on tea? I think they're digging for like mushrooms. Yeah, that was my understanding. They're digging around for like mushrooms and bugs and ferns and stuff like that. Tea boar. Yeah, so that was his explanation for why they have to grow on a slope. Excuse me. And then I was in the middle of explaining why the generational aspect matters. Number one, it's like emotionally resonant, right? Like, oh, look at those tea plants. Your grandfather planted them. On the other hand, tea plants that grow from a cutting, because they don't grow a taproot, can only grow to a certain age. So it matters that he monitors the age of each of the field crops, because eventually he'll have to cut them down and replace them. His grandfather's plants are not going to last forever, which is sad. Sometimes you'll hear the term 古树, or I guess like Westerners often say 古树. If you hear a Western tea fan say 古树, they're talking about 古树, and 古树literally means ancient tree. And 古树are generally like 80 to 100 years to even older tea plants, and those are really rare because they are the true original plant of its type. Because if you grow a plant from a cutting, it cannot become a 古树 because it can't reach that age because it doesn't grow a taproot. So that's why 古树 are so prized in tea culture. It's like the mother tree. The generational thing I imagine is also so your parents and parents' parents can be remembered years after for all the hard work they did in this line of work. Yeah, for sure. I think especially for something that's so steeped in culture and tradition. No, I didn't intend to make that pun. Yes, tea is in fact steeped in tradition. Anyways, yes. The generational aspect matters a lot because it's like, who did you learn the traditions from, right? But okay. This was a street food thing that we got on the way to our next stop, which was our tea farmer friend. As we were talking to him and becoming friends with him, he was just an acquaintance at the beginning. By the end, we were like, we're friends now, buddy. 3 stream streak. Wait, this is a new feature. Otaku Face, thank you for the streak. Wow. You guys can streak now? That's really exciting. My first thought, because I'm a filthy fucking simp, is that I can flex my probe streaks now. Probe is the only streamer I watch. Wait, but he always streams in like it's like 3 a.m. my time because he's in fucking Japan. I'm never going to become a probe streaker. No, I'm a fake fan. Don't get arrested for streaking. Yeah, indecent exposure. Anyways, we were on our way here because talking to our tea guy, and he was like, oh, where are you guys going next after Sun Moon Lake? And we were like, we're going to Alishan. And he was like, oh, oh, why Alishan? Like anything you can get at Alishan, you can get here. And then we started talking about like high mountain teas, because Sun Moon Lake is mostly known for their black teas. Alishan is mostly known for their oolongs. Again, this is, I brought up last stream. I'm sorry if you're hearing this again, but we bought a bunch of oolongs from him because it turns out his buddy farms in Alishan. Alishan is not Alishan, it's a different mountain, but it's like higher elevation, therefore higher quality leaves. So we bought a bunch. Anyways, afterwards we were like, oh, we're not only going to Alishan for tea though. Alishan coffee has become quite the thing, so we wanted to go for coffee. So he brought us to this person's house. Again, story I told last stream already, so I won't dwell on it. But he was like, I know a guy, and took us to his friend's house, and she is a PhD in coffee roasting. And so on the way there, because we yapped for so long, we missed lunch. We bought these. This is like a taro baked? It's like a, what is this called in Japanese? The round, I almost said dorayaki, but that's not right. Dorayaki is more pancake-like. Do you know, like this is a Japanese street food too, but with different fillings. Does anyone know what I'm trying to say? What is this fucking called? It's like a taiyaki, but it's round. Doctor of bean burning. Yeah, bro has a PhD in coffee roasting. I'm just gonna search round taiyaki and see what it gives me. Imagawa yaki? Imagawa yaki? Yeah, Imagawa yaki. That's basically what this was. But it has Taiwanese fillings instead. I'll put the name in chat on both YouTube and Twitch if you guys want to look it up. This is a taro paste filling. So filling, really sweet. And taro has a natural kind of savoriness to it. So it was like sweet and also a little bit savory. And then there were like a bunch of other fillings also. I think the taro one was my favorite. You'll find taro filling is like a very, very, very common thing in Taiwan. But anyways, it was delicious. So this is, I'm cutting her face off out of respect for her privacy, but she's the coffee roaster. I talked about the coffee a little bit last time. We made one together on stream last stream. So if you want to watch that, that's last stream's VOD. But she was out of the local Alishan beans. So she shared with us a bunch of roasts that she roasts them herself, but they're beans that she sourced from Africa. I talked a little bit with you guys about the Red Circle project and what that is. That's this label over here. It's a project that she's part of where they basically go to Africa and like, instead of just sourcing their beans from Africa and like just meeting the farmers and buying the beans from them directly, they embed themselves in the growth, like cultivation process. So the Red Circle project is like full of coffee growers and roasters who directly participate like with the farmers, like create an actual deep relationship with them, living in Africa with them and growing the beans together. So it's like an end-to-end kind of sourcing process that's really unique in the coffee world, actually. So your boss's brother apparently has a master's in coffee roasting. I was like less surprised by the PhD than the master's, to be honest, because to my understanding, you can get a PhD in basically any esoteric topic you care about. A master's though should be something that's more commonplace, right? So if you can get a master's in coffee roasting, that's saying a lot about like the state of coffee roasting in academia, that it's like a commonplace enough area of study that they can make master's programs for them now. The Ethiopia flag? Yeah, probably. I already forgot what flags you guys told me these were last stream. Anyway, suffice it to say, this was probably the best coffee I had in my life, and I've had a lot of really fucking good coffees in my life. I'm very spoiled in that way. I'm also a coffee nerd, so I like seek it out and I will pay top dollar for it. But she just for free, out of like just hospitality, made us like 3 different coffee brews, all her own roasts. And then she sold us at a steep discount a bunch of these guarapal, which are like travel pour over coffee filters, which I demonstrated again last stream. So these are all the ones that we bought. This is my harvest over here. This is my mom's friend's purchase. Okay, that's the coffee talk. This is my mom. I didn't realize until this trip how severe it was. My mom has become like an actual fucking alcoholic. She's become the kind of person who can't go to bed. Not that she's not sleepy, but she's just like not comfortable. Like she doesn't feel right going to bed without a nightcap. Like it's the kind of guy my mom has become. A fucking alcoholic. So everywhere we were going, she would ask like, oh, what's the like local specialty alcohol here? So alcoholic, like not in the full-on addict way yet, but I would say it's a slippery slope for her, and I'm fucking watching her because I don't think alcoholism is funny. I think it's really fucking scary, actually. And it's like cute at the level that she's at, but like 2 steps further and it will be too far. Yeah. Anyway, she's just an alcohol fan for now. So it's called xiaomijiu. It's actually millet. Xiaomi is millet, which is like a grain, and it's like a little round grain, and they make alcohol from it. It's like you can imagine, it tastes actually a lot like if you've ever had, what's the like unfiltered rice wine that Koreans drink, which is basically identical to Chinese jiunyang, but I don't know how to translate jiunyang for you guys, so I'm like, maybe the Korean one will be more approachable for you guys. Do you guys know what I'm talking? I'm sure there are Koreans in chat. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? The like murky looking rice, like it gets kind of naturally bubbly. Hold on, Korean makgeolli. Yeah. It tastes a lot like a stronger, sweeter makgeolli. Yeah, Pretty Flower got me also in YouTube chat. Thank you. And some fish also. Thank you both. It tastes a lot like a makgeolli, but stronger in all of the flavor profiles. Yeah. I really enjoyed this one. We tried a different brand that was like more sleekly branded, and maybe I'm exposing my prejudice for sleek branding, but I just felt like this weird ass looking bottle tasted so much better. Like there was no comparison. Oh, it's also really sour, which I think some makgeollis are also really sour. So it was kind of like a more sour makgeolli with like an intense sweetness and like strong alcohol scent on the nose, honestly. But my mom was really into this one, so this is another like indigenous local specialty, xiaomijiu, or millet wine. And then this is do you remember the fiddlehead fern I was talking about earlier? In Chinese it's called guomao cai. This is how they serve it with an egg yolk on top also. This is another way to serve it, I should say. The other way we had it was as a salad. This is as a stir fry with some like a braising sauce. It's not even just soy sauce, it's like braising juices. And then the egg yolk on top. And it's like super tender, like eating a fern, right? Like ferns are really, think of like fern shoots. Super tender, super mild in flavor. I just like, we got so addicted to this fucking vegetable. We ate every single meal we had. If it was on the menu, we would order it. It was just that good. And then we were really curious about it. So this guy, actually most of the people who were working in the restaurant industry there were pretty sure part of the like indigenous tribe there. We stopped their chef and we were like, bro, what is up with this fucking vegetable? Why is it so delicious? What is it? And he went to the fridge and took this basket out just to show us what it looks like raw. So this is the fiddlehead fern, which grows at the base of the areca palm, which I was talking about earlier. 2:30 now, Bright Star. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. Watch the VOD later. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad it's been relaxing for you. Hope you sleep beautifully. Bruno's envious of my trip. I love trips to the boonies. I will never take them for granted. I think they're actually really difficult to access, which is why I also really wanted to go out of my way to like have a stream dedicated to just sharing these details with you guys, because I think this is the kind of trip that would be honestly pretty tricky to take if you weren't at least somewhat fluent in Mandarin. So, but Taiwan is more accessible currently than mainland China, which is, I think it's accessible. I straight up met a lot of white people in Sunmoon Lake and Alishan, so I don't think it's inaccessible, but it is a little bit harder. All right, good night, Bright Star. Oh, this is another campsite that I saw. So you can, just from the distance, I didn't want to fucking expose people, but you guys can get a little sense of like how lit the campsites were. Like, look how tightly packed. Like each spot of light here is basically a camper. That's how tightly packed they are in the campsites here, which as an American, I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's not what American campsites look like. I can guarantee you that. Maybe on like 4th of July weekend, when like all of the campsites are fucking booked out to the teeth, maybe. But that's not usually what American campsites look like. Not even close. Okay, this is a photo my mom got of us waking up at, I think it was like 6 a.m. The view from our hotel room. Literally, I'm like on the edge of the bed here, and that's just the view from our room. It was fucking insane. Oh, I'm gonna unmute this. That was my mom screaming in the back. Here, I'm gonna amp the volume up. You guys can hear it again. Is that where you got it from? What, the craziness? Yeah, I do think I got my more unhinged parts of my personality from my mother. I think that's correct. I love your guys' invitation, Lyracy and Samius. She just fucking lost it. It was great. I need that as a sound effect. We should add it to the Discord soundboard. Was she drunk? No, it was 6 a.m. She was stone cold sober and just woke up. That's just the category of unhinged. What hotel is it? Actually, you know what? This is one of the things I can actually directly link you guys, because it was on Airbnb. We booked this on Airbnb. Let me get the Airbnb link for you guys. Oh shit, I'm logged out. Let me just log in really quick. Give me a moment. I want to actually grab this link for you all. This place was so good. I really, really, really enjoyed it. Actually, our Alishan Airbnb was also an Airbnb. So I guess Taiwan is also on Uber and Uber Eats. So I don't know, as an American, like, it was very, very easy. Past trips in your profile, past trips. Nalina. Eee! Ah, my mom didn't invite me. No! Okay, that's okay. I can find the Google Maps pin. My mom didn't invite me to the Airbnb trip, so I don't have it in my Airbnb history. I have the Alishan one though, so I'll drop that link when we get to it. You guys will also want that recommendation, trust me. It was so good. Okay. Sun, Moon, Lake. And then we were at... This was so easy. I literally just scrolled in. I know the geography. Okay, here you go. Here's the Google Maps link. Pohang, here you go. Thank you for asking. Thank you for reminding me to drop this link. It's like usually pretty affordable. We happened to go during it was like a long weekend in Taiwan, so it was like mega fucking booked out, and we could only book their most expensive room, which is like their top floor room that like perfectly, it's like a corner room facing the lake directly. So it was fucking expensive. Actually, it was like, I mean, for the area, fucking expensive. I think for Western hotel standards, pretty standard pricing. $450 per night. Granted, we were splitting it 3 ways, so I think it was pretty tolerable pricing, especially for this view. I think worth it. My mom was like, I don't know how I managed to book a room during like the busiest travel weekend in Taiwan, and I was like, probably because it was the most expensive room in the hotel. Always look for the peak of tourist season. Triple Tauruses, yes, you did get a gifted. Oh, Amethyst, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. $450 a night for this is great, actually. It is, but just remember that like usually a night in this area of Taiwan will run you about $75 to $80 a night. Like, we were multiple, times more expensive. So just compared to the norm. I think if we had booked this during like a less popular weekend or even a weekday or something, it probably would have been like $250 a night instead of $450. But I think it's very reasonable to double your prices during peak travel weekends. So I'm not blaming them at all, but it was like the only room we were able to get at that time. So 70 to 90. Yeah, exactly. It should usually be 70 to 90 US dollars a night. We were paying 450. So just to give you a sense, it was expensive, like by that standard. Sorry, my mom was yelling again. Okay. And oh, I should also add, you can tell it's kind of low quality here, sorry, but the mistiness of like the way the clouds are weaving through the hills, that's kind of the iconic imagery of Sun Moon Lake. You can only really catch it during like the early morning hours around sunrise or sometimes around sunset, because that's when the conditions are correct for like the humidity and the clouds and the fog to form in that way. But that's the famous view. It's not like because I think usually when I think of a beautiful lake view, it's like a clear blue sky over a beautiful reflective lake, you know? At Sunmoon Lake, it's not that. It's this like misty kind of, in Chinese we would say like yin yin yue yue, like wu mang mang. How would you translate any of these words? It's like now you see me, now you don't. There's like an ethereal, ephemeral ghostliness about it. Like that's the kind of view that this place is famous for. So yep, yeah, like a haziness, exactly. Yep, Hatamisu got me. But yeah, this view disperses really quickly. Like by 6:30 a.m. it was gone. But I think that was just our luck. Anyways, we circumnavigated the lake with our driver on this next day. So this is ama is like a colloquial term in Taiwan for grandmom. Ama. So this is ama's tea egg, and this is one of the more famous tea egg spots. That's ama right there in the back on the photo. There's a lot of amas in this trip. I'll show you another ama later. A lot of famous amas with their famous specific food that they make really well. So, oh yes, great point, Hatamisu. Yes, father's side grandmother is ama. So this is her famous tea egg. It's near a Taoist temple, which is on the top of a hill with a beautiful view of the lake. So of course I brought the egg up to the top to eat. And so this is my egg consumption view from the top. It was actually, I can vouch for this egg. It was, if not the best tea egg I've ever had in my life, like within the top 3. So it was a very good tea egg. I don't know how ama does it, but it's really fucking good. And they had it down to like a science. Like they were selling those things so fucking fast, and I just saw like entire bins filled with more tea eggs on the way. It was impressive. Wait, mother's side grandma is also ama? Really? Huh. I'm not familiar with the Taiwanese like slang words there. So anyways, we went into, this was another township that was a little bit farther out from the lake, but they were really famous for, let me see if I have a wider photo. I don't. Anyways, they're famous for their like braised foods. So you can see the braised egg here. This is not a tea egg, this is a braised egg. Braised egg, this is more of the fern I was talking about earlier. There's 2 types of intestine here. And then this one has like 3 different cuts of pork, and they're all like braised in different ways. So rising tone. Oh, different. Interesting. I didn't know that. ADN, hello, welcome. All right, and then I went out explicitly searching for, oh, this is probably what I was mixing it up with. Hongyun is that other hybrid I was talking about earlier with the like more medicinal flavor. This is number 21. And then this is the jade one. Oh my god, look at how bad my acne got from wearing a mask a lot. Anyways, this is the jade. Oh, sorry, this is the jade, number 18. And then this is the more medicinal hybrid that I was talking about earlier, number 21. And they had ice cream sold at the Farmers Union at one of the other docks around Sunmoon Lake. So they were delicious, actually. I think especially this one, it was like almost oversteeped in flavor. It was like bitterish, but I really liked that kind of bitterness. I thought it was really refreshing on like a really hot day. My mom liked this one better. I thought it was a little too sweet. My mom is weird. Usually I like the more sweet things. She likes the less sweet things. But this time we were like reversed. I liked the more bitter one and she liked the sweeter one. Love the sunglasses. Thank you. Being chillin'. Wait, Kaiwan Long, welcome. I don't know what your message was because you retracted it, but good to have you. This is one of the scenic spots that is set. It's like an event pavilion. The marathon that we saw. Oh shit, did I not include marathon runner footage? There was a marathon that was being run around the lake because, hold on, let me check. Sunmoon Lake circumference. What's the distance, do you think? 33 kilometers. And a marathon is 42.2 basically kilometers. So there was a marathon that they were running where I assume you just start and then you kind of like go a little past your starting point, and that's the full marathon. But this was the event area where they were like doing all the marathon activities. So on this side of the camera, like behind where the photo's being taken, there's like huge stage area and a lawn. And I really enjoyed the I don't even know how you would describe this architecture, but I just thought the like swooshiness of it was really beautiful. So my mom was like, pose, and I posed. I obliged. Crane kick from Karate Kid. No, to me, this is a Black Butler pose. This is the Phoenix. Where my Black Butler OG's at. The Phoenix. Anyway, yeah, I sure did pose. I hit that pose. This is another soft serve ice cream from the same day. Because in the afternoon, after we like went around the lake and had lunch and came back and did the other half of the lake, we drove towards Alishan. And in the mountain canyon areas winding towards Alishan, there is a plum specialty area where this place like only sells plum derivative products. So this is a plum soft serve, and I don't know if you can tell, but it's swirled. There's two flavors here. There's like a darker flavor and a lighter one. There are two types of plums. So one is like a sour plum, and the other is like a smokier plum. And it was really good. Not the Phoenix. Eolyn, am I reading your name right? Welcome to chat. Shame that you lost your left hand. Oh, this is a guy at the plum area that I don't know, I just like saw his face. I just decided I really liked him. Like this guy's up to no good. This guy's really this guy's scheming something, you know? You know what I mean? I just like him. So we had to get a selfie together. That's my buddy. Fredo. I'm just naming him on the spot. Yeah, the bro's a menace. I really liked it. Bread bear. I think he's supposed to be a flying squirrel. But I really like him. Okay, and then this is my mom's friend and me. As we were driving, my mom and her friend actually, when they were in Taipei waiting for me, they were there a few days early. They got rose apples while they were in Taipei, and like during the road trip, they kept bringing up these fucking rose apples. They were like, oh my god, like they were so good. I hope we can get more rose apples this trip. And I'm just sitting there next to them like fucking salivating. And then suddenly my mom like yells as she does. She's like, oh my god, look! And we look out the window and we're just driving past this like street side like shack where there's like 4 farmers sitting around and they're like sorting rose apples, like just a massive fucking pile of rose apples. My mom was like, can we pull over? Can we stop? Can we ask if we can buy some? So our driver like makes a fucking U-turn. And we go and we beg them to sell us some rose apples. They're like, oh, we can't just like sell these because we're sorting them because they're like pre-ordered. Like we have to deliver like a lot of these, but there's a pile over there that you guys can like pick some out of if you want. So we go pick some. These are the nice ones that we're holding over here. They pointed at these like little barrels on the side, and we realized afterwards why. They were like, oh, you can pick those though. They were moldy. Like a lot of them were so ripe they had like cracked open. Like they were that ripe they'd cracked open, and in the cracks, probably because it's really humid, there was like blue mold growing in the cracks. So I was like, maybe not these. Like, do you guys have any not moldy ones? So they were like, oh, and like pointed us to another bin off to the side. And we eventually found some rose apples that were not moldy and bought them. So we got like 6 or so, like 2 for each of us. No, I didn't want to eat the mold. I don't want to risk it like that. I'm not about that life. I'm good. Yeah, everyone's like, Sunsetia. Bruna, I'm glad you're enjoying the expressiveness. I pride myself on the ways I can mold my face into odd shapes. That being said, I am very predisposed to having early wrinkles. I'm already looking older than most of my friends of the same age, so that's the trade-off. I'm okay with it, but that is the trade-off. Yeah, anyway, long story short, we got like a few. And the guys, you could tell the farmers were like visibly like annoyed that we had stopped to stop them in their labor. But we were like, okay, sorry, we're gonna take these 8 and we'll get out of your hair now, bye. And we like handed them some cash and left. Anyway, what, Samuel? Society grows great when old men eat moldy apples. They will never survive. What the Oh, Norio, I just saw you in YouTube chat. That is not a squirrel. Oh, ADN, I missed your chat also. Watch your Chinese Duolingo 2nd grade test. Ah, an updated Chinese test video? I'm not gonna do any better, ADN. If I retook that test now, I would not do any better. Full disclosure, my Chinese abilities have not improved. So I'm glad you enjoyed the video though. That one is, it's been many years now, that's for sure. Did you try the, what is this? The brand for soft serve? No, I did not. With plum powder. I have not, Kaiwen. I totally missed the plum powder soft serve. Damn. Ah, all right. Mold your face. You're right, some fish. There's two kinds of mold going on here. What was the verdict? Oh, they were fucking, oh my God. They were like, they were crunchy and juicy and so refreshing. And the thing about rose apples is they're best when they're not too sweet. They're kind of like baked goods in that way. Hellswar, thank you for the prime resub. Happy 4 months. I appreciate it. Hope you are enjoying your time so far. But yes, the apples were every bit as good as promised, if not better. I will maybe dream of these apples. Like, that is how good the rose apples were. They're really interesting because they're kind of like spongy in texture, which means that if they're not perfectly crisp, they tend to be mushy. So you really have to have them fresh. And if you're not in a tropical nation, you probably won't get them fresh because the import-export time that it would take to get them like off of a tropical island nation onto some other place, it would just not be as fresh anymore by the end. Rose apples originate from Taiwan? I don't know. I actually don't know if that's true, but they do grow a lot of them there because it's very well suited for it. It's so tropical. This is what our drive to Alishan looked like. It was, at times, this wasn't even the foggiest it got. At times it got so foggy, it was literally just white. You look out the windshield, it's just white. You can't see anything. Turning on your headlights doesn't help. Actually, it makes things worse because it like the fog particles like disperse your headlights. So a lot of times it felt like we were driving blind. And you just had to go based on like the little bit of yellow and white lines on the side, like the 3 feet ahead of you that you could see, and you're just like crawling. It was even worse in the dark. Oh, this was, we stopped on the drive because there was an ancient tree that had been discovered. They like to call these god trees, 神树, 神木, so god wood, and it's I'm sorry, I have to say it. That's what they call my dick. Anyways, this is the god tree, and it's recently discovered. So there's like another famous like duo of god trees. They were like, I think generally referred to as like the husband and wife, but this one, they like got shot down by lightning or something, and like now it's not there. Anyways, they're gone. And so we drove past that one, which was kind of sad. And then our driver was like, don't worry though, because there's a new one we like just discovered. I was like, how do you find a new god tree? And he was like, I don't know, like it's just always been there for probably hundreds to thousands of years. And we only recently found it, and it's just like right off the road. So this is it. It's so big. Like this photo doesn't even do it justice. I can't even explain. Like my mom was like, spin. And I was like, okay, mother. And she starts trying to get photos of me going like, the hills are alive with the sound of music. So that's why I look like this in this photo. Norio, Ying, you're what? Listen, they call it my godwood, okay? Anyway, just a fucking big ass tree. I really, really liked it. I love a good tree, and I love a tree that is so big it makes me like question existence. I stood there in the rain and I admired this tree for a hot minute. What can I say? It was great. It was the secret god tree. It was literally right off the road. Like they built an entire fucking road past this tree and no one noticed it for decades. Until one day some guy, I guess, was just like, whoa, what the fuck? And like, now they know it's there. I just think it's really funny to think of like, man, I wonder how many more are out there, you know, like how many more 1,000 fucking year old trees are out there, probably 20 feet off the road that we don't even know about. It's just fun to think about. Anyway, we eventually made it into like the little town that we were staying in Alishan. It's like a little farming village. There's a ton of farming villages in Alishan. The way locals were explaining it to us, because we were like, oh, like, do you have any farmers to like introduce us to in Alishan? Like, we're really afraid we're gonna like miss the best tea or just miss tea in general. And our local friends in Taiwan all laughed in our fucking faces. They were like, miss the tea in Alishan? You can't even walk 3 fucking steps without like running into a tea farm. Like, don't worry, you're not gonna miss it. And we're like, oh, okay. So we just showed up. They were 100% correct. You cannot fucking avoid the tea in Alishan. Like, it's everywhere. That photo was, yeah. My mom's very good at taking travel photos. She's very, very good at it. Anyway, this is one of the local specialties in the Alishan area. Do you want to guess what? It's tofu, obviously. Can you guess what this, you see this like pasty substance? Not the dark brown stuff, but the lighter brown stuff underneath it. Can you guess what that is? It's not almond tofu, it's like normal tofu. I'm gonna mute and blow my nose while you guys guess. Give me like 5 seconds. Oh my god. Oh, so much like post-nasal drip. I feel like I'm going crazy. Okay, what did you guys guess? Sesame paste, good mold, fish, tea, sugar, peanut sauce. I lost at mold, tree sap, fish paste, honey, tea paste. Can't stay, Pichu. Thank you for hanging out. Anyways, cute Chikorita badge. I love the China Storytime you did a year ago. Oh, a year ago. Oh, the Hangzhou trip? The Shanghai and Hangzhou trip? That was a very fun one. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoy the VOD later. Ginger puree is a really good guess. You're the closest so far. Fish roll, crab gao, uni, steamed tofu. Archangel is the closest, but it's not ginger puree. This is ground wasabi. Just straight up, like fresh ground wasabi, which made this an incredibly aggressive tofu. And I actually, at the point, you remember my spinning shot under the tree? At that point, I think it's probably the elevation, and I've had chronic sinusitis for the past year. It was really aggravating my sinuses, and this fucking tofu dish, holy shit. It was like I could breathe again for the first time in days. Yeah, like real wasabi. It is kind of greenish. Real wasabi is a little bit greenish. But it turns out, I didn't know this, they call it Shanghai in Taiwan. Which for the longest time I thought it was like, oh, it's like a close relative of wasabi. And my mom was like, no, that's just wasabi. That's just straight up wasabi. That's just what they call wasabi here. So I didn't know that until this trip. But it turns out wasabi is like, it just grows in the wild in this part of Taiwan, all over Alishan. It's like a really common produce that they actually export. So yeah, if you are ever in the mountain areas of Taiwan, a lot of them have wild wasabi just growing fucking everywhere. And it was like so fresh that it just tasted different, like a little different from all of the other wasabi I've had in my life. I'm like not really that into wasabi personally. I find it a little too aggressive, but even the like fresh ground wasabi is still a little too much for me. This though, I was actually really able to eat. Like something about the freshness makes it less offensive, or maybe it's like the sauce they added or something, but this is like a really common local dish to the area. It's just like wasabi topped tofu with this like sweet soy glaze over it. It was delicious. Wasabi is Taiwanese mold. Not mold, but it is local. It is a local specialty. Yeah. Okay, this is actually our, I'm gonna drop the Airbnb link now actually. So this is our bed and breakfast that we stayed at. How do I get the link? Let me see, copy link. Here you go. Does this just like work? Let me test it really quick. Yeah, here you go. That's the Airbnb link. So our B&B in Alishan is owned by a tea farmer, and it's literally built into their tea processing plant. So this big wooden door that you're looking at, like imagine you're holding the camera facing this door. Behind you is the kitchen and the like common area. And then there's like a glass area, like a window where you can just look through and see the tea like production area. And then if you just swipe your key card, like your room key card, you can just go in. And the owners are really clear about it. They're like, oh yeah, if you just want to like wander around our like tea production facilities and like ask people questions, like, you're very welcome to. Like, you can just show up and be like, what are you doing? So we just constantly were doing that. So anyways, we opened the door and we went in, and it's like immediately the tea processing plant. Like, I literally just stepped out of my B&B and into the tea processing area. It was crazy. And we walk a little farther in, and do you remember the bamboo machine I showed you guys earlier with like the hot fan at the bottom, and there was like tea dust at the bottom, and there was like a mesh, and then the bamboo like cylinder on top? And I was like, this is where after you're done rolling the tea, you like dry it here with the hot air. This is the modern version of that machine where you can do it at a much larger scale, and it has like a thing, like a rotor inside that turns the leaves, and the machine is pumping like hot air through the leaves, and it's like almost like a stir fry kind of a motion, where it's like the rotor inside is flipping the leaves back and forth, and then there's like hot air blowing it around, and that's just how they dry it. This is the drying process. Our tea store isn't running yet, right? Oh, no, not till next year. I still need to figure out what licenses I need to get. Any recommendations that carry some of the teas you've come across? Oh, my favorite East Coast tea supplier is, oh my God, I'm blanking. It's in Rochester, New York. Fuck. What's it called? I almost said West China, but West China tea is in Austin, Texas. I also love West China tea. Hold on. Let me, it's not West China. It's, what the fuck was it called? Hold on. Oh, Happy Earth. Happy Earth tea. Happy Earth tea is my favorite tea sourcer in New England. Here you go. You're gonna have a tea store. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna like explicitly do a tea store, but I do want to start a tea club where if you subscribe to the tea club, I'll send you like little packets of tea, and then we can all try it together like once a month or something like that. But that's just, I'm trying to find ways to make tea importing like maybe a small business venture for me, maybe just a hobby that pays itself back so I'm not losing money on it. I'm still figuring this out, but I'm probably gonna soft launch some kind of tea club next year. Yeah. But yes, here you go. That's Happy Earth tea. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, okay. So after you walk through the tea production plant, there's like stairs, and you go up the stairs, and there is a roof area, and then you kind of walk, there's like a roof area, and then the road, because it's all at a hill, so the roof is like on street level, and then you walk up this street, and there's a parking lot. And these guys were sunning these nut things in the parking lot, and I straight up thought they were, I don't know why it's not loading, hold up. Let me refresh really quick. Oh, here you go. Okay. I straight up thought they were like walnuts or something that they had set out to dry through the day. Like, you can give them, like, if you look at these, what would you guys guess these are? Because I was like, maybe they're some kind of walnut. Like, I thought they were, maybe they look like little creatures. Mascots for my tea. Can it not just be like a green wug? I also thought they were like maybe chestnuts or walnuts. Kiwis is really funny, Sammy is. Who doesn't sun their nuts every now and then? You're right. It's only healthy. Zuri's like Pokemon? Yeah, I thought they were some kind of chestnut. These are tea fruits. Did you know tea plants made fruits? Cause I fucking didn't. But yeah, it turns out that tea plants, so I knew tea plants have flowers. And I think if you think about it, the next logical step is, well, anything that flowers will create a fruit. Because otherwise, how are they making these hybrids? There's gotta be a seeding process at some point. So this is what tea fruits look like. Or a specific kind of a tea fruit, because it's like a type of, there's like a specific type of tea plant they've cultivated to create the fruits / nuts in this way. And the reason is they take these nuts, and another local specialty of the area is called kuchayo, which literally translates to like bitter tea oil. What? Sorry, I just got like a credit card expense. And also, hi, hello. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. What did I spend money on? Oh, I placed an order for some stuff. It just charged late. A high surprise. Reminder to hydrate. Oh, yes, I will hydrate. Cheers to that. Thank you for the raid. Let me shout you out. We had so many raids today, guys. This is what's going on. What were you streaming? Correlate. Did I spell it right? Just chatting. What were you guys just chatting about? Damn you, D's nuts to us. I honestly completely forgot that that's like a thing that people do. Or I wouldn't have so carelessly shown you nuts on stream. Genshin! Wait, why is everyone talking about Genshin? Rin came in here earlier with a Genshin raid too. Oopsies. My teacup was overflowing. Tea hydrate. Dehydrate. Proximity. Thank you for the follow. Proximity. T-E-A-T. For anyone just joining us, welcome. It's good to meet you. So hi, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Hope you are resting up well. If you need to go rest, please do. Hope you had a good Genshin stream for some fucking reason. Oh my god! Oh my god, Archangel 10? 10? Thank you for 10 gift subs. That's very generous of you. I appreciate it. I love potatoes. The Meatman BR, EV6666, Corvus Bracky, Skylancet, oh, Sora rather, Lapel, Kaineko, Lord Schler, and Balance, and Delphinium. Thank you. Welcome all, I should say, to the clutch. And thank you, Archangel, for your gift subs on that side. I appreciate it. Okay. Very generous of you. Was the gifts for the rating? Is that why? Thank you. I appreciate it. We were talking about tea nuts. That's what these are. Teas nuts? Damn, I can't believe you guys like convinced me to say that. Not that it took that much convincing, but you know. Still something I wouldn't have said if it weren't for chat's intervention. Oh, I didn't even realize Balance was lurking in here. Hello. These are, did you guys know, so did you know that tea plants make fruit? And the fruits are kind of nut-like, because I didn't know. But anyway, there's like a specific tea plant that it's like different from the tea plant that's grown for tea leaves, but it's still the same like plant, basically. It's the same species. You can cross-pollinate them with each other. But yeah, these are tea fruits. It's fucking odd. They were calling them chaguo. And I was like, chaguo? But they put these in like the oil press and they make tea oil from them. The Chinese name is 苦茶油, which literally is bitter tea oil. They literally sample this shit in like little plastic cups like it's olive oil. Like the same way Italians sample olive oil, it's like that, but for tea oil. And genuinely, it was so fragrant. Most of the stir fries you have in this area are all stir fried in this oil. They were telling us that it is actually comparable to olive oil in a lot of ways, not just in the matter of like fragrance, but also like high smoke point being one of their main things. It like makes it really good for frying things. So I don't think you want to eat these nuts specifically. I don't think they taste good is what I was told, but you can press them for oil. So that's one of the local specialties that they produce in the area is tea oil. And it's a specially grown tea crop that is not the same plant that you would use for growing tea leaves, but it's still technically the same species. So gotta get that nut juice. Zuri is like explicitly only saying cursed things in chat. Okay, oh my god, wait, this is the fun part. So, oh my god, why is it not loading again? So I'm gonna refresh and then pause it really quick. Does anyone here know what 广场舞 is? Do you know what 广场舞 is? Any like Chinese people in chat? Hey, I resent that, but also true. I have to tell it like it is, Siri. Amethyst knows what 广场舞 is. Archangel, thank you for another gift sub to specifically Zuri. Are you awarding them for the cursed the cursed chat behavior? I agree. I think we should encourage the behavior we want to see more of. Artificial idiot is like, 知道. Yeah, so if you don't know what 广场舞 is, it's literally translates to like plaza dancing. So if you've ever walked past like a plaza, like an open plaza area, or like a park, for example, in an area where there's a lot of Chinese grandmas, you tend to see a group of Chinese grandmas. They're always like retirement age or like close to retirement age. So like middle-aged and up Chinese grandmas, aunties and grandmas in the plaza or in the park. And they're like dancing together, but it's like a specific like kind of dancing, like almost like a warm up that you might do. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. It's like a simple dance. It's kind of become its own like genre of dance. So that's what we call 广场舞. Sorry, my camera lost focus. I'm like trying to fix the focus issue. And basically, the way this story goes, yeah, it's like a low key kind of like a warm up exercise dance, you know. We are in like we've just gotten back from dinner. I'm like really fucking jet lagged and tired. It's only like 7-8 p.m. so it's a little early for bed, but I'm tired. I want to go to bed. And as we're walking through the common area of the bed and breakfast, my mom sees this old guy, like this old man. He's like carrying what's obviously a karaoke machine. And she's like, oh my God, are you guys gonna sing karaoke? And he was like, yeah. And then she was like, where the hell here? Like, you're gonna disturb people. Where are you gonna sing karaoke? And he was like, oh, we're gonna go sing in the tea fields. And she was like, you're gonna karaoke in the tea fields? And he was like, yeah. You wanna join us? And then we were like, who's us? And he was like, me and my buds, you know, like the squad, like we're here together to play, and it's too early to do anything. Like the village here, everything closes at 7:30 fucking p.m. and it's 8 p.m. now, so everything's closed. There's no nightlife here, so we're gonna go sing karaoke in the tea fields. And my mom and I were like, okay. So we like, he's like, yeah, just like meet us up there. And he just like vaguely points in a direction, and we're like, okay. And he's like pointing at the tea manufacturing area. So we walk through the tea plants, and we just ask the workers there, we're like, where are the tea fields? And they like point at the ladder. We go up the ladder, and that's where we end up here. We like find this part, like over here, you see this green in the back over here? Those are the tea fields. Right next to the tea field is this large parking lot. This is the parking lot that belongs to the tea farmers and their bed and breakfast. So if you're staying there, or if you're there for a meal or something, you park here. They set up right here, and it turns out they're not actually there for karaoke. The reason the man has a karaoke machine is because he's here with his, you see all of these Taiwanese aunties and grannies, they're actually a 广场舞 plaza dance crew from Taoyuan near Taipei. It's like near the airport in Taipei. They're from that area, and they every night they get together and they do plaza dancing together. Like, this is their squad. And they brought their teacher on like a retreat into Alishan. Like, this is their fun outing that they're doing together. They like regularly travel together. Yeah, they're like professionals. They brought their teacher and their karaoke box so that they can like play songs from the karaoke box, and then the teacher stands in front and teaches them moves. So we learned a new dance together. So I don't know if my stream's gonna get muted for this. It probably will. I don't know. But they were like, want to join? And we were like, oh, we thought we were here to karaoke. They were like, yeah, we're gonna karaoke after, but first we're gonna dance. And then I was like, I'm kind of too tired to dance. And they were like, come on, like, you're young. Look how old we are. It's only 8 p.m. Like, surely you can dance. And I was gonna take that sitting down. So of course I danced with them. So that's me and my mom's friend. And my mom was like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. And we tried to talk her into it, but she refused. So instead, my mom was on the side taking videos of us dancing. So that's what Oh, sorry. Let me replay it with audio, and I'll mute the BGM real quick. You'll see all of us fuck up at different points because we just learned this. This choreo is fucking kicking me out too. It's so silly. I wonder if I can still remember the choreo. Oh yeah. Oh, the teacher forgot her own moves. Yeah. So, TLDR, I got adopted by a bunch of Taiwanese aunties and grannies to do plaza dancing together, and I learned we learned a Liu Dehua song together. It's good. It was good. It's like, I don't know, it's fun. It was just really fun. And then we sang karaoke together, and it turns out that, like, I guess mainland Chinese karaoke songs and Taiwanese Chinese karaoke songs they don't really like overlap. Well, for one thing, not a lot of them are in Mandarin, right? In Mandarin Chinese. So I found that I had better luck singing like classic English songs that they would recognize. So I ended up singing fucking Celine Dion, My Heart Will Go On. And I was like, what is a classic song that even these like Taiwanese aunties and grannies would know? Oh God, it's gotta be Celine Dion. So I had to sing Celine Dion for them. But yeah, it was the Asian auntie flash mob. Exactly. I got inducted into the Asian auntie flash mob. Oh my God. It was such a fever dream of a night. It was really fun. I really, really enjoyed it. But yeah, that was I think that song was in Taiyu also. So I didn't know what the fuck the lyrics were saying, but it was a song about karaokeing. The final move was like a Michael Jackson ass, like you hold like a fake mic in your hand, and then you like kind of strut one foot out, and then you like raise a hand over your head and lower it again. It was like it was just funny. It was a really funny dance, and I really enjoyed doing it. It was deeply unserious in a way that I found existentially satisfying. Why is this the first time ever hearing about this? I need an entire YouTube channel dedicated to them. I agree. And I'm sure actually, because after this, I was like talking to my mom, and I was like, that was so fun. I want to start a plaza dance group. Where do you think I can find a teacher? And my mom looks me dead in the eyes, and she was like, you can just be the teacher. Like, I'm sure there are, like, it's simple enough dance that I could learn it myself and then teach it to people. And I can just start my own aunties and grannies group. I live in an ethnoburb. There are a lot of Chinese aunties and grannies here. And I've been having a lot of issues as a local organizer, like a political organizer, trying to cut across intergenerational lines. And a lot of the older Chinese population here is like really, 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 how should I put it? Just like really conservative politically, but also like a little homophobic and like, you know, a lot of these things. And I've always been of the opinion that a lot of it is just like lack of exposure to like intergenerational and intersectional lines. And I've always been like, if I could just make friends with some Chinese grannies, like surely they'll come around. So it hit me while I was doing plaza dance that I could start a plaza dance group and get the local Chinese grannies and aunties. And then if I'm their dance teacher, then they'd have no excuse to not at least tolerate me. And then maybe they would be more like receptive to my political identity. So, in other words, I'm planning a Trojan horse leftist movement among the local Chinese auntie population. You heard it here first, folks. I just think there's a lot of potential for intergenerational connection. And if that results in political swings to the left, like, you know, not my only goal here. My main goal is intergenerational connection. But who knows? Like, maybe it'll result in some ripple effects. We don't know. We don't know what could happen. This is how we liberate old people. Mirth and Art, welcome to chat. Hello. Praxis. This is Praxis, Saturn, exactly. Leading plaza dance classes in the local park for your local Chinese aunties is Praxis. Star Candy, thank you for your support. This is why I decided to get in football this year. I mean, I just think I agree with that, Saturn. I think that there are a lot of ways that we as younger people can take it upon ourselves to try and like reach out to older generations more, like within reason. And I think a lot of it doesn't have to be explicitly political activity. I think a lot of it can be much more mundane than that. So me trying to start a tea club is part of this. Me starting a plaza dance class might be part of this. I don't know. I'm still cooking that one because I'm gonna have to learn the dances in order to teach them. But I think it would make really interesting. I don't know. I'll probably start by trying to volunteer at the local senior center, and then once I feel comfortable being like a regular volunteer there and getting to know like more of the city personnel, I might broach the subject with them to see if they would be down to make it like an official thing. And if not, I can just do an unofficial like meetup group or something too, I think, and then just broadcast it through like the local WeChat networks. I feel like it's doable. But anyway, Trojan horse leftist movement where we get in the horse. Exactly. Like so many of these hobbies are, I just think it's like many birds with one stone. Because on one end you have people like us who feel really disconnected from our roots in many cases. And like we do want to understand our cultural histories better. And a lot of that involves communicating with the older generations more. But at the same time, we feel really, part of the reason we feel so disconnected from them is because they feel really distant from us in a lot of ways, not just by language, but also like political beliefs. And there's not a whole lot of like shared ground that we can stand on. I feel like the plaza dance is a very literal shared ground that we can stand on. So I just think there's a lot of potential here. I'm really excited. So this is gonna be one of my projects maybe next year. Maybe no tea fields, but the local park is really nice. My city has a lake, like we can dance by the lake, but yeah. Anyways, that's my scheming. Even if it doesn't go anywhere politically, I think it's a really nice thing to do for the community. So like we all benefit from it, myself included. So like spiritual healing. Anyway, that was a long detour, but I think it's fun. Yeah, that's true. I can just bring tea. I can bring tea for whoever comes to my classes. Sorry, this is the guy. This is one of the tea farmers who works on this area. He was showing us, he was like cracking open these like nuts to show us what the insides look like. And he was running them through a processor machine over here, and kind of talking us through a little bit of like how they extract the oil. I've been getting back into mahjong and teaching your friends to play. Yeah, that's another one. I wish we had mahjong parlors like out here, but it's definitely more rare. Okay. This is why I was like, you guys are gonna want my Airbnb link, because this is what the bed and breakfast looked like on the inside. Oh, that little bag on the table, those are the rose apples that we got. This little bag here. I think we got like 7 or 8. Coronium, thank you for the follow. Look at this. It's got a little like tea room. Here, you guys can hear my voiceover if you want.
不过明天风景
Oh wait, I'm speaking in
明
Chinese.
天
That
风
doesn't help.
景好的就是亮了之后明天亮了之后那个风景会更好
I'll live translate. I'm saying once it's bright outside tomorrow and you can see the view from the window, I should retake this video because it'll look even better. But yeah, they had like full-on tatami mats. That's like a tea room. If you can tell, there's like a little crater dug into the raised platform. So if you don't like sitting seiza or crisscross, you can just sit normally. Like your legs can go into the little divot underneath the table. Oh, Coronium. Yes, you came in with the Raiders, right? Welcome, welcome.
在拍
I'm not late. The streamer raided early. And then this is the bed area. It's like it's got shikibuton type setup. So you're floor sleeping, but not quite.
榻榻米最好不要穿着鞋子上去 是的
And that's my mom going on to check out what tea they left us on the table. There's like mahjong events a couple times a month in San Jose. I didn't know that. In SJ, really? I gotta look these up. I'm really bad at mahjong, so I wouldn't want to participate anyway, to be honest. I'd love to watch though. It's like watching poker. I have more fun watching than playing. But yeah, so this is why I was like, you guys are gonna want the Airbnb link. If you missed it earlier, if you're just joining us and you want to bookmark the link, here you go. Here's the Airbnb link for this hostel that we were staying at. Highly, highly recommend. I'll show you a morning view in just a moment. Yeah, this is it. This was the morning view out of my window. I took this photo from the window of our room during sunrise. like, let me see, there should be, here you go. This is kind of what it looked like in the daytime lighting. It was just incredible. It was just fucking, it was fucking, like, if you go to this window, you get this view. That's what it looks like literally from the bed. I was sitting on the bed taking this photo. It was insane. But yeah, the vibe is just immaculate. And I love the little tea room. The second day we were here, I was still really jet lagged. So I woke up at like 5 a.m. and I couldn't get back to sleep. Sunrise here is a little later because we're in the mountains. So it was like, I was just like, fuck it. I'm just gonna sit here, steep the tea they gave us for free, which is like their own fucking tea that they produced, like literally where we saw it being produced, and watch the sunrise. And it was beautiful. So highly, highly recommend this spot. I know, I want to live here too. This is the breakfast they gave us at the bed and breakfast. They gave you the option of choosing like an Americano or tea. So because we were drinking so much tea, I usually went for coffee in all cases. Taiwanese breakfast is a really interesting like East meets West phenomenon. I've noticed it, like the other bed and breakfast we went to was also kind of like this. There were a lot of like Western influenced Eastern dishes, I guess, or maybe straight up just like ethnically like Chinese dishes, right? So this actually tasted like a Japanese salad. Like the dressing they used was like sesame and mayo, kind of. And then this mayo covering for the potato had like, I couldn't tell if it was horseradish or wasabi in it, but it had like that kind of a spice to it, the one that goes up your nose. They had like a mushroom broccoli stir fry. This also had like sesame flavor on the chicken, but it was just very, very Eastern food with Western influence, if you know what I mean. Yeah. It seems common at the bed and breakfasts. Yeah, like they'll try to serve many different palettes, I guess. And they have all kinds of people coming through, right? So like this was the breakfast that we had, like all these people sitting across from me and around me. This was our plaza dance group. And then the next day we were here, there was like two English speakers, like one white man, one Asian man, and then their like guide, and the three of them were having breakfast with us, and we were discussing whether the paste here was like wasabi or mustard. But I think that's why, because it's like such a range of people coming through, that the breakfasts are kind of a fusion type situation. But it also seems common in Taiwanese breakfasts in general, that when you go to Taiwanese breakfast shops, either there's like the traditional breakfast shops, which are like the sort of Shanghai meets Taiwan type breakfast, and then they're like the fan tuan, doujiang youtiao type breakfast, and then there's the like sandwich omelet type, like westernized, but still very, very, very Taiwanese. Yeah, it's a big shared table among all the guests, exactly. That's why it feels kind of like a hostel almost, more than just a bed and breakfast. And this table that we were on, oh my god, I wish I got a photo of it. This table, you can kind of tell it's like a big honking, like massive piece of just contiguous hardwood. And all of the wood that you see in this area, including all of the wood you see in this room, is made from a very, very expensive type of hardwood called kuaimu. And kuaimu has a very natural fragrance to it, almost like sandalwood or cedar wood. It's very hardy. It's very like pest and mold resistant. Very, very, very sought after wood. It is abundant in the mountains of Alishan. And so everyone who builds in Alishan can just like use it because it's just everywhere. But if you were to try to get this wood anywhere else in the world, it would cost you a fucking fortune. So when we first saw this table with this big slab of kuaimu on it, we were like, holy fucking shit, like this table would have cost $20,000 if we tried to get it here. But over here it was like they just threw it out there like it was nothing. It was crazy. We were like kuaimu everywhere. This is insane. It looks gnarly. Yeah, exactly, Po Huang. You got the vibe with the breakfast. But yes, so just wanted to flex the wood. And then look how thick this door is. Do you see how thick? That's my mom's hand. It is as thick as like all this thick. That's how thick the wood was. Oh yeah, we got this table from our backyard. Yeah, that's the vibe. There's like a joke slash saying in Chinese that we say a lot, which is like, oh, 他们家里有矿的, which literally means, oh yeah, they have a mine. Their family has a mine. Their family owns a mine, right? Which like the joke is like, oh, what, like the fucking emerald mines, you know? When you joke that someone is like really fucking rich, you'll joke that their family owns a mine. 他家里有矿 is like literally what that translates to. So when we saw all this wood, we were like, 家里有矿的. Like literally they grow this in their backyard. They own this mine. They own the wood mine. It was really cute. Sanyan Chan, hello. And her prince Ying. Thank you. Yeah, that wood is so thick. It's crazy. Anyway, I think I tried to get a proper walkthrough video going from the dining area into the tea production area. So that's what you're seeing now. In these racks here, you can see the baskets. The baskets are currently upside down because they're not in use, but this is where usually you would just lay the leaves out to rest, like between certain, usually earlier processing steps, before they go into the machines. And then if I pan to the right, you'll see through that glass, that's the dining area. That's the big ass fucking table. Do you see that? This whole fucking thing, that is a contiguous piece of hardwood. And it's massive. This bench here can sit like 6 people easy, if not 8. It was crazy. I was just like, this is true abundance. The children yearn for the mine, exactly. But just through this glass, you can see the like common area and the kitchen. And then we're back in the tea production area. Did you ever get to check out Gaiwan wares? No, I mean, we didn't go to any areas in Taiwan that are like known for their porcelain production. So I was mostly focused on like the tea leaves. But I do want to make some trips in China to like Jingdezhen, or I always forget what the Purple Sands place is called. Jiufen is the tea place in Taiwan. I'm forgetting. Anyway, Yixing. Is that Yixing? Yeah, Yixing Zishahu. I think that's right. There's like a village in China that's really popular or famous for their purple sands like clay. That's what this is. This is a purple sands pot. They're really fucking expensive. So it's because the clay's running out. It's a scarcity thing. I really want to visit before they fucking run out. Yeah. So this is the rest of these are all different machines used for processing different stages of the tea. This is like a tea tumbler. It's also part of the drying and oxidation process. And we walked up here and you can see, oh shit, fuck, maybe I didn't get a video of it. Wait, maybe the next video? Hold on. Oh no. Okay, at the very end here, do you see this thing over here? It was like turning a ball like shape. They put the tea leaves, this is the final stage of the process, which is how, if you've ever seen like whole leaf oolongs, they're like rolled into little balls. This is the final rolling process where they put it all together into a sack. They put the sack in this rolling machine and then the machine like kneads it like this, the whole sack, until the leaves form little balls. And then they're just dried and then it's done. This is the first step of the tea preparation process. This is what we saw when we came out onto the roof that next day. They just have these big tarps set out on the roof where they sun the teas, and it needs to be like fairly well aerated. The next step after this is even more so requiring airflow. This is the first step where it's like a shaqing step where you put it in the sun so that it kind of kills, literally it means kill green. Shaqing is kill green. But it's like the first oxidization step is when you just put the leaves in the sun and they like, I guess they lose their chlorophyll. I don't really know what exactly chemically is happening, but it makes the greenness of it go away. We went up a little bit just to see if there was any other like tea sunning going on, and we look up, like we hear voices, we look up, and it's our plaza dance people. And we're like, what are you guys doing up there? And they were like, we found kabocha. And we were like, that's a big fucking kabocha. And they were like, yeah, they're massive. And then they held them up for us to take photos. I really, really, really loved this group of people. Was so cool. My mom added them all on WeChat, so we're not gonna lose contact with them. They were like, next time come to Taoyuan to play with us. And we were like, okay. But this guy in the back is the guy who had the karaoke machine on that first night. So fucking fun. Oh, pu'er tea cakes, Anya. Yes, many teas are pressed into tea cakes, usually white teas and pu'ers in my experience. Yeah. Anyway, they recommended as we were leaving, we were like, what's your plan for today? They were like, we're leaving. But first they were going to come here. This is a place that, if you guys know Mod Moshi has also recommended that I go to. So it was on my list already anyway, but they were like, you should really go. And we're like, all right. So we like changed our entire itinerary to go here because apparently it gets really crowded. This area, I'm forgetting what it was called. Ajiang. It's like Ajiang's tea something. Ajiang's cafe or something like that. And there were so many cats, but there's like this open, this like fence area in the beginning. So this like fence here, you have to go up here and like take a number and then like call. There's like a little doorbell thing because the line gets really long. This is like a huge waiting area. And then you're about to see why the line gets so fucking long. Oh, 阿酱的家 is what it was called. 阿酱的家. That's the title over there. Let me actually give you guys a Google Maps link. It's really hard to get to this. 阿酱. How do I? Hold on. Let's 找查人家 and then 阿酱的家应该在23咖啡找到了 Here you go. Here is the map pin for this place that I'm showing you guys right now. Taiwan and Fujian doesn't usually do compressed tea. Yeah, did you see any? Compressed tea as in like tea cakes? Not really. Yeah, we didn't see any tea cakes while we were there. My dad is so Chinese that he has like the old man hot water thermos, like the one with the cork plug to keep the water super hot. I love those. I need to get me one of those with the cork plug because all of the tea farmers I went to have those. Anyway, this is technically a coffee shop. I think you can order tea here, but they're mostly known for their coffee. And each of the seating areas it feels more like a little village. And every seating area is like a bungalow. So you can see like that's a little seating area with a table and 3 seats. I'm just stalking the cat, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. You can see like the cat walks around the corner and there's like more. Each of these little areas is like I guess it's like a booth really, but it feels like a little house, like a little hut. And in the little hut is like a table and some chairs. And so all of the little seating areas are like really secluded. And it's this like, honestly, like videos and photos could never do this place justice. You have to go in person. It's just magical. Like I cannot even describe to you in words and images how much I felt like I was like spirited away to Wonderland. It was crazy. It was really, really fucking cute. And their coffee was like fine. I was actually more impressed with their snacks. So when you order coffee, they give you a little tray of snacks that comes with your coffee. And the most miraculous thing, like these waffles are really fucking, actually best waffles of my life, like hands down, no comparison. I don't know what the hell they did to these waffles. I think there might have been some like maybe glutinous rice flour used in it or something, but either way, or like millet. They use like, I swear it's like a different flour because the texture came out really like thick and not quite chewy like a mochi waffle would be, but like fluffier and chewier than a normal waffle. And then this is like brown sugar syrup and condensed milk that you have with the waffles. What I really liked was this crazy thing here. Do you see? It's like fuzzed out in the background. I apologize. These are lime slices with ground coffee and brown sugar. No, not brown sugar. Rock sugar, like ground up rock sugar. And apparently that's it. They were like, yeah, that's all we put on it. And then we were like, how do you eat this? And they were like, you just like after you're done with your coffee, because it has this pretty strong flavor. So once you're done with your coffee, because it'll change the taste of your coffee, have this as like a chaser for your coffee. You pick up the entire slice of lime. It's straight up lime. You put the whole thing in your mouth and you chew the whole thing. And I know, right? It feels like a prank. This is hands down one of the tastiest snacks I've eaten in my entire life. The lime was not overly sour or bitter. You eat it with the peel. The coffee wasn't bitter. Everything like interplayed with each other just perfectly. Like it was to the point where like my mom, me, and her friend, we all ate this at the same time, and we all had that, you know, that moment where you're trying a new food with your friends, you like put it in your mouth, you chew it a little, and then you like freeze, and you like, everybody looks at each other, and everyone's like thinking the same thing, which is, what the fuck what the fuck is that? Like, that's literally, we all just like paused mid chew, and we're like, are you also having a religious experience right now? Because I'm having a religious experience. It sounds like a prank. It was one of the most delicious things I've ever just like chewed. It was a food wars moment. That, and also they had these, again, like a lot of indigenous local specialties. This is their version of a fantuan. So if you know what a fantuan is, it's like, I hate to explain it like this, but a fantuan is an onigiri, right? It's a rice ball with a filling in it. And so theirs is wrapped in, I believe, banana leaf. It's banana leaf wrapped around glutinous rice. Inside the glutinous rice is like a braised pork. I think generally speaking, they use like the mountain hogs. So it's like braised wild pork. And then there was like something else, some other like corny, pasty, starchy kind of thing in there. All together, like steamed in the banana leaf, and it was like sticky and savory, and oh, they used lemongrass. There was like a lemongrass paste in here. Oh my God, it was delicious. It like, Sanya's asking if it's 粽子. It's not 粽子, but it has a little bit of the vibes of 粽子, but it tastes a lot more like Southeast Asian than that, I think, because of the lemongrass. Like, the lemongrass made this taste very, 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 very Southeast Asian. Like, it felt like I was eating, like, I don't know, like Indonesian cuisine or something like that. Yeah, it's like almost like a Southeast Asian version of like tamales. But instead of corn, it's like sticky rice. Yeah. Like somewhere between a tamale and a 粽子 and like 竹筒饭, like bamboo rice. Like all of it put together with lemongrass. It's very interesting. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think, you know what, Kaiwen? I think you're right. It probably is mung bean. Oh, and onigiri with height is a very funny description on Arun. I like that. Yeah, it's like a tall onigiri. A Southeast Asian tamale. Yeah, you know what? That's exactly it. We got it. We got there. But this you had to order separately. I'm glad we did, though. It was very filling. Like, this could have just been lunch. Yeah, it was very good. And the pork they chose was really, it was like braised to the point where it was like melt in your mouth. Like, it was just, the texture of it was fantastic. The flavor was great. Like 10 points. 10 out of 10. Perfect. This is the perfect rice ball. Sticky rice ball. Food makes us feel like family in a way. It does! And Taiwan in particular, because it's geographically located so close to Southeast Asia. I mean, you could argue Taiwan is in Southeast Asia. The climate so closely mirrors that of many Southeast Asian countries, right? I felt like you could really tell in its, like, especially in its indigenous cultures and the types of like vegetation that grew on the island. Like, it really felt like I was in Southeast Asia for a lot of it. Yeah, Latinos and Asians share more than people know. Exactly. This was the view from Ajiang the Jia. So this is the coffee shop I've been showing you guys. This is the view. If you walk all the way down there's like sort of 3 branching paths. You walk down the path that we went down. We sat at the end of this path because I love the sun and it was a sunny area. And this is the view that you have from like our seat. They also had a bunch of succulents. You can tell, like, you can see a bunch of the planters down at the bottom here. It was just like just a gorgeous fucking place. I like could not believe it. Anyway, I was loath to leave. I took a lot of really high quality video in this place, but again, it's all in these memory cards. If time allows, I'll edit like a little short and I'll put it on my YouTube shorts and you guys can really admire the beauty of this place a little more because I had my nice camera on me. But again, I don't think any photos or videos will ever do this place justice. So just, if you can, go. Go in person. It was just so good. I really wish I could show you guys, but I can't. I just can't. It's not possible. Anyway, we went to have this is ama cao zai ke. Is that what that is in Mandarin? But in Taiyu, it's called is it 草阿龟? 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 Am I saying that right? I'm not sure, but it's basically she got famous because a TV program like featured these green they're almost like mochi balls. 草阿龟. Yeah. Okay, I actually remembered the Hokkien. Oh my god. I'm so impressed with myself right now. Thank you, Hatamisu. Yeah, they're Kaiwan, exactly. They're kind of like Qingtuan. They're very similar to Qingtuan. They're actually so similar that the thing that makes it green is the same thing. It's mugwort. It's like Chinese mugwort. So anyways, yeah, it's called Taogui. We got a photo with Amma here. They were actually very delicious. I was really impressed. If you are a mainlander, you may know what Qingtuan is. Basically, it's this like glutinous rice mochi-like wrapper. You put mugwort in the mochi, which is why it looks green, and then the inside is filled with various fillings. So in this case, they had caipu in it's like a Taiwanese specialty, I guess, which is basically like dried and pickled, I think, radish. It has this really like medicinal herbaceous flavor to it. I really like caipu. And then you can also, there's like braised, hold on, let me just look at what's in the back here. There's braised meat filling, there's taro filling, there's red bean filling, and there's hechima, I think that is, so black sesame. And Amma was just sitting outside, so we took a photo with Amma, of course, along with the taogui that we bought from them. So let me see if my voiceover covers it. Oh, suancai. This was they put kimchi in this one, like Korean style kimchi. It was really interesting. And then lobos is radish shavings, radish, like julienne radish, I guess. So this is just, these are like freshly made the day of. They were still like steaming hot, like it was hard to hold them. That's how hot they were. Mochi like a dessert. No, it's not a dessert, it's savory. That's why I say like mochi like. It's not quite, I find that in like Chinese cultures, it's really common to have nuomi, like mochi, like glutinous rice, sticky rice stuff that is savory rather than sweet, versus I think in Japanese culture it's more of a sweet thing, right? Although you can also have it savory in Japan, so I think it cuts both ways for all of them. Like this, you can also have this sweet, like the red bean one is sweet, the radish one is not, the taro one is kind of both. Like so anyways, Amma was great. Amma's taogui was delicious. It was actually so good. I think I have a video. Oh yeah, there's a video of me eating it in the car. I'll live translate. I'm gonna eat it while it's hot. Oh, thank you. Thanks for unwrapping it. This is the one that has the like dried radish in it. And then my mom was like, "We will permit you to take a bite directly." That's what the filling looks like. And they were like, "Did you get the filling?" And I was like, "Not too much." And they were like, "Okay, we'll take another bite." And I'm saying the black pepper fragrance is really strong. 6, 7. Stop. Yeah, and then we're discussing how to split the rest of it. My mom's friend is like kind of a germaphobe, so she doesn't like to share food, like biting. So we were like trying to figure out how to rip it apart so we could all have some. Okay, after that, there's like a pretty famous Alishan train. If there are any train nerds here, this train is pretty famous. I actually didn't realize until we got here, and then my train nerd kicked in because I'm a like train nerd light. The moment I saw this train, I was like, we have to take it. And then my mom was like, this was not in the itinerary. And I was like, well, we have to take the train. So yeah, it's like a historic, like vintage train line. And it has a really interesting, I hope I have some photos and videos of this because there's a reason this train is famous. It's not just that it's like an old timey, like vintage train. Oh, Pohong, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Wait, new member. Can I ask you to see if you can, I currently have one members first video. It's like open to preview only for YouTube members on my YouTube channel. Can you let me know if you can see it? Because I as the channel owner, I'm having a really hard time telling if it's working or not. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. Thank you, Po Huang. Welcome to YouTube membership. Right. This train has a really, really, really unique thing about the way it ascends the mountain. Which, let me see if I have... Oh, look, I got this. My mom has such good photo sense. She stood in front of this train and she was like, can you get a photo of me like in front of the train that captures this sign so that you can tell what train line it's on? And it has the like logo of the train on it. And I was just like, oh my God, you're a fucking genius. So I had her stand right there and I took the photo in. And then after people saw us take the photo, everybody like started mimicking us. And my mom was like, that's always what happens when I take a photo. Like everyone starts to copy me. This is just phone photography too. Oh yes, so since there's a train involved, obviously you have to have ekiben. And so since Taiwan has, frankly, a colonial history with Japan, they also have an ekiben tradition. And so there is a restaurant really close to this train station where you can go get like a traditional tin box ekiben. The thing is, if you want it takeaway so you can eat it on the train, it just comes in like a plastic paper box, but you can eat it straight out of the historic, like actual tins that they used to serve the ekiben in way back in the day. These are the same tins. They're like antiques at this point. You can eat out of these tins if you sit at the restaurant to eat them. So we had like 20 minutes before our train was gonna take off. So we went for it. We were like, just fucking shove it down your gullet, like eat fast. That's what that is.
Ready, set, go.
Or fucking crazy ass noises in the back. Yeah, it's an ekiben. That's all it is. It was actually really good. I was really impressed. This is, I think, a pork rib, and then this is like a chicken wing. And they're both braised because a lot of Taiwanese food is braised. It's very like, I realized later that Taiwanese cuisine actually has a lot of Shanghainese cuisine influence, hence why the breakfasts are like nearly identical. Because for the longest time I was like, wait, which one came first, you know? And then my mom was like, she explained to me that when the Kuomintang like fled to Taiwan because of the Chinese Civil War, which technically is, I mean, they're not like openly violently fighting anymore, but I don't feel like the Civil War ever ended. Anyways, the Kuomintang fled to Taiwan, and a lot of the leadership and upper class of the Kuomintang were Shanghainese people. And so they had a huge cultural influence on like the new Taiwan that they were creating. Which, like, again, let's speak frankly, when the Kuomintang went to Taiwan, they displaced a lot of indigenous people, and it was kind of colonization again. So unfortunately, the indigenous people there have been colonized twice. First by the Kuomintang and then also by the Japanese. But that's why you see all kinds of influences in Taiwanese culture. That's what I find so flavorful about Taiwanese culture, is that there's just there's a lot going on. It's the same thing I like about Shanghai because of the series of influences. You get a lot of quite the melting pot, like hodgepodge mix of cultures. But that's why a lot of Shanghainese cuisine is reflected in Taiwanese cuisine. It's why Taiwanese dim sum is so similar to Shanghainese dim sum. It's why both sides lay claim to like the xiaolongbao, right? The soup dumpling. It's because, like, if you think of So Mei-ling, for example, one of the literal founding mothers of Taiwan, she was Shanghainese. So there's just a very natural sort of cultural proliferation that comes out of that. And that's why I think Shanghainese people in particular, when we go to Taiwan, there's such a sense of like homecoming, because unfortunately, due to the Cultural Revolution in mainland China, we lost a lot of cultural landmarks and traditions. And that includes a lot of like culinary tradition. It also includes a lot of buildings and artifacts, because the CCP was really hell-bent on like, back in that time. Now they care about cultural preservation. During the Cultural Revolution, they were really like, burn it. So the Kuomintang like took a lot of things with them when they left. And when Shanghainese people go to Taiwan now, from the food to the architecture to the artifacts, there is a really strong sense of like, these are my cultural roots. And it's pretty hard to find them in China. But here I feel like I see them in like an authentic form. It's really stunning to me, actually. Like, something that my dad said while my mom was telling me the story was that they went to Kaohsiung, which is like on the southern point of Taiwan. They went to Kaohsiung just visiting a few months back. And my dad had, this makes me really emotional. My dad had breakfast there and he was like, holy shit, like this is the flavor of doujiang youtiao that I had as a child in the streets of Shanghai that I haven't had since then. Like I haven't had this childhood flavor since my literal childhood in Shanghai, and I came to Kaohsiung and I tasted it again. And I was just like, what the fuck, bro? Like, now I want to taste it. I've never been to Kaohsiung. I was like, you have to take me to that spot in Kaohsiung. I want to taste what doujiang youtiao tasted like to you growing up in Shanghai. Like I want to know what your childhood flavor, authentic Shanghai flavor tasted like, because apparently I've never had it and I didn't even know that I never had it, you know? Just blew my fucking mind. I didn't know that. Crazy. But yeah, my dad was like, he was so moved by this that he was like, I have to buy a house here. So he's been seriously thinking about like buying a house in Taiwan, or specifically Kaohsiung maybe. But it just blew my mind. I just like didn't realize how much cultural preservation had happened, like thanks to the Kuomintang moving to Taiwan, you know what I mean? I'd never thought about it that way. And I think that's why when mainlanders visit Taiwan, and especially Shanghainese people, when they visit Taiwan, there's like a certain amount of respect that is still, despite their political differences, they still pay a lot of respect to Taiwanese people. Because ultimately, like, a lot of preservation of culture happened because the Kuomintang fled to Taiwan. So it's obviously a very complicated history and a complicated political situation, but beyond all that, I think all the Taiwanese people I spoke to, all the mainlanders I spoke to about this, everybody more or less agrees, like, we come from the same stock. Like, we are descended from the same ancestors. The only things dividing us right now are politics. Like, this was a common conversation topic that kept coming up while we were discussing, like, whenever we touched on the fraught political situation with any local Taiwanese people, everybody always landed, no matter how they differed on the political situation, everybody always landed on this one point. We would always end the conversation on this one agreement, which was like, agree to disagree about whatever you think we should do going forward. What we all agree is that we are descended from the same ancestors, we share a common culture, and like we should never, despite anything, we should never lose sight of the fact that we're like all ethnically Chinese. Like that, you cannot avoid that. So I found that really moving. Yeah, I was like, holy fuck, like I didn't realize that that's how people felt about it. I thought that the political situation was so tense that people were kind of like really divided over it, because that's the side of it that I saw as diaspora. People get into huge fights as Chinese and Taiwanese diaspora, I should say mainland Chinese and Taiwanese diaspora, get into huge fights overseas about it. So I'd only ever seen the like really politically tense version of this conversation. This was the first time where I really saw like a heart-to-heart, many heart-to-hearts between local Taiwanese people and like mainlanders. So I don't know, I just like thought it was really inspiring. Yeah. I agree, cheese pans. I think the indigenous Taiwanese people are the ones that have gone through the most and also are the most left out of this current conversation. And the local Taiwanese people that I was talking to about this also brought that up. They were like setting aside the sort of ethnic like Han Chinese situation going on, there's also like an indigenous Taiwan situation where they're just like literally not being considered in a lot of these political discussions. And the indigenous situation in mainland China is also quite fraught, but the way that the two governments have decided to manage their indigenous populations are very different. And this is where like I don't really know the nuances, so I won't speak at length about it. But to my understanding, like at least for now, the CCP has put a lot of effort for most of the indigenous groups, well, to varying degrees for different groups, have tried to even the scales a little bit. So for example, like the Gaokao in China, when you test for university, every city has their own like testing system, and you can get extra points if you are a member of an indigenous group that's like on their list for extra points. And this is affirmative action, right? Like it's trying to make up for a representation and maybe like an underserved communities kind of issue. It's really complicated. Like that's kind of the simple 101 overview of it. But That's how it's implemented in the mainland. I don't know how it is in Taiwan, but many Taiwanese people brought up that their indigenous people don't get that kind of treatment, and they kind of wish that they did, which was, I don't know, just like a really interesting conversation. Like, I wish I had more time to really deep dive with them about that. Yeah, a lot of indigenous tribes got wiped out and or are actively going through the same problem we're going through with indigenous people in the US, is like blood quantum type problems, where blood quantum is like a really racist concept. Like, let's just start there. But they have like blood quantum type definitions. I don't know exactly how it's defined in Taiwan, but it's like pretty similar based on their description to me, to how we do it with like indigenous tribes in the US. And as a result, there's like a dilution of blood quantum, of heavy hand quotes around all those words. And so their indigenous populations are dying out, as are their languages. So it's just complicated. Yeah. What do you do in like post-colonial worlds that are, in this case, like Taiwan's been colonized twice. And then there's like early immigrants to Taiwan who are ethnically Han Chinese, but before the Kuomintang migration. And like those people also had a really different experience. I don't know, it's like fucking complicated. It's fucking complicated. But yeah, that's like, it's just, I just think it's important to recognize it's a complicated situation without, I don't know, like, this is not something I'm equipped to discuss, you know? The furthest I can discuss it is like, shit's complicated and we should never oversimplify when we discuss it, basically. Indigenous eradication is happening in Latin America as well. Yeah, this is a global issue in many ways. Okay, I'm gonna mute again to do a solid nose blowing, BRB. Because I blew my nose too hard and my ears popped. Don't be like me. Because life's like this. Sam, yes, I like that we've decided to quote Avril Lavigne. Okay. Let's move on from the very complicated historical discussion. But I'm glad we had it. And I'm glad that you guys are a chat that I can have this discussion with. Like, I say this a lot, but I really appreciate that you guys are like willing to deep dive with me on these kinds of subjects, because I think I would bore a lot of other chats to tears. I have a really strong like need to intellectually delve into these kinds of things. I think it's a fun discussion and it's worthy of discussion, and it's okay to not have answers or definitive conclusions, but we still need to discuss it. And I appreciate that you guys are like willing to discuss it with me and like actually engage. Anyways, is that Japanese Venti's cosplay you're wearing? This? No, this is just a hoodie. This is actually a Tears of the Kingdom, Korok. It's a Korok hoodie. It's even got the little Korok horns. It's from, the brand is Knock Thrice. They're a small business. I really like their really high quality construction. I don't know if you guys can tell. And all their materials are really good. This is 100% cotton. From nut juice to quantum blood quotients. This is a brave space. I like that, Mad Aristocrat. The Qing annexed Taiwan in like the 1700s. Yeah, yep. It's a long, fraught history, some fish, for sure. Anyway, let's move on. Thank you for discussing that with me. We were low-key sprinting for the train because we took too long eating our ekiven, and then my mom was hell-bent on getting wasabi soft serve, so she actually got it. And I was not interested in wasabi soft serve. I'm not a wasabi fan. Fresh egg roll, thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. So, while she got wasabi soft serve, I got oolong soft serve, because Alishan is famous for its oolong production. And this soft serve was actually so fucking good. Like, it was, oh shit, why is it so noisy? Let me mute that. Oh yeah, it was just delicious. I don't know, I was just like running to the train while eating the soft serve, and then as I got closer to the train, you could tell that they like weren't in a hurry to leave actually. So I was like, why am I running? And I paused and I got a photo, and then my mom was like, fucking run! And I was like, oh, okay, sorry. But it was delicious. Her wasabi one, I tasted a lick of, and it was very wasabi. So let's just say she very much enjoyed herself, and I was like, well, now I know what the wasabi soft serve tastes like. Wasabi ice cream sounds like the bile of Satan. Yeah, see, that's how I feel about it. It's like durian ice cream. Like, I'm like, I'll try one taste and then I'm good. But my mom is like, durian ice cream? Wasabi ice cream? She was having the time of her life. Like, really, really licking that soft serve with gusto, shall we say. Did the wasabi soft serve look like matcha? I wish I got a photo of it, but it was like a lighter green than a matcha soft serve would be. Yeah. The biggest thing I remember trying to run but also stay steady was the Great Wall of China. That's really hard because it's like People Mountain, People Sea out there. Okay, this was the train that we were on. You can see the tail as we like go around bends. This person back here was like the conductor who was giving us like an audio tour while we were passing through tunnels. She was like describing the history of each tunnel and like which numbered tunnel we were passing through because they're numbered and historically significant. Oh, this is the wasabi. We saw it in the village at the station before we got on the train. This is what the wasabi looks like, if you're curious. That's how they look. They are a little green, right? They're like, they got this like natural greenness about them. But you just like, you cut the little roots off and you go on like a mortar and pestle. And then you get, it's just wasabi. Shanghai. This was at the top of the oh, now I can explain to you guys the train significance. Okay, so the reason this train is really famous, first of all, it's like a historical train line. Second of all, the way it ascends the mountain. Usually when trains go through mountains, you cut like a really winding path so that it can gradually ascend in like a winding way through the mountains, right? This train was like, fuck that. We're not gonna wind. We're gonna zigzag. And the way they made the zigzag work, because a train cannot make an abrupt turn. It can't just like, boop, like make a huge U-turn like that. They actually have two engine cars, one on each end of the train. And it drives to the end of one zig, stops this engine, starts this engine, goes up the zag, stops this engine, starts this engine, goes up a zig, stops this engine, starts this engine, goes up the zag. Like, it's like, it'll change tracks and also engine cars. So it goes like this by constantly changing directions while it climbs the mountain. Yeah, they're like little Ys on the ends of each of the zigzag train line. It like stops, it goes out onto this like waiting area, changes, and then goes up it just changes tracks and goes up. So I know it feels fake, right? But we literally watched, it was like, everybody was like, ooh, when it happened, because the train conductor, we like watched him get out of the car because we were in the first car. So it was the lead car, it was the engine car. He stops, gets out of the car while the train is still running. He just walks off and we're like, what the fuck? And he walks to the back car, gets on it, and then drives it from that side. How long does that take? Like every 30 seconds or 5 minutes? It depends on how long the legs are. Some of the legs are longer than others. The cool part is when you look down the slope through the windows, you can actually see the last train like tracks that you were on, because it's like a pretty steep slope that it's taking. So you look down and you're like, ah, that was the zag and we're on the zig now. But some of them are a little longer than others. So sometimes it could be like a minute, sometimes it could be 5 minutes. Yeah. He walks to the back car. I can't wait till I'm able to travel with my buddy. We're gonna see historical stuff like this. Yeah, exactly. This is, I really think, like, I think this is a bucket list item for most train nerds. And I'm really glad we didn't miss it, because by the time we got tickets, because we didn't plan ahead for this, we weren't planning on taking the train at all. By the time we got tickets, there was only like tickets into the mountain. There were no tickets back. So people were like, the people selling tickets were like, oh, if you wanna buy a ticket, you have to know how you're getting back, because the train is not, like, if you're coming back to, either you're staying there like in a hotel, or you tell us how you're getting back. And we're like, oh, we'll ask our driver to meet us there. So that's another benefit of, like, instead of renting a car, hiring a driver. I think it's really worth the extra cost personally. It's also honestly pretty affordable. I was actually pretty shocked. I think it came out to like not even $200 a day, which was stunning to me. It was like just under $200 a day. And I was like, and bro is like our tour guide and our private driver and like planned our itineraries for us in some cases, where we were like, hey bro, we want to do this, this, and this today. Like, how do you think we should tackle it? So I don't know. It was really, I was impressed. He was incredible. Okay, so that's the train zigzagging I wanted to talk to you guys about. This is the post office. When you get to the top of the mountain at the proper Alishan station, that's when you're like in the national park. So your train ticket covers your national park entrance ticket. No re-entries allowed, I think. Oh, same day re-entry I think is allowed, but you can't do next day re-entry. So your train ticket is also your national park ticket. And then at the very top, at the station, there's like a little bit of a town, like a little tourist town. There's like a hotel, multiple hotels, and this is the post office, which I thought was really cool. You can see actually a little bit what their like historic stamp looks like. I really wanted to buy these stamps, but they only sold them in like massive books. I just thought it was like one of the cutest post offices I've ever seen. So I sent a postcard from this office, 2 postcards to my friends. That's all I had time for, but hopefully it gets a little stamp on it that like has the train and it says Alishan station on it. So I really hope it makes it through. This is, we went on a little hike through the mountains. This is a big tree that we found with a split root, and I just stood underneath it and made my mom take a photo for me. And this is 2 lakes next to each other. It's called 姐妹潭, as in there's an older sister lake and a younger sister lake. It was raining like crazy, but you can't really see in the photos. You can kind of see here, or maybe you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear the rain. Oh, you can hear the thunder, I guess. It was raining like crazy, so we just like ducked in here and waited for the rain to pass a little bit. But it was beautiful. And then this was the sunrise I was watching the next day from the tea room. And you can kind of see like the mist as it climbs through.
Ooh, misty.
That's like in the same way that Sun Moon Lake, I was telling you guys earlier, Sun Moon Lake isn't like, the views really are it's the hazy, misty view that it's famous for. Alishan is the same way. The problem is it was so misty that we really didn't get to see mountain views on this final day we had in Alishan, which I was a little sad about, because I'll show you in a moment. They had later on.
Got the whole team.
I'll get to it. You'll see the mists in a moment. We got fucking clouded in, but before we left the B&B, we went and bothered the tea production people like we were promised we were allowed to. So they straight up let us participate in the tea creation process. I'm gonna mute this for now. They were like, go ahead, pick it up in fistfuls and really get your nose in it. And we were like, is that okay? They were like, yeah, get your nose in it. So this is her reaction to sniffing it. She was like, oh my god, it's so fragrant. My name Jefferson Gaming. Thank you for the prime resub. Thanks for the interesting topics while I do my study session. What are you studying? Thank you for the resub. Happy 4 months. Good luck with your studies. Tea. Let's keep talking. So yeah, basically this is just us going like, that smells fucking incredible. That's the guy who was going like, yeah, go ahead, get your nose in it. This is our bro in the back over here. And then we like, I have more high quality video that I'll try to edit a short from later so you guys can get a better sense, but we like were interrogating him on the tea process, and there was like a whole process where they this like wilting and then oxidizing and then drying and then oxidizing and drying and oxidizing and drying. It goes back and forth between stages of this process over and over and over again. And that's actually how the high mountain oolong gets its really like complex multi-layered flavor, is kind of what Gaoshan chas are known for. They, especially like the best high mountain oolongs, have a different flavor every steep. So you've noticed that I've been like steeping this tea like repeatedly in flash steeps. The high mountain oolong has a different flavor profile every time you re-steep it. The really high quality ones do, at least. So it's because of this like iterative, constant oxidizing and drying process that it goes through. It's like a partial oxidization. And then the coolest part they had us do, and I wish I had the video of it, my mom took it, it's on her phone. There's like a compactor, like a trash compactor, where they dump these leaves that we were holding by the handfuls. They take that like burlap sack and they dump it into the compactor, and then it compacts it into this like massive cube. And it like poops out the cube. Literally looks like pooping. It's like if you've ever watched a cat poop, it looked like that, but in a cube shape. It comes out like a packed cube of tea leaves, and then they like wrap it all up in the sack that it's in, and they like set it aside for a moment, and they're like, you just have to pack it in, like cover it, and then I believe what's actually, they called it, so in Chinese we use the same word for oxidization and fermentation. They were using that word. My guess is while you have it kind of muffled in there and there's like a lot of heat and moisture, I think it's fermenting. I don't think it's only oxidizing. I think it's going through a partial fermentation process. So that's part of also what develops the flavor even more. And then they unwrap it, they toss it back in the frying machine, and then like rinse and repeat over and over. Like oxidize / ferment, dry, pack it in, oxidize and ferment, dry, pack it in. So it was delicious. Yeah, it sniffed great. I don't know. I'm happy I sniffed it, some fish, even though it was kind of giving poop. Just visually, it smelled amazing. My name Jeff says studying for anatomy 2. Midterm was brutal. Anatomy? Are you pre-med? Is that why? Good luck on the next one. Okay. After this, we left our bed and breakfast and we went to, this is actually a tea shop that I have been ordering from for many years because our family friend ordered tea from them because he stayed at their hostel, their bed and breakfast, and he really liked their tea. He gave us a pack. We really liked it. And then we started ordering through him. So he's been like shipping us their tea for the past like 4 years, and this is the tea I have every single day, but I've never been to the tea shop. So I told my mom, I was like, we need to go on a pilgrimage. We need to go by Fang. I have to go like say hi to these people who've been making my daily drink tea, and thank them. So we did, and we just showed up unannounced. I didn't tell them we were coming or anything like that. They were very welcoming. They were like, oh my God, like you guys are old customers. Yeah, we know. Our friend's name is Bernard. They were like, yeah, we know Bernard. He orders like fucking mountains of tea every time he comes. We're like, yeah, that's the guy. He's been ordering our tea for us. And they were like, oh my God, come in, like taste some of our most recent harvest. So we sat down and we like drank a bunch of tea with them. And then we bought a bunch of their coffee beans also, because I didn't know that they had started, like the owner, he's like this old guy. He asked not to be photographed, so I didn't get any photos of him. But he, recently started dabbling in growing coffee, like just for funsies. So he sold us a bunch of, these are geisha beans, which are like the most expensive coffee bean currently. He sold us a bunch of his unroasted geisha beans. And I brought them back to ask my mom's friend, who's a coffee roaster, to roast them for us. And then he very kindly drove us, that's him in his little K-truck in front. He was like, oh, you guys wanted to see tea fields? Because we were like, oh yeah, we're gonna go like hike through the tea fields after this. He was like, just come look at mine instead. So we're like following his little K-truck through the mountains to get to his tea fields. These are his tea fields. He has like a huge farm. Like this is all his. As far as the eye can see, everywhere the light touches. You can see the fog like really aggressively rolling in. And then let me see, did I get, oh yeah, this is his like tea production plant, which is also built directly into his hostel. So that's how I found out that it's like a really common thing to just like build your bed and breakfast directly into your tea production. It's just your building, you know? So just you make a few rooms available to guests and then you use the rest of it for tea production. And these were like all the guys. Oh, you can see like the big bags of stuff that they're like bundling. Hold on, can you see it? Like, it's also blurry. Let me see. Yeah, you can kind of see. Oh my God, it's so blurry. I can't get a clean frame. You see how it's like vaguely cube shaped? They're doing the same process that like the last guy was doing, where they're like taking it out of these machines where they've been tumble drying a little bit, like baking, and then packing them in through the compressor. The compressor spits out this like cube-like thing. They bundle it up in the sack and let it sit there for a hot moment, literally a hot moment. It's very hot. And then they unbundle it and they toss it back into the machine. And then that's the 3-step process that they're just repeating over and over. This is like a huge fart. What did I say, Bruna? Anyway, this is what they end up looking like. So that's sorry, it's so overexposed. Oh yeah, you can see them like, oh, there's the cube. There's the cube. You can see the cube. Look at the cube. It comes out of, you see this opening here? They pour it into this machine and then it poops it out. Just imagine it coming out like in a poop cube. That's what it feels like. That's the cube. And then they like drag it over here, bundle up and let it sit there. All hail the cube! The tea cube! And then they break it up and then they, oh no, this is coming out of there. And those guys were getting ready to to dump it into the machine. You see them gathering it up here? They're about to dump it into the cube poop machine. And then our guy over here is bundling it up so that it can like ferment / oxidize, an extra step over here. This is the Cubes channel. Ying just lives here. Fairy / what do you mean quokka? Because they have cube poops. I forgot about that. You're right. The cube poops. Anyway, I just thought the tea cube was so mesmerizing. I like really enjoyed it. We leave the tea farm behind and we come now to we're coming into like a different area of Taiwan. Actually, I think we've like left Alishan by the time we get to this village. This is it approaching Taichung now? This is like on the way to Taichung. There's like a famous, these are called danjuan. They're like egg rolls is the literal translation, but they're these like egg crepe wafer cracker sweet things, which don't really, like I'm not that interested in them. My mom and her friend are like really into it. They're like shopping for snacks over there. I'm over here in this other room because I find out that they make these with like frozen cream custard fillings. In 2 flavors. There's like a chocolate flavor and like a lemon cream custard flavor. So of course I buy it, and that's what you see me holding here. And it's so tasty. I wish I'd gotten a video of myself eating it. I think I did, but I think it was like a really bad video, so I deleted it. Anyway, it was so good. And then later on we went to another place and they had like a mango cream custard. It's called Bing Danjuan. If you wanna go find some for yourself, let me just type it into chat for you if you wanna save it. Bing Danjuan literally translates to Bing Danjuan. It's literally like frozen egg roll, which sounds gross, but it was delicious. Oh, a sentient tea cube could be a good mascot. You're so right. I'm gonna pin that so I don't forget it. You're right. That'll be the mascot for our tea club, is a sentient tea cube. Yes, correct. It's cold. It's like, it's frozen. It's like frozen. It tastes like almost like ice cream the way it melts in your mouth. So good. It's so good. I recognize Bing from Bing Chillin'. Anyway, we make it to Taichung after this. We're nearing the end of our journey in Taiwan, and my mom's friend treats us to it's a Michelin star dinner spot that does Taiwanese like traditional cooking. My favorite dish, there are a lot of really good dishes, but my favorite is actually the cold tomato. So I'm pretty sure they blanch these and then peel them. Like it's blanched, peeled cherry tomatoes. What makes them special is they're like marinated in Lihing plum powder. So it's really like sour and tart and like plummy in flavor. And it was just like such an interesting flavor profile because it has the natural like umami, savory, and sour tartness of like a cherry tomato. But now it's also sugary and plummy, and it was just like so refreshing. It was the most perfect, refreshing, like humid, hot day treat. I was really, really, really charmed by this. She took us to their local opera house, which had this crazy installation fixture at the top, which is meant to look like an eye. Do you see it? It looks like an eye, like sideways especially. I think it's more obvious when you look at it sideways. But the entire design of the Taichung Opera House was like really impressive to me. This was like one of the fixtures they had that I really enjoyed. It feels like they run the opera house like it's not just an opera house where they put on shows and stuff. It's also just a cultural center. There were like there was like a ceramics shop. There were like a lot of small business artists there, like pop-ups. There was a ceramics shop, a dried flowers shop, which was interesting, teaware, somebody who was selling like purses, someone else who was selling like fashion, like really interesting like avant-garde fashion. It was just like a cultural hub, and anyone was welcome to just like, it was like a rare, you know how we always say that like third spaces that are free to access and safe for like youngsters to go to are kind of dying out. Like in the US, we just kind of have the mall and the park, and like that's about it. Maybe the library. This felt like one of those rare third spaces where you can just like walk in and wander and like use the public restroom if you want to. Like no one's gonna ask you any questions. It was like really had that like trust society vibe, I guess. Sonia, no worries. Have a good night. Sleep well. Good luck at work. Thank you for hanging out. Taiwanese bistro in France have that too. Oh, Kaiwan, I didn't know. Taiwanese bistro in France. What a combination. Oh, this was my guy that I saw in the opera house. That there's just something so friend-shaped about it. I just really, 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 really like it. I really like this vaguely dinosaur-shaped friend. I can't explain it. Do you understand? Like, when you look at it, do you understand my delight? He's T-cube shaped. I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Like, that's friend shaped. That's a little dude. That's exactly what I said, Bruna. I like launched myself at it. I was like, that's such a little dude. And then my mom was like, what the fuck are you on now? It's just so fucking cute. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave. I was just like, this is my friend now. Friend shape is friend. I know, I love him too, Fairy Slash. I love him too. Constance, hello. Friend shaped. Exactly. Wait, why is it saying that this is a first time chat from Constance? That doesn't seem right. Thank you for the bits also. I appreciate it. He's a cucumber dude. That's so cute. I just love him. I didn't want to leave. Anyways, we'll leave our friend behind. We went to my mom's friend's house, the one who's been taking us around Taichung, and she showed us her late mother's hobby was like painting furniture and like random household objects. She got really, really, really good at it. This was a violin case. Her son. So her son's old violin case from like elementary school, her mother then painted and then left behind when she died. And she's just like preserved all of her mom's artworks and has been thinking about maybe setting up like an actual exhibit for them because they're beautiful. Like they're actually fucking gorgeous. Like this is the inside of the violin case over here. There was so, like her house was just covered. There was like a stool, a coffee table, like a music box, like a cake box, like everything, anything that was wood and could be painted was painted in this house. It was crazy. Because this was she like bought this condo for her mom to live out the last of her days in. So she and her mom spent her mom's final days together in this condo, and so a lot of the things in this condo were like painted by her mother while she was here, and all of the walls were like covered in her mom's paintings on canvas. It was just so sweet. It was amazing. You could tell they like had a great mother-daughter relationship. Anyway, I just needed to show that to you. And it was like, oh my god, it was like very much like a rich people's condo complex. So you could tell all these like rich people's perfectly groomed dogs were being taken in and out of the lobby, and the dogs are not allowed to walk through the lobby, so they have to get on these like carriages. And you can tell they've all been perfectly trained to know to get on the carriages. So this is like her neighbor's dogs, and they were like obediently waiting on the carriage to be towed through the lobby until they could get off the carriage and like walk. They own the mine. They own the mine, Archangel. Well used. Extremely well used phrasing there. Oh my god. It wasn't just these huskies. We also saw a pair of beautiful German shepherds. Oh my god, just like perfectly groomed. You could tell they come from like, I don't know, some prized German shepherd genetic line or something. I was just like, these are not normal dogs. These are the kinds of dogs that cost like probably tens of thousands of dollars. First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes 2 huskies and a baby carriage. But they were so charming. You know, forget the rich people for a moment. I'm glad these dogs are living their best lives. Their pampered husky lives. We went to the night market after that, as you do in Taiwan, because you have to. Look at this boba or milk tea vending machine. It's a milk tea vending machine, but it comes out, it's like a gas pump. I just thought it was fun. I didn't buy anything from it, but I had to show it to you guys. I was like, I need to show this to chat. I wish to drink milk tea from the gas pump. I feel like this is a must. It's just so stinking cute. It has so much personality. I'm from Jersey. I'm scared of pumping my own gas. I forgot you guys don't do self-service there. For a second, I thought there was a real gas pump. I was really kind of concerned they were cooking next to it. I know, it's so silly. It's so American. Okay. Let me drink more of my tea. I did get milk tea, just not from here. Okay. What we were really after was this. So, have you ever heard of 大肠包小肠, or literally translates to big sausage wrapped around a littler sausage? That's what we were looking for. So, the little sausage inside is like an actual sausage. It's like just a standard pork sausage, and Taiwan is pretty famous for their pork sausages. So that's what the 小肠, the little sausage, is inside. It is a sausage matryoshka. Well, so I thought it was a sausage matryoshka where they put the little sausage in the big sausage and then the whole thing comes to you in one sausage, but no, it's actually a hot dog bun. I was like, I was scared. This is a scam because, okay, well, just watch how they make it. Just watch how they make it. Let me turn on the audio a little bit. Hold on, where is it? Oh, here we go. So they take, so you see, they're cutting it open. That's the big sausage. The big sausage is filled with glutinous rice. So they cut it open, so it's like a hot dog bun. And then that's all garlic. It's just like a shit ton of garlic. That's a wasabi sauce. Wasabi and chili. And then this is like various pickled vegetables, such as radishes and other pickled vegetables. That's fresh garlic cucumber. And then they put the little sausage on top of it. And so it's a hot dog. I was like, I was promised a little sausage wrapped in a big sausage. It's called 大肠包小肠. The 包 literally means to wrap. It's not wrapped. But anyway, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I made peace with it. I made peace with it because it was fucking delicious. It was really fucking tasty. It was also incredibly, like, I don't know, caloric? Like, it was just, it's a lot. That's a lot of glutinous rice. But my mom and her friend, like, wolfed them down. Like, I looked at them, they took one bite, I looked away to, like, regard some milk tea. I looked back and it was gone. Like, they had devoured it. So it was very caloric and very tasty. Exactly, fairy slash. Anyways, we ate our fucking 大肠包小肠, and we had some other, like, small, I almost said small eats. 小吃. We had some other street foods and then we left. And on the walk back, I saw this huge line coming out of, so this is, it says 生鱼片 here in the blue letters, which literally means sashimi slices, or like raw fish slices is the literal translation. And I was like, what are they lining up for? It's 11 p.m. It's almost 11 p.m. And my mom was like, no, read the sign. These guys don't even open. They don't even open until 11 p.m. They open from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Taiwan is living in the future. I need a sashimi spot that is open from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I think it's incredibly important that we get a sashimi spot that is open from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I need it. I need it in my life. I need it. So that's why there was a huge fucking line, because it had literally just opened. It was like 10:56 p.m. as we were walking past. I was just like salivating, even though we were so full on the sausages. Mirthnar, I know, right? It's barely even touching. It's little sausage vaguely over big sausage. That's not little sausage wrapped in big sausage. That's a scam. Anyway, I need to calm down. I said today was gonna be a chill stream because I'm sick, but the sausages just really triggered me. What can I say? Oh, that's fresh sashimi. Exactly, Kaiwen. Exactly. 小吃 is like tapas. Yeah, exactly. 小吃 is like little snacks is the literal translation. Or little eats, right? It's like tapas. It's basically tapas, yeah. Be the sashimi you want to see in the world. No, don't calm down. Rage up! The sausage was made and it was fucking disappointing. Exactly. You guys got me. I'm so glad you understand my rage. Because in the moment, my mom and her friend were having so much fun. I didn't want to be a fucking wet blanket. They just kept going like, oh my God, this 大肠包小肠 is so tasty. And I was sitting there like politely nodding like, that sure is a little sausage and a big sausage. Not wrapped in a big sausage. No, just and. Rage against the sausage! Anyway, you think we're new here? The chill stream only has slightly less screaming. Quantico got it. You understand me. I'm also sweating profusely, which was part of the plan. It's part of the TCM remedy for illness is you have to sweat a lot. Anyways, we have to move on. So this was the Opera House again. This is the original pearl milk tea spot. They're apparently engaged in a lawsuit with another spot that's like, you're not the original pearl milk tea spot, we are. But the locals all call this one the original pearl milk tea spot. It's called 春水堂. It was genuinely pretty good. I would give the boba like the milk tea was like an 8 out of 10. Like it was solid. It was really good. Not the best I've ever had, but you know, it's like the ceiling only goes so high when it comes to milk tea. It was good enough. It was definitely good enough. Do not go gently into that good sausage. Rage. Rage against the sausage fraud! When the world don't got me. When the Taiwanese night market don't got me. I know chat got me. You guys are the best. Thank you. Thank you for having my sausagey back. We were promised bao. Anyways. I unfortunately spilled the milk tea on myself. That's the stain right there. There's also a bunch on my sleeve. It's not great, but also not the worst spill ever. So, it was good. This is apparently like a renshen, like a ginseng tasting parlor. I was like, damn, do they like, you sit down and taste it like it's tea? Like what's going on here? The TCM sweat method also exists in Latin America. Wow. Asians and Latin Americans really have a lot in common, huh? I'm glad we do. Handshake emoji. This was just an alleyway photo I got because I just had a moment where I looked and I was like, I'm in Shanghai. And then I was like, oh, wait, I'm not in Shanghai. I'm in Taichung. But I just had a moment. Or Taipei, I think. By this point, we're back in Taipei. This was the meal that I had on the plane. It was so delicious. I don't even know how to explain to you. This was a braised like chicken breast or something over braised pork over rice. This is a braised egg. They had like a fruit salad, and then this was like a tofu and edamame side dish, and this is like some weird honey cake. I don't even know. It was all so tasty. I was like stunned. Yeah, Shanghai looks exactly like that. It's like it was beat for beat identical. Yeah, that's airplane food, legit. I was like, I thought it felt like I was sitting in like a tiny eatery off the side of the road in Taiwan having like actual fucking good braised pork. Like the fat was like melting into the rice. It was saucy, it was savory, just a little bit of sweetness. Oh, I had to take a photo. I was like, it's an airplane meal, but I have to take a photo. This is so good. But I had so many meals that day. I had like breakfast, I had lunch before I got to the airport. At the airport, I went to the lounge. I had lounge lunch. The lounge lunch was really good. They had plum fries, delicious. Got on the plane. Plane was like, here's a late lunch. I was like, this is my third lunch. I had a third lunch. And then I got home and immediately I went to and then it was a family gathering dinner. Like, I don't think I have a photo for it. This is the end of my album for now. Because we're gonna move on to Shanghai after this. But I literally, first order of business after landing was a family dinner, like round table banquet style Chinese family dinner. And everybody's like, 来来来，吃吃吃，你瘦了，多吃一点，多吃一点. Which, for those who don't know Chinese, is come on, eat more. You've gotten thin. Eat more. So, I was fucking dying. I don't have a photo of it, but I showed up in Shanghai and all my family was trying to stuff me with food, and I was like, I had 3 lunches in Taiwan today, please don't. And they were like, what's wrong with you? You're barely eating any food. And I was like, oh my fucking God, I'm gonna die. But anyway, Classic grannies and aunties. That's what it is. That's how it is. All right, we're gonna speed run Shanghai because I'm gonna hit 4 hours and I don't really want to go for 4 hours while I'm sick. So I'm also sweating balls. I don't think you can see the shine a little bit on my forehead. I'm so sweaty underneath all this, which was the plan. That was the goal. Good. Let's hydrate a little more. Oh, good night, Triple Tauruses. Thanks for hanging out. Oh my god, the fucking sausage got centered, cheese pants. I have to allow you to say fucking sausage. 3 square meals of deliciousness except for the fucking sausage. You got me. Okay. Somehow you gained no weight. Yeah, I actually lost weight. I got back and I was like, oh, for sure I'm gonna have gained like 5 pounds from the crazy eating I did in Taiwan and then Shanghai and then Tokyo. I get on that fucking scale and I'm down 5 pounds. Honestly, I'm worried it was like muscle weight because in the entire time I was in China, I didn't get China, Taiwan, like all of the places I went to, I didn't have time to train. I've been training for a 10K like crazy. So I think I was losing muscle mass. I don't think it was, or like water weight, you know, I was like extremely dehydrated. Anyways, I also got sick, right? So I think it was like losing muscle mass, probably not actively gaining weight because I was walking so much, and then like muscle mass and water weight. That's my guess. Yeah. Stress weight loss from the sausage. That might have been it. Anyway, first order of business in Shanghai, like the second day I got back. For those of you who are not Shanghainese or from that area, because not just a Shanghainese thing, everyone in the area, if you don't know, this season in Shanghai is crab season. We go to an area called Yangchenghu where their freshwater crabs are quite famous. And we go to these here. Let me show you this video first. It looks like this.
All crab selling restaurants. Every single one of these. Every single one of these. We were around the other side of that corner. So you can't even see the
this lake that I'm on is Yangchenghu, which is Yangcheng Lake.
road that I was at.
This is an annual pilgrimage that Shanghainese people must embark on, which I actually have never gone on. I always had the crabs brought to me. I never went to the lake to eat the crabs at the lake.
Those are all crab
没法
selling.
看了。为什么 artificial idiot 要嘴馋了是吧？看不下去了。
We were around the other
So it's crab season. So we had to go to our Yangchenghu annual pilgrimage to eat these crabs. The tradition is you have to eat 2 crabs. One of them is female and one of them is male, because the crab like insides are kind of different. The male has this like jelly-like texture, and the female has more of the like huang. It's like almost like a yolkiness to them. Why is he wearing a suit jacket? Wait, like this guy? I don't know. It's fashion. Anyways, we're like literally on, so that row of restaurants I showed you guys in the video just now, each of them is actually a boat. And then the boat is on the lake. And in front of the lake, they build a facade so it looks like a building. You go through the building lobby and then you cross a bridge onto the boat. So every single one of those restaurants is actually a boat. It's like a boathouse. And then they like built a facade on top of it. The boat doesn't go anywhere. It's still a boat because it used to be a fishing boat, but now it's just stationary. It's like permanently anchored there. And they like built a building over it. So every single one of those restaurants is like a boat. And then, excuse me, because the restaurants are literally built on the water, you can see like through the window here, we're like on the water. Like if I walk up to that window, it's the water underneath us. And these are the crabs. It was fucking, I'm not a crab eater, but they were very tasty. I'm like not a big crab fan. I ate them just for the sake of cultural tradition, but yeah, it was, I'm like not that into crabs, honestly. Actually, while eating them, I'm so bad at eating them, I stabbed myself. I don't know if you can see. It was pretty bad. It was like really deep and almost got infected, and then it's like still healing now, and it's been like a week, 2 weeks. Just to be clear, I'm local and I haven't eaten a proper crab for 2 years. Why? Is it like too expensive right now, or like what's the issue? Why haven't you had a crab in 2 years? I'm sorry. Did you use what is 蟹八剑 tools? The traditional Shanghainese way to eat the crabs is not to use tools. You just use your hands and your canines. So we didn't use tools. Yeah, we had them, but pretty much nobody used them. These are the lamb skewers. I had to show you guys the lamb skewers. They were so, honestly, too fatty. They were like really good for the price. Let's put it that way. I had like 8 fat fucking lamb skewers. Well, okay, I had like 4. My mom had 1. My dad had 2 or 3. Or no, I had 3. My dad had 2. My mom had 1. Something like that. They were fat fucking lamb skewers, and it was like all of that for not even like, I want to say it was like $10. I was like, what? Anyways, oh, you're in Canada. I see what happened. Yeah. All my Shanghai photos are a lot more boring, guys. So if you need to go to bed, this is your chance. Because now you're entering the like Shanghai local goes around Shanghai type stuff. Like I'm not doing touristy things. And I was only in Shanghai for like a few days, and most of the days I was just resting at home because I was really tired from Taiwan. But I like went to a local bookshop. I wanted to show you guys this book because it was a children's book, but it was so existential. So the Chinese title is 月亮忘记了, which is the moon forgets. And this page, sorry, it's a little hard to read. Let me read it. Let me do a dramatic reading for you. 看不见的是不是等于不存在？也许只是被浓云遮住。Is that 遮? I don't know. I'm guessing. 也许只是被浓云遮住。也许刚巧风沙飞入眼窗。Sorry, it's a little hard to read. 我看不见你。却依然感到温暖. So if you don't do Chinese, let me give you a line-by-line translation. What you cannot see, does that mean it doesn't exist? Maybe it's just been covered by thick clouds. Or maybe it just so happens that there were sands that got picked up by the wind and like covered your eyes. I can't see you, but still I can feel your warmth. And I was like, what the fuck kind of children's book starts with, like what you can't see, does that necessarily mean it doesn't exist? I was like, we're just gonna start with the object permanence, like existential questions, huh? I was like, this is a children's book? This is poetry and philosophy, like what the fuck? I wish I had these children's books growing up. Yeah, I need more existential children's stories. I agree. Haven't you seen kids walking around and thought they need more existential dread in their lives? Yeah, precisely. Anyway, oh, this just looks like a normal latte, or osmanthus latte, but first of all, osmanthus lattes are really like common in Shanghai, especially. Chinese people like love osmanthus. I think Chinese people love osmanthus. Also, it's osmanthus season, so there were osmanthus trees blooming all over the fucking city. Like you couldn't go anywhere. You can't walk a city block without smelling osmanthus in the air or seeing like a dama standing next to a tree with a plastic bag, like harvesting street side osmanthus. To do what with? I don't know. I wouldn't eat that, you know, like it's been growing by the street. Who knows what pesticides they sprayed on it, or like car exhaust fumes. Anyways, I bring up this particular latte because it used cheese foam, which like I've never had a coffee latte with cheese foam before, but it was an espresso drink, which instead of milk foam, they used cheese foam, and then they had osmanthus on top, and it was like genuinely delicious. It was really, really, really good. It had osmanthus syrup in it too, so it was quite sweet, a little sweeter than I would have preferred, but I just wanted to bring this up to let you all know that it exists in the world, and it's delicious. Oh, this is not a sugar cane. This is a sorghum cane. You eat it kind of like you eat a sugar cane. It's thinner, and the thinner it is, the sweeter it gets. I kind of fucked up eating this one. I was just trying to demonstrate. So you like extract the hard shell and then you just chew the inside. It's like a fiber. It's like eating sugar cane and then you spit it out. But it's not as juicy or as sweet as a sugar cane. It's like kind of a mealier texture. So I prefer sugar cane by a lot, but my mom grew up eating these, so she really enjoys them. Yeah. This crazy snack my mom got for me from Nagano, I think, in Japan. She was like, I like hid this from our relatives so you could have some. And I was like, what does that mean? She was like, I bought 2 boxes of this. It's a miso marinated cheese. And it was so delicious that like when I brought 1 box of it to your grandparents' house and we were having a family gathering, like everybody ate it so fast and everybody was like begging me for more. So I had to squirrel away the second box so they didn't know I had it because I wanted you to try some. I had to save it for you. And I was like, oh my God, thank you for hiding the goods from our relatives so I could try some when I got here. I truly cannot explain what this tasted like, but it was every bit as delicious as my mom is making it sound. It's like, it dead ass does look like a stick of butter. It has the texture of like, imagine like a really creamy cheddar cheese. Like it's a hard, but then the moment you bite into it, it melts on your mouth. Actually, yeah, just think of it like a fresh butter. It has the texture of like a fresh butter, but it's miso marinated. So it's got this like crazy umami to it. And it's also sweet because I swear there was honey in this. I tasted a lot of honey. So we just ate it straight with red wine and oh my fucking God. It was, I don't know. She told me you can't even get this in Tokyo because she had friends in Tokyo who tried to buy it and couldn't find it. And she was like, you can only get this in like the one specific town I went to in Japan. I don't even remember. Maybe it was Nagano? I think it was Nagano. I can't really remember. I'll double check with this, but she was just like, you can't even, because she was like, I know you're going to Tokyo soon, so you're probably thinking, oh, I'm going to try to get some in Tokyo, but you can't. I was like, damn. I heard Japanese dairy isn't exactly great. Really? I don't know. I just thought this was fucking delicious. I've never heard that. The best pudding I've ever had was in Japan too. What does red wine make it taste like? I don't know, like wine and cheese is one of my favorite pairings. And the moment I took a bite of this, I was like, we have to break open the red wine. We have to. So this is one of my dad and I's favorite red wines. It's actually really affordable. Provenaire is a really affordable winery and they make a lot of like really palatable, friendly red wines. So I don't know, it just like, it paired really well. This was a pretty aged one too. This was 2017. So I would have preferred a more recent wine personally. This was, it's like starting to go a little sour and grapey, which I guess is not unexpected coming from wine because it's made of grapes, but it gets more and more like grape jammy as opposed to grape wine-y. And I prefer the wine over the jam. But anyway, it paired perfectly. And if you ever get the chance, if you ever find miso marinated cheese in Japan, please know that it is strongly endorsed by both me and Mama Ying. Anyways, I'm a wine guy, so that's the only reason I paired it with wine. You obviously don't have to do that. I think it would have gone great with like coffee or tea as well. We went and we got, again, like I mentioned, really lame local stuff at this point. We went to get new glasses. I got a new pair of sunglasses and a new pair of glasses. Fucking cheap. They just like, it's like, if you've ever been to Jin's in Japan, it's the same shit. They like make it for you on the spot. It takes like 15 minutes. You don't have to like send it off to a factory. It's just done for you on the spot. And each of these pairs of glasses that I got was like, this is the first pair I got, normal glasses, and then I got a pair of sunglasses. They were like, not even $50 each, like $40 each, something like that. Which like compared to US prices, I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world, but US prices are like, you're lucky if you can get a pair of glasses for under $200. Unless you have insurance, in which case you're still lucky if you get away paying less than like $100 something. So, yeah. It's out of convenience. Whenever I'm in Shanghai and I have time, I try to go get glasses and backup glasses. So these are the cool, like vintage looking ones. I just wanted to show you guys. I just thought it was cool. The ear hooks were really fun. I just thought they were cute. Yeah, glasses in the US are like so painful. Wait, what did Bruna say? I had a Japanese pudding with some kind of white tea sauce. That was the best pudding I had in my life. That sounds incredible. Japanese pudding with white tea sauce? Well, I'm gonna look that up. I wonder if I can find any. Fairy Slash had to get new glasses recently. I'm sorry. There's hojita pudding. White tea, I don't know though. Hojita would not be white tea for sure. $40 for glasses in Asia feels really expensive. Yeah, these were like fancy. Like I got really fancy glass for these. So they're like the high index glass with the blue light filters. And then these were polarized. Like it was a whole, like I got all the add-ons, you know, like all the bells and whistles, and it was still like $40. That's cheap. These glasses in the US for the same glass quality and frames quality, I don't know, like at least $300. There's no questioning it. Yeah. Anyways, glasses are expensive because antitrust laws have failed. Yeah, pretty much. pretty much. Oh, and then after they like had a noodle space at the bottom, I was like craving noodles. So we asked the glasses shopkeeper, we were like, is there a good noodles place around here? They were like, oh yeah, like right. It's not even on the maps or anything. Just go downstairs. There's a great noodle spot. This is, have you ever had knife cut noodles? This is how they cut them. This guy's pretty good at it too. They're like pretty long. If you're not very good at it, they come out really short. So that's how they shave the noodles. And then that's what they come out looking like. There's really like, they like have a wavy fringe because of the way the razor applies. It's like a carrot shaver. Yeah, exactly. Harry Slash. Each of these photos could have made it the thumbnail. Yeah, you're right, Anirudh. You're right. 刀削面, exactly. In Chinese, it's called 刀削面. In English, it literally translates to knife cut noodles. They're like thicker in the center, wavy and thin, like they taper out on the sides, and they have like such a good like chew and slipperiness to them. They're my favorite kind of noodle, but they're really hard to find in the US. So whenever I'm in China, I'm like, I need 刀削面 stat. So I'm always like hunting for them. And we had come here looking for specifically just braised beef noodles. I wasn't expecting that I would get to have it with knife cut noodles. So man, looking at this makes me really hungry. Okay, and then I had to, there's a mall I talked to you guys about this last time I went to Shanghai, also last year, like spring of last year. When I got back, I showed you ZX, Bailin ZX. It's a mall in Shanghai, 6 floors, I think. All 6 floors of it are just, the whole mall is just filled with like anime and gaming goods. The whole fucking mall. And it's really common to show up in like cosplay, like you might cosplay in a group with your friends, like as a proper like shopping outing. Last year when I went, the OnStar store was still new enough that you had to like get a reservation to enter the store. Like that's how popular it was. This year when I went, it was just open. You could just walk in. So there was like an OnStar specialty flagship store, and it's like in the Bailin ZX mall in Shanghai. I don't think you can find it on Google Maps because again, Google Maps doesn't work in mainland China. So that's the name. I just put it in chat. I'll put it in YouTube chat also. 6 floors of anime goods. Yeah, there is a lot of weird and sus stuff. Like a few of the shops, I was wandering with my mom, so we didn't go into any of those shops. But last year when I went, it was with a friend, and she took me into some of the like eroge shops. Spicy shit, just like straight up like on display. I was like, are they allowed to do that? She was like, there are no laws here. I was like, there are certainly laws here, but I guess they don't enforce them, you know? I was not about to take my mom into those shops, but I knew they were there because I went last year. Yeah, malls filled with anime stuff. Yeah, in Shanghai, this is like the mall that's really known for it. And it's like the mall that's filled with legal goods that's known for this. There are a few other malls here and there that are filled with like knockoffs. So anyways, this was a display in the OnStar store. I think it's like the birthday goods for each of the boys. I think it's really funny that they put Ney on the tallest pedestal. You know, he did make them the most money, so that's fair. And they had an autograph like a star, like a Hollywood style Walk of Fame star-studded wall with everyone's autographs. So of course I had to find Arane's autograph and take a selfie with it. It was just really cute. They did have a League of Legends like official store. I found some arcade merch in there actually. And then this just made me fucking laugh. I was like, this is official merch. Like everything that's sold at that mall is official. They don't do knockoffs at the mall. It's not allowed. It's fucking... I was like, that's official! Anyways, I just thought it was funny. They're just like not even trying to hide it, you know what I mean? They were like, we know what sells. We know who shows up with their wallets open here, and it's the Fujoshi. I fucking laughed. Not the Greek Naruto yaoi. Anyway, there was an official Mugiwara store there. So if you're not into the One Piece fandom, that's like the One Piece stores. There's, I think, 7 of them in the world. One of them is in Shanghai. Maybe the other ZX mall in Shanghai also has it. I'm not sure. I don't know where the other ZX mall is. There's a second one somewhere. But we went to like the Nanjing proper one. So these are all doodles from the Mugiwara store. I was very happy to see the stick figure with the Palestine flag. The top Joker one. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, this guy? That's one of my favorite One Piece characters. That's why I took a photo of this corner, because I love these two. I love a lot of people ship them. I like them as like a brotherly or like father-son type relationship. This is Corazon and this is Trafalgar Law. Anyway, this is the wall. It was just beautiful. I don't know, like the art level on that wall was crazy. I don't know if there are any Reborn fans in here. There was like so much Reborn stuff. I was like, something's happening. Like, it's been so many years since KHR finished. Why is there so much Reborn merch? Like, I don't know about you. I think that's sus. I think something's happening. I think they're gonna do either a new season of the anime or a reboot or something, because I'm just saying, like, how can Hitman Reborn still be relevant in the year of our Lord 2025 unless they were cooking something? Something's coming. Either we're getting a movie or a new season or a reboot of the anime. Like, I'm just saying, there was way too much KHR merch, not just in Shanghai. I also saw a bunch in Tokyo. When I went to Ikebukuro, there was a lot of Reborn stuff. So they're cooking something. Anyway, they had a life-size cutout of Tsuna, so of course I had to get a selfie with our man. Look at this stupid shit. My mom was like, hey, I'm gonna, she was like, there's a new tourist hotspot in Shanghai. Wanna go? She was like, it's near here. I was like, sure. I didn't know where she was gonna take me. I'm just gonna sit here and steep tea and let you guys take this in for a moment, because I was like, I think I'm gonna throw up. Holy fucking shit. I was like, is that a Louis Vuitton ship? And she was like, yup. She's just fucking cackling. She knew I was gonna have this reaction. She was like, yeah, I also thought it was disgusting. I was like, oh my fucking god, what the fuck is that? I'm like, that makes me embarrassed to be Shanghainese. She was like, yeah. Whew. Oh my god, Samuel, that's exactly what my mom said. My mom was like, I don't know, but I feel like it's giving Titanic, and I don't think giving Titanic is an auspicious thing. And I was like, yeah. They built the motherfucking Titanic. And they were like, surely this is not an ill omen. Surely this is not hubris to build a massive Titanic coated ship shop in the middle of Shanghai. Yeah, it's right next to the Starbucks factory. It's like the Starbucks Reserve, literally across, like over on this side, right across from the ship is the Starbucks Reserve. I was like, this is truly peak consumerism. That's what we're witnessing right now. The NYC luggage building. I don't know, man. LV is just tasteless. Just crass. There's like a luggage like thing here. You can see a whole bunch of, let me see if I can find them. There's like a shit ton of photographers. Wait, before I show you guys that fruit. Oh, you guys can't really see them in these photos. I got them in other photos. I didn't put them in this album. Let me see if you can spot them in the crowd here. I really enjoyed, not the ship, I enjoyed standing here people watching, because as you stand here, you'll notice there's a lot of photographers running around and like Xiaohongshu influencers, and they've all come dressed to the nines. Like this girl in this fucking outfit, like, girl, quite the fit, work it. But also, ew. But there were a lot of Xiaohongshu influencers coming here to get a photo in front of the Louis, I guess. And so there were a lot of photographers standing around. And at first I thought it was like, because in the US, you would like, if you're an influencer, you would bring your own photographer to go to like, I don't know, you would just bring your own photographer to do your photo shoot. There's just like a ton of photographers just standing around in this area. They're all outfitted with like a big ass fucking telephoto lens to take a beautiful like, or like a wide angle, you know, they got multiple lenses on them. And then they have on a side like sash thing, an iPad, and their iPads are all connected to their cameras, so that the moment they take a photo, they can show you the iPad, so you can see what the photo turned out like. And then you can like pay them on the spot for their photos. There was like a guy, there was a woman There was a woman who took a photo of my mom and I were just standing there like people watching. We noticed someone taking a photo of us from like across the way. We like pretend not to see. They come up to us and try to solicit business. They like show us the photo on the iPad they have and they're like, you want to buy this photo? And we're like, we're okay. But there's like a lot of people like this. Not only are they snapping and soliciting, they're also like influencers are just showing up and being like, I like your photos, like let's shoot. And then they shoot together and then they just like pay their photographer on the spot. Like, I don't know. I was like, these influencers are living in the future. Like they have a whole influencer economy going on in China that like we can't even imagine in the US. Like it's not like you go to, what's that famous spot in New York where everybody likes to get their fucking influencer photos, like that street crossing? Like New York could never. They had a whole ass like economy in play here. Anyways. You influenced me to get noodles. I'm an influencer too because I made you get noodles. I'm sorry. Times Square area, I don't think they could. I've been to Times Square. I didn't see anything like that. I guess it wasn't that recent. What's my most recent Times Square visit? It was last January. Yeah, I wouldn't like having my photo being sold back to me either. I don't know. I'm just like, I just think it's, I'm kind of shocked it hasn't spread globally. It sounds like it'd be pretty lucrative or easy. Well, you'd have to have the kind of hotspot where there are enough people willing to pay you for these kinds of photos. That being said, I was really admiring the photography like setup because I was like, I could really use that for event photography. Like if I did, when I cover weddings and stuff, like it would be really helpful to have an iPad just like slung around my waist that I could quickly like show the photos to people for. I could see that being a really good user experience. But anyway, invasive monetization. Exactly, Cheese fans. Exactly. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go take a quick pee break. You guys want to guess what kind of fruit this is? Put your guesses in chat. I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm not gonna run ads or anything. You guys can just guess. BRB. Sapporo was like coming to bother me. She was like, why have you been streaming so long? It's like 4 fucking hours. Anyways, we're close. What did you guys guess? Let me see. Bruna says I'm always influencing you to make tea. Cheers to that. Is it not an olive? A cucumber? Shrek's big toe. Mad aristocrat! Got it! Samus is like, clearly a watermelon. A mini watermelon. Guava? I also guessed guava, Hina. I thought it was like a small guava. Little winter melon, jelly bean pear, a little sour. It's a kiwi. You want proof? My mom was like, I was telling her I want some fruit. She's been doing a lot of like trying to demonstrate to me how much more convenient it is to live in Shanghai. So she was like, oh, you want fruit? Watch this. Whips her phone out, presses a few buttons, and then goes, now wait 20 minutes. And 20 minutes later, like a courier shows up with like just a shit ton of fruit. And she was like, yeah, I just like ordered some fruits that I thought you might want to try. One of them was this one. And I was like, what's this? And she was like, eat it and find out. My mom is a drama queen. It's where I get it from. She's like, eat it and find out. So I eat it and I find out. I sure as hell find out. It was a kiwi. I never would have guessed kiwi. I genuinely thought it was like a guava. I was like, this is obviously some kind of a tropical fruit, probably a guava. And my mom was like, tee bite. Yeah, she was like, I was like, do I peel it? She was like, no, you just bite into it. So I just bit into it. It's goddamn kiwi. And the skin, as you can tell from here, it's smooth. It's smooth skinned. It's not like the hairy kiwi. So you can just eat it. It's crazy. It's crazy. It was so tasty. It was like a berry. It was like a berry version of kiwi. It tasted exactly like a kiwi. It tasted no different from a kiwi, except for the fact that there was like a peel that you were kind of eating. It didn't really have its own flavor, but it had a texture. But it otherwise just tasted like you were eating a kiwi. Blew my fucking mind. It was crazy. Such an Asian parent thing to give you fruit. Yeah, maybe a little less Asian for her to be like, I'd figure it out. There are people who just bite into the hairy kiwis. That's true. I have seen that. Oh, sorry. We're nearing the end. This is a scene. I was at the airport getting ready to fly home, or rather to Tokyo, on my way home. And this was a scene I saw in the airport lounge. And you see there's like a woman's phone in the corner. She's just sitting there. Bamboo's like, oh, I remember this. Now, I don't want to shit on anyone who really enjoys chasing trends, but also I feel like we need to recognize that some people are walking caricatures. And this particular person was very much a trend enjoyer. Like, not only is the Labubu in the little suit there, it's also like on the specific Christian Dior like tote that everybody was fucking losing their minds over in the past several years. Cheese Fan's like, was there Dubai chocolate in the bag? Oh my god. Yeah, that's I don't know if this Dior bag caught on quite as much in the West, but in Asia, like fucking everybody who had even a little money was carrying this bag for like the past year to 2 years, to the point where I got sick of seeing it. And Chagi, the boba brand, specifically modeled their paper boba cups after this bag. Like their boba cups look like this bag. Yeah, I'm just like, live your life, but also, what the fuck? Anyway, I went to get, if you've ever had tori kizoku, I'm a big tori kizoku fan. I think everybody should be a tori ki fan. I'm in Tokyo. This is the night I got to Tokyo. This is my high school friend Khan. He plays the saxophone in the video that I'm about to release on Thursday. He has like a really cool, sexy saxman solo in it. So I just wanted to show you guys Khan before you guys saw him in my video. He lives in Gunma now in Japan. So he's kind of out in the boonies, but he came all the way into Tokyo to see me, and we got toriki together. If you are unfamiliar with Tokyo, I was introduced to toriki really late, which is why I'm including photos of toriki so you don't miss out if you're going to Tokyo anytime soon. I really like torikizoku. It's just a yakitori bar. That's it. Very simple, but it's a chain. It's available like throughout Japan, and it is always consistently, dependably good. It's like an izakaya yakitori place. That's it. It's very simple, and you will always get exactly what you expect. It's fucking delicious. The chicken thigh is like the most tender thing you'll ever eat. I really like, you can see us already half eating it over here. They have like a mochi cheese ball that's been like toasted over the flames, and it's like grilled to perfection. It's just it's so good. It's so good. And everything is like really affordable, and they had a seasonal special, which this is like a maple syrup churro with a chocolate dip. And I don't know about you guys, but when I go to Japan, I'm not really like gonna trust that their churros are any good. These fucking churros! I say this as a Californian who's had the luxury of eating a lot of like really fantastic like Latin American food. And I've been to Spain also for their churros. These churros are crazy. And this was one order and it came in a huge stack. I think this was after we ate a few off the top already. Like it was in a pyramid of churros. It reeked of maple syrup. Like they brought it and it was just like maple syrup in the air. Like, it was like perfectly crunchy and toasty on the outside and then like almost oozing on the inside. Holy fuck. I'm gonna dream about these fucking churros. Isn't a youtiao technically a churro? You're not wrong, cheese pants. Why maple syrup? I don't know. It was just the seasonal specialty. I guess because it's autumn. I don't know. I was really impressed. I was like, I don't know what to feel about maple churros, but that sounds exciting. Let's order one. And then I was like, these churros changed my life. Anyways, go. If you're ever wondering, if you're ever finding yourself and you're like, I want to like go have a cheeky drink with the boys, and I don't really know where to go, and you're standing in Japan, just like look up your closest Toriki. It's not gonna let you down. Just go to Torikizoku. I didn't go for the first time until my like 3rd or 4th Japan trip, and then my friends were like, you've never been to a Torikizoku? And I was like, no. And then I was like, they like brought me to my first experience, and I was like, oh, I understand now. And now we always go to a Torikizoku whenever we make a Japan trip. It's like a tradition now. Yeah. If you ever find yourself in a very common situation, exactly. You need a cheeky drink. You want a cheeky pint with the boys, maybe some nice chicken skewers on the side. Toriki will not let you down. Anyway, maple syrup is uncommon in Japan. I know, I heard the same thing. Anyway, we're in Tokyo now. I was meeting up with Angela, if you guys remember Angela from the Genshin days. Angelis is her handle. She doesn't do content creation that much anymore, just for funsies. I really like going to kisaten, like these old school style coffee shops in Tokyo. So I had her meet me at this kisaten. It's really cute. We got a window seat. They usually kisaten just do like coffee and cakes. A few of them will do food. I have a few favorites in that category. I actually maintain a list of all the kisaten I've been to and all the kisaten I want to go to. I'm very, very, very into this. It's like an entire part of like old Tokyo culture that I feel like has been preserved really well. Whenever you go to like a proper traditional kisaten, it feels like you're stepping into the past. And I really, really, really like that vibe. I think it's hard to find windows into like history and culture quite like that. It's like a portal into another dimension. So old school kisaten in Tokyo are that specific vibe. That's why I'm really, really into them. Whenever I'm in Tokyo and I don't have anything else to do, I just find a kisaten and I go. And there's a lot of them. And their ratings tend to be kind of low because a lot of people are like, what the fuck? Like the coffee's not even that good. The cake's not even that good. Everything's really expensive. You're not allowed to take photos. And then some of them allowed. This one allowed photos. So you just have to be low key about it. Like don't disturb anyone and you can do whatever you want. Just don't be a bother. So the most famous ones often will be like no photos. One of my favorite ones in Shibuya area does not allow photos. But yeah, I really, really, really like these. That's a weird first time chat, Lycane, but welcome to chat. Yeah, I remember her. How's she doing? She changed her whole life, if I remember correctly. Yeah, she and I both quit our jobs at the same time to take on gaming jobs. The difference is that she actually likes her gaming job and I had kind of a time. So I've since quit the gaming job, but she's still working on it, yeah. It's very shoujo manga, isn't it? Yeah. These were their like coffee blends that they had in the front. I ordered wrong. I ordered I accidentally ordered a dark roast. I should have gone for like a light to medium, but that was my mistake. I should have just asked the waiter. A lot of these kisaten are also, they'll have English menus. There's been a lot of hearsay on the street recently about Tokyo introducing like tourist pricing. So I was constantly on the lookout for English menus that had different prices in English than in Japanese. And like my Japanese is just good enough that if I saw a price differential, I would just push myself to order in Japanese. Like it would work out. But actually none of the places I went to had a price differential. So I don't know if that's just because I'm going to places that like aren't super popular with the tourists, or if it's just not as widespread as it sounds like it is yet. Like maybe it's still kind of picking up. For the record, I actually think it's perfectly fair to charge tourist pricing because Tokyo's been kind of like going through it because of the tourists. And you are offering kind of an extra service to support English. You have to hire like waiters who can actually speak English, for example. So I I think charging a premium is perfectly fair. But I was keeping an eye out just out of curiosity, and I didn't really see it. So if you wanted reassurance on that front. Oh, and amusement parks. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I think it is fair to charge tourist prices for you filthy Americans. Yeah, we're getting such a good deal on the like yen to dollar exchange rate, especially, that I feel like it would be crass for any Americans to even complain about the tourist pricing situation. Yeah. This was the other, sorry, that's Angela. That's literally Angela over here. We went to another kisaten afterwards. We like went shoe shopping. Fucking, I don't really get why the trend is so big right now, but everybody and their mom is like raving about Onitsuka Tigers right now. Are there any sneakerheads in chat? Are you guys into like Onitsuka Tiger recently? That's been like the sneakerhead craze. So Angela and I like, she was like, I need to go to Onitsuka Tiger. Meet me in Ginza. I need to go to Onitsuka Tiger. So I was like, okay. I was like, cool. I get a little peek into like the trendy universe because I'm really not that kind of a person. So I went with her to the Onitsuka Tiger, and it was really interesting. I'm like, not that, it's not my world, but I really like having a peek into it. So I don't get it. But I got to see it, and those sure are sneakers. Like, I know what Onitsuka Tiger sneakers look like now. I guess the famous yellow one was in like Kill Bill, and that's why they got famous. But like in recent years, it's been really, 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 really hot. I feel like everybody's been talking about Onitsuka Tiger. But anyway, we looked at sneakers. This is Angela. This is Angela over here. I like snuck this photo. I don't think she knows that I took it. Sorry, Angela, if you see this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for sneaking photos. My impression of the tourist prices thing was that areas that have a lot of tourists are charging more overall rather than charging tourists. Oh, Meowdy, I had specifically been told that English menus had higher prices in certain places. Like, that was the specific thing that I heard. I'd also heard that some tourist places had like price increases in general, but that was making it hard for locals and also unfair to locals. So, yeah. Anyway, she got a Labubu bag. No, I don't think that's a Labubu. But if Angela were into Labubus, I wouldn't be surprised. She's hit with the trends in a way that I'm not. But this is the other cafe that we went to. I'll just flash it really quick. I met my friend, my like VTuber friends for lunch. I think I've chosen photos carefully enough that you shouldn't be able to see their reflections or anything. So I just really wanted to show you guys this parfait that I got, because I'm usually not really a big parfait guy, but this one really caught my attention because it was like fig ice cream. It was like fig ice cream, Earl Grey ice cream. There's an Earl Grey ice cream scoop at the bottom. 2 scoops of ice cream. This one's like a sorbet, like a fig sorbet. Earl Grey ice cream. Grapes, a fresh fig, and then like pear. And I was just like, this is such an autumnal parfait. I have to partake. So I did. It was just delicious. This was later on in the evening. Why does it look green in this photo? I was like, Angela, where are you guys at? Because she was like, we might go karaoke, come join us. And I was like, are you guys karaokeing? She was like, no, but we're going to arcades instead, come join us. So I like went and found them at the arcades. They were in a Gigo when I found them here. Look at these French fry keychains. I'm usually not that into like claw games, but this one caught my attention. I almost played it. I seriously thought about it. I don't know, it just like seems cool. There was also a popcorn keychain, which was really cute. You saying you're not hip, but then I remember the closet stream, you had a bunch of designer clothes. Okay, it's not hip though. It's not like trendy. Does that make any sense? Like, I really like, and all of my designer stuff is secondhand. I really like vintage secondhand stuff that's like a little beat up, so it's like really discounted. You can get it way cheaper because like the leather's a little scuffed, or like this hem needs to be resewn or whatever. But it's technically designer and it's like really fucking old, and maybe there's a stain on like the armpits. But if you're not squeamish about that, or if you're happy to do your own repairs, like you can get some really high quality vintage designer stuff secondhand for like a fraction of the price. And I really enjoy that kind of like offbeat kind of hipness. Like, I'm not hip with the trends, I don't really get what the youngsters are up to, but I have a really strong sense of like the fashion that I do like. And I like for it to be as timeless as possible. So like, for example, this like Korok sweater, like this isn't secondhand. This is new small business stuff, but I really like buying from like small designers, small businesses, stuff like that. Yeah. Armpit stains that don't come out in laundry. Just, it's like really, really, really old stuff that someone probably wore for like a really, really, really long time. You have a really cool and consistent sense of style. Thank you. That's my goal. Okay, we are nearing the end. This is my last half day in Tokyo. This was my, like, I did the math on this. $3.40 Japanese breakfast. This is a salt grilled mackerel slice, miso soup, some like sesame vegetables on the side with some radishes, tofu, and rice. Incredibly filling, well balanced. In my opinion, the Japanese breakfast is the perfect breakfast. So whenever I'm in Japan, I don't miss the chance to like get a Japanese breakfast. So this was at Yayoi. We have Yayois in the US also, but they're like fancier restaurants here. In Japan, it's like you order at a machine and you give the slip, like this little receipt thing, you just give the slip to like a server and then they bring you like this $3.60 meal, 40 cents, I don't remember, under $4 meal. And it's fucking delicious. It was so good. I felt so fulfilled. I just wanted to show you guys how good a Japanese breakfast is. And if you're ever in Japan, please enjoy for me. It's closer to hitting 5. Please! We are about to hit 5 hours. I was like, this story time is gonna take me a while because it was such a long trip, but I still want to do it. Anyways, I had to hit animate. This is an Attack on Titan skirt from Mela. If you know the brand Mela, they do a lot of really cool, they'll do like high heel collabs with animes and stuff. Mela does a lot of really cool collabs. So this is the Mela collab skirt with Attack on Titan. Just wanted to show it to you guys because I thought it was like one of the cooler merch things I saw while I was at Animate. And this one, oh my god, I almost bought this bag. I don't know if I regret not buying it. I probably should have bought it. It's a fucking Ita bag. It had this flap on the front. You unzip both sides and then it's reversible. So you can be like demure about it and like wear it to work as a secret Ita bag, or you can flip it out and show the whole world, like let your freak flag fly. I just think stealth Ita bag is a cool concept. I already have 2 stealth Ita bags, but this one is like extra stealthy. And also the material, well, the material is the main reason I didn't buy it, is because I don't really like plastics that are made to feel like leather. I find that they don't last very long and they break really easily. Granted, all of my Ita bags are in that category, but this one was like a really sturdy kind of build. Ozzy! We have so many raids today. What the fuck? Hi, Ozzy. What's up? Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Let me give you a shout out. This is we're in the middle of story time. We're in the middle of Japan. I'm like, actually not in the middle. We're about to finish because I've been going for 5 fucking hours. So many raiders today. I don't even know what to do with myself. Welcome, everyone. I've like completely lost the thread on my raider introduction. Welcome. What were you guys streaming? You were doing you were doing another Resident Evil stream. Have you been able to make any progress, or do they keep resetting you? You had to redeem for that, right? I like vaguely remember not being able to make progress. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. If you need to rest, please do. Good to meet you all. You got reset again. I figured. Look at this stealth Ita bag. If you're just joining us, look at this. You can unzip the whole pocket comes off. Like you just unzip both sides. The pocket comes off. You flip it around and you can zip it back in. So you can literally, like this bag, I don't know if you can tell from the ratio against my hand, you could fit a laptop in this bag. And it's really, really sturdy. It's got like a flat bottom that's like a sturdy base, and it stands up on its own. Like this is a sturdy work bag. And it has a pocket on the inside for a water bottle. I did the math on it. It was like not even $50 US if you convert the yen. I keep wondering if it was a mistake to not buy this. Like I probably should have just bought it. But like I don't need a work bag anymore. I'm not working it. I'm fucking unemployed. Anyways, I just wanted to show this to you guys so you know what I missed out on. if you're ever in the Animate in Ikebukuro, there's a whole section for Ita bags. You can see it in the back of this photo. It's like in this section back here, behind the Mela skirt. Just, this is the brand name if you want to look it up. Riare. Riare. Rea. I'm not unemployed, temporarily retired. I'm choosing to go with self-employed. But we'll see how long that lasts. Oh, you cap the resets. That's good. Congrats on finally reaching the cap soon. Anyway, every like hallway stairwell in Animate has like some kind of anime promo on it. For my people, the promo that mattered is the Twisted Wonderland one. So I was like, these are my people. I was standing there eavesdropping on their conversation for a little bit. But the Twisted Wonderland anime just came out. I can't wholeheartedly endorse it, unfortunately, because it is airing on Disney Plus, and Disney Plus is very much still on the BDS boycott list. So just Disney Plus specifically. Like Disney itself is not on the BDS list, Disney Plus is. So I can't, you know what? Yo ho, lots of options on the high seas. Who said we had to pay for Disney Plus? You know, like there are many, for legal purposes, this is a joke, but like there are many options. The world is very large. Sammy's BDS is the boycott, divest, and sanctions movement. It's the pro-Palestine like boycotts movement. I regard the BDS. I follow the BDS list very carefully, and I recently checked, and Disney Plus is still on the list. So to be clear, again, Disney is not on the list. Disney Plus is on the list. I think that distinction matters. But anyway, just so y'all know, lots of options. Despite that. Moving on. As a Twisted fan, I was very happy to see that. I went to the Lashinban. There's a few Lashinban in Ikebukuro. A lot of people ask me where I get my like keychains and anime goods from my Ita bags. I realize a lot of people who are like new to shopping for anime goods in Tokyo don't know to go to anywhere other than the Animate, because that was me in the first several years. Do not just go to the Animate. Like, sure, check out the Animate. I always go to the Animate. But near any Animate, there's gonna be a Lashinban, a book off, a mandarake, K-books probably, or Ikebukuro probably has most of the K-books, but that's where you want to find your secondhand anime merch. And the important part, especially for people like us, gotcha nerds, a lot of our merch is also gacha. They're blind boxes, blind bags. If you don't want to pull the fucking blind bags, go to the secondhand shops and you will find the results of other people's blind bag pulls that they don't want, that they sold back to secondhand stores, so you can now buy them at a discount. Well, not always at a discount, because Oshi tax is real and the more popular characters will be more expensive, but at least you don't have to pull the blind bag. And there's a fly. That's fucking annoying. Please leave me alone. Anyway, shop secondhand. Lashinban, mandarake, book off, K-books. Okay? So many people, I've spoken to so many people who just didn't know. I even bought my doujin at K-books. They have a secondhand doujin store. So, like, are there trades? Yeah. So the OnStar store that I showed you guys earlier in Shanghai, a lot of people stand around outside the store. This happens at King Records too, because a lot of times when you buy CDs and vinyls and stuff, they come with like little blind like pulls. So people stand around outside of these stores and they'll hold up signs for like what they have and what they're looking for, and they'll do trades right outside the shop. You can also do trades online, but it's like, I would argue, pretty hard for people like us who are mostly English speaking. Our Japanese is not very good, if at all existed. Pretty hard to do trades. So in my experience, it's easier just to, unless there's like a specific thing you're looking for that's probably too popular to find in a secondhand shop, it's better to just shop secondhand. This photo I took in a, this was a mandarake? No, this was a Lashinban. I took a photo because this literally says OnStar Corner. They had a dedicated section of the store just for ensemble stars. That's how popular ensemble stars is. And to note, this is in Ikebukuro, at the largest nasimban location in Ikebukuro, which is the land of my people, the Josemuke, like Otoge people. So that's why there was a dedicated OnStars section, because among my people, OnStars tends to be pretty popular. So in case, if you haven't learned how to shop secondhand anime goods, I just have to make sure this public service announcement is clear, because a lot of people don't know. Macaroni and cheese, hello! Gambling in-game and out-of-game for a character is a crazy way to monetize. I know, Miadi, exactly. That's why I don't gamble in-game or out-of-game anymore. I don't gamble in-game, and then I buy physical merch at these kinds of shops, and that's it. That's it. Why can't this be in North America? I know. It would be nice, wouldn't it? I took this photo because I was fucking laughing. This is the K-Books Dojin shop. So this is a secondhand Dojin store at the K-Books in Ikebukuro I think Ikebukuro has 6 K-Books locations. Each of the K-Books stores specializes in a different kind of good or genre. So there's like the K-Books Otome-kan would be for like dating sims, Game-kan, obviously games. There's a Kyara-kan, which is like Kyara, like characters are usually like mascot characters type things, or like character focused. I don't know how to translate that, but like imagine in that direction. There's, I think, an anime focused one. And then this is there's a voice actors focused one. And then I think that's 5 already, right? This should be the 6th, which is the Dojin-kan. So they have all of the Dojin shelves are like labeled by the series that the Dojin are for. And then these little tabs that you see kind of sticking out here and there, the tabs are labeled with, here's a tab. This is a tab over here. These little markers denote which characters and which pairings. And then they actually get really specific with the pairings, like who's top and who's bottom is specified. Because Japanese fandom cares a lot about that. Western fandom, not as much. Japanese fandom cares a lot. So all of the dojin were, I don't know about unhygienic. I thought they were in pristine condition. Like all of these dojin were really beautifully cared for. They looked brand new. All of the dojin I bought looked brand new. They're also pretty expensive, actually, because dojin are more expensive to buy secondhand, because buying them like new usually means buying directly from the artist, and print costs in Japan are so low that generally speaking you can get them like really fucking cheap, and they're usually sold at cost because that's just like the norm. Like if you go to Comic-Con, a lot of people will just go down the row in Comic-Con and just like buy a copy of everything because it's that cheap. Here it's harder. Like by secondhand, I think that's where you start getting like character tax problems and like scarcity issues, like economics shows up in a secondhand dojin store. So that's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty new to dojin. But my understanding is if you buy fresh, dojin tends to be cheaper because you're buying at cost from the artist. And if you buy secondhand, that's when it starts getting more expensive because then it's subject to character tax and like scarcity issues. Excuse me. I'll have to bug you before I go to Japan. Yes, BB, please do. I'll do my best to give good advice. But everyone's really different in their priorities. Like most people I'm giving advice to are not my people. So when I was talking to Angela, for example, I advised her to go to K-Books. She really didn't like most of the K-Books. She really liked the Dojin-kan, but she didn't like the other shops because they all mostly carried like keychains and like little plushies and stuff. And she was like, I'm just like not into that stuff. And I was like, oh, I should have double checked like what kind of anime goods shopping you were looking for. Because to me, when I think anime goods, like that's what I make a beeline for. Cause I'm trying to populate my Ita bags and my like shrines. But in her case, she's probably looking for more like functional goods. And I don't even know if they went into the anime. So I might have misled her by telling her to just go to K-Books, because it's very Josemuke Otome focused in Ikebukuro. She did gladly. I'm glad she enjoyed the Dojin-kan, but the other K-Books were like not to her tastes. So it's important to be mindful and like really directed when you do your secondhand goods shopping in Japan. The shops are all like focused on a specific clientele. You just have to make sure you're going to the right shops for like your interest group. That's it. Anyways, a final lunch before I left. This place was called Espresso D Works or something like that. This omelet was fucking fire. It was a truffle omelet. And then they gave us like anything you ordered. I think they give you like a side of this. It was like a beautiful thick shokupan, like milk toast piece. I'm salivating just looking at it, with like hand whipped butter. The espresso was fluffy. Sorry, the omelet was fluffy like heaven. The bread was fluffy like heaven. The whole thing was fucking delicious. I ordered the omelet. I got I got coffee, and then I also got there was an Earl Grey spritzer. It's like a sparkling wine and Earl Grey like mix. Delicious. I never even thought to combine those two things. Fucking delicious. I really, really enjoyed it. That whole fancy fucking meal was not even like 20 bucks. It was like 17, I think, after I did the math. It was crazy. Is truffle as good as it's hyped up to be? I think truffle is an acquired taste. I think not everyone likes truffle, and like that's perfectly normal and okay. And I think truffle, when used poorly, actually tastes really bad. But I think the truffle on this omelet was really, really tasty. I really liked it. Truffle can be overpowering. I think when it's too much, it tastes like gasoline, which is not great. But this one was nice and subtle and like just a good flavor on top of everything. It was like worked into the sauce more than anything else. Okay, I mooch off my mom's annual membership for the Amex card, which gets you like access to the Centurion Lounge at the airport. Turns out there's a brand new Centurion Lounge at the Haneda airport. And they do, like, their food is crazy. Their food is crazy. Look at this. Look at it. These are just sides. These are just little side dishes, because what they actually have, like their main food, is a sushi bar, a fresh sushi bar. Macaroni cheese, hello! Macaroni cheese, welcome. Welcome YouTube side. Good to see you. How you doing? I'm guessing you probably don't want your real name thrown out there, so I'm just gonna call you Macaroni. Hello. I went there a couple days ago. The desserts are cute. Yeah. They had a little sweets table. Best canele I had of my life. I think they might have made it with like mochiko, with glutinous rice flour instead, because it was like extra chewy and also extra crispy on the outside. Anyway, holy fuck. Let me show you the sushi. So it was like a sushi bar, and there was tuna. This is like wagyu, like a torched wagyu, but it's like rare. And then this was salmon with ikura, and you can either get a plate of nigiri sushi like this, or you can get a little bowl of sashimi. So I actually did not try the sashimi. I'm kind of I used to prefer sashimi. Nowadays I prefer nigiri because I've been converted. But I had like 3 plates of the nigiri, and then on to accompany this, that's where you grab sides from here. The sides were so fucking good. They were all so delicious. Everything about this was delicious. It was so good. It was so good. Yeah, this is a travel credit card perk, exactly. So I mooch off of my mom's. Like she pays the membership for like all. I think it's like a really low price to add people to your plan, so she pays the membership for all 4 of us, for our whole family, and then the rest of us mooch. So I find that Centurion lounges in the US tend to be kind of lackluster, but the ones in Asia are like really crazy. This was my first time in an Asian Centurion lounge, and I was like, I get it now. Like, I get why my mom pays this fucking crazy membership fee every year. That's nuts. And their cocktails, oh my god, this is a I think it was like curacao and sake and like a cherry blossom thing, and they only had 2 sake cocktails. I had both of them. They were both delicious. It was very, very, very good. Do you get extra lounge passes per additional person? No. So each person additionally counts as their own member, so that you just have your own lounge access. So everyone gets their own lounge access, but you can't bring guests because it's a fancy lounge unless you spend like a crazy amount of money. If you, what was it, like $70,000 in qualifying spend on your credit card? Some crazy number. A little easier when you divide it across 4 people, but you still have to put some truly insane bills. I think we started putting like insurance, like house insurance, medical insurance. Like we started charging it to the credit card to try and like hit that across 4 people. It was crazy. Yeah, something like 75K, exactly what Beltran said. Oh, and these are from their sweets table. So this was a hojicha pudding? No, wait. Panna cotta. Hojicha panna cotta. This is the rice flour canele I mentioned earlier. Fucking delicious. It was like crunchy, chewy. Holy shit, this canele, insane. This was a cheese biscuit, and then these are just I forget, there was like a type of wagashi, but it's like a mochi thing with filling in it, and then it's like made to look like little fruits. So it's like a pomelo, an apple, sorry, a yuzu, an apple, and a persimmon. I sat in that lounge for like an hour and a half, and I spent the entire time eating. I was like, woof. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to buckle myself into the plane, but then the plane food was good too. Because I was flying Japan Airlines, and JAL is like pretty well known. JAL and ANA are both really well known for their plane food. Fuck! I showed up on the plane and they put this in front of me, and I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. You were really good at eating this whole trip. Yeah, I ate. Most of this, like me showing you guys photos and videos, was just eating. It was like tea and eating. JAL has really good food. Yeah. When I was in uni, I put my tuition on my credit card for the points. Oh! That's really crazy. I guess 2% fee is worth it in exchange for the rewards. Yeah. Centaurus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay. And that's it. This is the final photo. This is me coming home to my chrysanthemums on my balcony. Delighted that they're blooming so beautifully. So I was like, let me end on a very pleasant note. A pleasant, homey note. Look how healthy my chrysanthemums are. I'm so relieved. Last year I had a very meager harvest, and this year they're blooming for me. My babies are blooming for me. I love them. I have been eating them. I've been making tea. I've been making chrysanthemum tea. I will say, I think because there are more blooms, they taste not as good. Like, I swear, after I made them into tea, I was like, I don't know if it's because I have a sinus infection, so my, like, smell is impacted. But I swear this year's chrysanthemums are, like, not as flavorful as last year's, even though I had, like, a fifth of the harvest last year. So, I know, they're so white and fluffy, right, Fairy Slash? Yeah, I put them in a dehydrator, and I make them into tea. I'll show you guys the tea right before I sign off, okay? Well, that's our final activity today in a 5-hour fucking stream. Where is it? Here it is. Look how big they are. They turned out so beautiful. Here, I'll switch back to the bigger view so you guys can see more. Aren't they beautiful? I think they're so lovely. I know, such a sense of abundance I feel looking at this jar. In this hoodie especially, I feel like an apothecary. An apothecary shilling my goods. Can Sapporo eat them too? I don't know. I've never looked up if chrysanthemums are like toxic to cats or anything like that. Yeah, 5 hours on the dot, exactly. I like how I was like, I'm gonna try to keep today's stream like short and quick and cozy because I'm sick. And through the course of the stream, I screamed multiple times over sausages, sweat abundantly, and then went for 5 hours. Typical Ying behavior. I know I'm a true druid. This is druid behavior. I should That's always a lie. Not always. Sometimes I'm like, today will be a short stream, and then it is like a short 2-hour stream. My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Do the yellow ones have more flavor than the white ones? Mine are white. The yellow is just the center. I think they just have different flavors, and there's so many different kinds of chrysanthemums. You really have to be careful, like, what type of chrysanthemum you're growing and drying. Not all of them are edible. Well, I guess how is it? Like, almost all of them are edible, because none of them are toxic, technically, but some of them, like, don't taste very good. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't know. Anyways, double check your chrysanthemums before you ingest them, is the main point. Mildly toxic to cats. Oh, no! Okay, thank you for looking that up, Archangel, so I don't accidentally poison our cat. All right, on that note, let's see if I can pass on the raid baton. After so many beautiful, kind raids from people today, I would feel bad ending without raiding. YouTube side, I'll, as usual, drop you guys a... Khan is streaming! I don't get to raid Khan that often. Cool. Go say hi to Khan for me. For those of you who haven't met Khan yet, oh, I almost put the raid command in YouTube. That doesn't work. YouTube. I'm gonna give you guys a Twitch link. All right. If you haven't met Khan before, Khan is a very, okay, you know how I promise a cozy stream that I always end up yelling? Khan is just like genuinely cozy all the time. She's an incredible artist. She does a lot of crochet work also. It's all beautiful. Everything she does is beautiful. Incredible aesthetic sense. If you ever get to meet her in person, she's a ballerina. She's a professional ballerina. That's her job. She like teaches. So, she's like, imagine just like a beautiful, like willowy, elegant, graceful, beautiful woman. She's just like aesthetic in every sense of the way. So I love Khan. Khan is a very comforting and just like a really good friend and a comforting presence. So please send Khan my love, and I will see you all. Oh, I have to do the full outro. Whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening, have a wonderful time of day. Thank you for joining me for a 5-hour-long travel story time stream while I'm sick and sniffling into your ears. I appreciate your patience with me. I'll see you all next stream. Sometime this week. I don't know when. Okay, bye! Bye-bye! We're gonna raid now.